what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And blow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Yeah, your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Yeah, your destiny.
No, no. Yo, how are we doing, chat? We were rocking it Pepe style tonight. I don't know. I feel very twitchy tonight. Yeah, I feel more Twitch pull than I have in a long time. Oh my god, what am I doing? Let's try that again. Boom. Yes. Twitch pull. I've got it in my blood. I've got it in my soul. 3 minutes early. Is that right? Did we disprove? Did we debunk Soul Life? I hope Soul Life's okay. I hope people understand. Kappa? Look, Kappas. These are Kappas, alright? These are from Twitch. I'm gonna teach you a little Twitch culture, chat. You're gonna get a little culture tonight, right? Those are Kappas. Those are all Kappas, right? Different forms of Kappas, different meanings, but in general, your basic Kappa, that one right. Oh wait, you can't see it unless I touch it, right? Oh my god. Let's try it again. I gotta show you the Kappa, the main Kappa, right? The main troublemaker. That one right there. That's the one, okay? That's the one that I meant to Soul Life, and it means just kidding. It means whatever you're saying, you're not serious about saying it, so, you know, if Soul Life comes back in here, you're gonna find that they still have a wrench. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. I'm directing my anger in the right place. Don't worry about that. I'm not gonna be misdirecting, right? We got, you know, righteous anger, and for a good reason. You know, some people chose violence this week, but that's okay. It's not the first time that Twitch poll has chosen violence against me, and it's definitely not the last either. And it's definitely there's definitely a lot of people talking. Let's just say that, chat. I don't want to say more than I have to, but I've seen some things. Oh my god, chat. But yeah, I'm rocking it like you know, Pepe style, right? Because it's you know, Twitch. What do I mean by that? I'm talking about our content for tonight, our main content. Don't think that I've forgotten about the Trump tent. Yeah, this guy, Mr. Trump, Mr. Donald J. Billingsworth Trump. I don't know if it's necessarily like, helpful for me to like add extra middle names that he doesn't have. Here. There we go. This guy. Don't think that we've forgotten this guy. We're going to get to him when we get to him. But first, we got a date with Destiny. I mean, literally. No, I'm not kidding. We've got a date with Destiny. The guy. The streamer. Streamer Destiny. Yes. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. That is who I'm talking about. And that's who we're going to be watching tonight, because Destiny is on the Hippy Dippy. And that's what I meant by Twitch poll. It's a Twitch poll thing, right? A long time ago, chat, in a galaxy far, far away, Twitch politics was a relevant thing. Now, most of these glup shittos have gone on to bigger, well, let's be real, smaller and worse things. But I'm still here, and Dylan's still there. And so there's, you know, part of it, Twitch poll to resurrect, I guess. Let's see who else. I mean, Sunday, without really being a Twitch streamer, Sunday kind of is Twitch poll. What do I mean by Twitch poll? In general, chat, what we're talking about is we're talking about a center-left political alignment that that aligns itself more with conservatives than it does with leftists, right? That is the proclivity of Mr. Dylan Burns, who took it upon himself to try to rid the Twitch politics of all the. He was really annoyed, right? Because like Dylan's this wunderkind. He was the youngest ever political consultant for a political campaign, that Mike Gravel campaign, if anybody remembers that. And he was ready to do politics. He was ready to come on the scene. He was ready to be a big Twitch streamer and stuff. But there was one problem. When he did it, leftism was more popular, was popping off more than liberalism. Nobody wants to see a liberal. Nobody gives a fuck, right? And this always kind of burned. This always kind of burned Dylan, right? So he made his own talk show. He made his own panel show and invited different personalities of Twitch onto it, including myself, including Demon Mama, including almost everybody that you know, and even some people that you don't quite remember, like K Flogus. I think K Flogus was on there tonight for some reason. Yeah, rip Mike Gravel, right? But anyway, I feel like these days Gravel would be a little too far left for Dylan, because he just hates lefties, right? I thought it was a joke at first. We you know, I had him on my show, he had me on his show. I thought we were friends. I thought we were cool with each other, but apparently he just really hates leftists, right? He just really hates leftists over anything else. So, but yeah, he came on and said, you know, we were doing like he had this kayfabe thing, right? He was fashioning himself after Mr. McMahon, Mr. Vince McMahon. That didn't age well. But luckily Dylan doesn't have any kind of scandals of that magnitude on his hands. Most of his scandals have to do with platforming, a word that he doesn't understand. I know because I brought him on my show and tried to talk to him about platforming, and he literally didn't know what we were talking about. So yeah, you know, your results may vary as far as you know, what Dylan actually knows about. He knows that he hates leftists for that reason. He went after Infrared Hans. I'm sorry, Haas. Let's say this right. Let's not get him mixed up with another Glup Shadow streamer. But yeah, he went after Haas because he thought Haas was a tanky. Haas is a Nazi. Haas is a third positionist. Haas is a do-goodite. It's funny considering how much Dylan is all about Ukraine these days that the guy that he was debating was literally like a fucking Putin simp in so many ways, and not because he thought Putin was going to bring communism back, because he wants to undermine communism. He wants to undermine leftism. That's something that Dylan and Haas actually had in common. But yeah, that was but yeah. Then when I asked him about third positionism, I asked him about like Nazbills. He's like, well, I don't really think that's that big of a deal. Jackson Hinkle, one of the biggest Twitter accounts out there right now. Jackson Hinkle, yeah, I don't think it was important. Again, NCC was right. I was right about so many things, but I haven't gotten the credit for that. And to get that credit, well, we just got to dive back into the drama, I guess. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be watching Dylan Burns. Now, we're not going to be stream sniping, okay? I told you I don't like to stream snipe. I don't do it. So for that reason, we're not going to compete with Dylan with his own content, right? That would be dirty. Even though I am a small streamer and other small Dianabo's probably streaming it, like other, you know, speaking of Glub Shadows, right? But like, you know, there's probably other people streaming it, and Dylan doesn't mind, but he definitely does mind if I stream it. We're gonna stream it like behind. We're gonna go back to what we do here is go back, chat. We're gonna go back all the way to the we're gonna go back all the way to the beginning, just so we're not competing with Mr. McBurns in his content, just so that he can't accuse me of stealing his viewers, which is a weird thing to do to somebody so much smaller, but oh well, chat. That's just how he be. That's just how he be. I've been yelled at him before. I've been drama baited by his fucking sycophants before. I've dealt with all these assholes before. So I know what's up. This is not my first rodeo. This is my second rodeo, actually. Anyway, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to find this. I really need to get this put on a soundboard. But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. I need this, right? This right here.
What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back.
And I need that just as a reminder that we're going to be going back. We're going to be going back in time to the start of the panel, not that far back in time. We're not going to go back to the old days of Twitch politics, as much as Dylan would probably like to do that. He was a lot more relevant back then. There was a lot more of a scene on Twitch politics back then. This was before a lot of things, real legitimately like unfair things happened to him, like getting one channel demonetized and another channel banned. I've looked at that stuff before, and I don't remember exactly the details, but I do remember thinking he didn't deserve that, right? He didn't actually. YouTube, that was an unfair decision by YouTube. But yeah, we're going to get into this, and we're going to dip our toes in, we're going to dip our feet in, and then we're going to dive right into it, right? And I am hot as fuck, chat. That's why I'm doing things Pepe style, right? You know the thing about Pepe? You are still, wait, you are what? Soul Life, speak to me. Are you okay? Make sure you're okay here. But yeah, you know the whole thing about Pepe? Do you know the origin story of Pepe, chat? Before Pepe was an alt-right mascot, before Pepe was a Twitch emote of choice, Pepe was a webcomic. Do we all know this? Do we all know about this? Rick, Adrian, I'm not sure what you're disagreeing with me on. But anyway, oh god, I probably didn't put I put too much delay. Look, I feel like having more delay on the stream helps it not time out. But 4chan, well, I mean, 4chan picked it up pretty quickly. It was a very popular webcomic on 4chan. But CJ, this was before 4chan was even, or sorry, Rick Adrian, this is before 4chan was even 4chan. This, would I say before it was 4chan, right? What do we know 4chan for now? We know it for right-wing politics. We know it for, I don't know. I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say. We know it for like reactionary trans girls and reactionary femboys. That's what 4chan is known for now. Back in the day, 4chan did not actually have a political flavor, or rather it had multiple political flavors, anywhere from the far left Communist Party to, you know, literal racist memes that got posted in the midst of ironic racist memes, with the ironic racists not realizing that they were kind of just right in there in bed with the real racist, right? But yeah, back in the day of Pepe, Pepe was a meme from A Boy's Life. I think it's called. Is it really called A Boy's Life? I feel like that's like, isn't that the Cub Scouting magazine? I was there when I was 12 and left when I was 18. You did right. You did right. Some people still stay there, and that's not good. That's not, you got to grow out of that shit. You got to grow the fuck out of that shit, right? But you're not alone in that, Rick Adrian. I have many such cases, many such cases. Yeah, the Nazis did steal Pepe. That's true. But yeah, Pepe was known for peeing with his pants down. And do you know why Pepe pees with his pants down? It's very important, chat. It's very important before we dive into this whole, you know, Twitch poll, you know, dog pile, which I'm sure I'll get dog piled for this too. People will be like, you're stealing Dylan's content. No, I'm not. I'm nice. Remember, I'm nice. Even when I shouldn't be. Even when I shouldn't be. Even to people who have acted in a predatory manner towards myself and my channel, I am still nice, all right? I am still myself. But do you, yeah, okay-ish? Wait, is that from the okay meme? Scouting for boys? Wait, oh my god, that sounds iffy. That sounds like something from the White Leaf community. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel. Your frogs don't wear pants. No, frogs do wear pants if it's Pepe. Pepe does wear pants, normally. But there's one time when Pepe does not wear pants, and that is when Pepe is peeing. Now, if any of you out there have used, let's say, I think it's called a urinal, this apparatus that I'm not familiar with. I'm told that there's some kind of a detergent bar in there to keep the smell under control, and it flushes like down. It's like this long thing for people to take care of their needs, to empty out the excess hydration that they have accumulated, so to speak, right? But apparently, you know, if you're using a urinal, you don't actually need to take your pants down. There's no need for it. It's not necessary. But it is necessary for Pepe for one very specific purpose, for one very specific reason. Does anyone know why Pepe pees with his pants down? We've established that he doesn't have to do that. We've established that the pants only need to be unzipped, right? For this to happen. But does anybody know the reason, the famous reason, that Pepe just fully de-pantses himself before relieving himself? Does nobody know this? He's got a really big jock strap. I mean, that's possible. I haven't checked. What do you think, Waluigi? Does Pepe have a really big jock strap? Does anybody know? Okay, I'll just tell you. If nobody knows, I'm woman-splaining a urinal cake. Is it called a urinal cake? That sounds festive. That sounds celebratory. Yes, Schmegley's got it. It's because it feels good, man. It feels good, man. And it also feels good to pull down your pants when you are overly hot because you've been kickboxing and you come in to do your stream and your video is from like the, you know, bust up, and there's like really no reason not to. I'm not saying, chat, I have any inside information about this, but I will say that it does indeed feel good, man. It does indeed feel good. You don't have to have any kind of Johnson in your Tronson. I was gonna say junk in your trunk, but it's like the opposite of. You don't have to have a pecker in your. Whitey, I can't think of it, chat. I can't think of it. I'm shadow boxing. Okay. Yeah, for it to feel good. For it to feel good when you're like overly heated to be, you know, sans pants. That's why they invented skirts, chat, which I'm wearing, of course. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm cooling off by switching from my warm-up pants to my cool-down skirt. That's right. I can't even make sense of anything today, chat. But like I said, yeah, we got this guy coming up. We're gonna check him out. Maybe not on this one though. I feel like I had Associated Press here. But yeah, there's a lot of shit. And look, Twitch is kind of tied up with that, right? So why it sounds silly, right? It sounds like I'm just like entertaining you or being weird or being wacky or being animated or whatever, but I'm really trying to get to a very real point about Twitch politics. It is fundamentally skewed to the right. And it has been for a really long time. There were leftists, yes, there were real leftists on Twitch, but they've mostly they're an endangered species, chat. I think I'm the last one. This is like some last unicorn shit in here. I don't know. That's not true. Obviously, there's leftists that have come onto the platform fairly recently, and they're good people. And I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody out there. Wait, AP Donald Trump August 15. Let's go.
Things.
Yo, there he is, and he's got perfect, immaculate audio as always. The occult cross bears in Twitch. The occult cross. But yeah, I mean, that's what's going on with Twitch. That's what's going on with Twitch poll. It's a mix of, you know, ignorant shit libs and people that are sort of hiding their power level, including the former editor of Lauren Southern, who was supposed to be on this panel. Now, chat, I'm going to let you know right up front, all right? Even though she's on the thumbnail, apparently she didn't make it to the panel. I don't know if she had some kind of beef with Destiny. She had some kind of blow up. She had some kind of anger argument thing, you know, that went on. That's right. It's called an anger argument. Deal with it. It's called an anger argument. The occult cross bears in Twitch. Are you talking about like the upside down cross at the beginning of the show? That's just how Sunday be. That's just, he loves the occult. Sunday loves the occult. He's the Carlos Castaneda, okay, chat, of YouTube quasi philosophy. I don't know. I mean, Brooks does philosophy. Sunday talks to Brooks. That's about as close as he gets, but you know, he's got a lot of books, right? You can't take that away from him. But Sunday's on the panel too. Sunday is on the panel as well, right? We're going to see President Sunday tonight. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces, maybe some not so familiar faces. Let me check this out right now. Let me give you a preview of who we're going to see, because this is Trump. We're going to see him later. Don't worry, I've got him for you. Don't think that I'm going to let you go without, you know, your daily dose of Trump tint. That's what you need, chat. That's what a growing body needs. A growing body like ours, a growing community like ours. We need some Trump tint. So what do we got here? We got, let's see who I can identify. We got Lonerbox. We got President Sunday. We got Adam Mockler. And we got, I don't know any of these people. I don't know who else these, anybody want to identify who else is on here? I don't know any of these people. And who got shafted with the tiny little picture? Who got the tiny little picture? Who is that? I don't even know. I feel like I should remember at least some of these people, but I don't. Be honest with you. Keep it at 100. And then here's the main event, right? Destiny, Lauren Southern, who I guess is not going to show. I don't know. Maybe she'll show up at the last minute. That's actual Justice Warrior. And I don't know who the guy is here, but he kind of looks like he's got Richard Spencer vibes. Wait a minute. No. I'm speaking incorrectly, right? Because as I look on here, I see a AI upscaled, highly filtered picture of Lauren Southern. That is not what she actually looks like, but that is what her thumbnail editor, who may or may not be the same person as her video editor, that's what her thumbnail editor probably in a thirsty way did to her. And then we got Destiny, not upscaled, no filters on him. And we got actual Justice Wiener back here. Actual Justice Wiener. This guy is so funny. I love making fun. I love bullying actual Justice Wiener. But this must be a lefty. And I know this by deduction because Dylan always tries to, unlike Pierce Morgan, Dylan always tries to keep it even Steven on his panels. If he's got 3 lefties, he's going to have 3 right wingers. You've got 4 lefties, you're going to have 4 right wingers, right? And no leftists. Or if they're a leftist, they're like a leftist. They're like a Vosh adjacent, Destiny adjacent leftist, right? They're like a very safe for libs kind of leftist, right? But I know by deduction that this must be a left winger by the fact that we got 2 right wingers. We got 1 Destiny who's considered a lefty. Remember, don't get it twisted and think that Destiny's on here to be a centrist that he is, right? Destiny is representing the left. That is how Dylan's mind works, and it's a beautiful mind, and we're going to explore that beautiful mind. We're going to get into that in not too long of a time. I don't know who this is. Wait, maybe chat's already telling me. Chat's probably already... Chat, you probably all know who it is. You probably all know who it is, and you're telling me who it is. It's not Dave Rubin. It's not. It's got to be a lefty. Sunday left because of how unhinged it got. Oh no, poor Sunday. I believe his stream title tonight is Hippy Drippy. Although honestly, with Sunday, the only drip he knows is one that he should probably get checked out by his doctor. That's the drip. That's how drippy Sunday is, right? It may or may not require a very invasive exam to diagnose. I'm not sure, chat. I am not a medical professional. I cannot give you medical advice. I cannot diagnose. I cannot offer treatment plans. None of that stuff. Those are not my skill sets. I'm just a biochem girl, okay? I teach you biochem from time to time. If you want to know about the pathways, if you want to keep track of the NADH pluses and the ADPs and all that shit, just stick with me, right? But I can't give you medical advice. I refuse. It's not in my wheelhouse. Hutch is it Hutch? That's Hutch? That's Hutch? And Hutch is on the left, I guess. So is that Hutch? Do we have that established? Chat seems to think this is Hutch. Back to Dylan Burns boosting horrible reactionary racists. Yeah. I mean, those are AKA his friends. AKA his friends, right? His buddies, right? Wait, Hoffman's dose? Is that like a 60s reference? Albert E. Hoffman? Back to, yeah, so anyway, I am looking at the time and I am noticing that I have probably edged you for long enough. We need to get in gear, chat. We gotta, so much to cover, so little time, and I don't want to be up until the butt-ass hours of the morning. Do you know about the butt-ass hours of the morning? It's like the butt crack of dawn. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want to do that anymore. I did that in the past. I was a late night streamer. I feel myself being pulled towards that again. And I don't want to do that, right? Because then you have this whole thing where you do your late night stream, you go off on people, and then the next day they go off on you, and then you wake up at 6 o'clock at night and you got to see like what they said. And it gives you content, but like, it's like, I don't know if that's good content to be stuck in a drama cycle like that. I don't like that. All love and hate and races. Wait, what? Hoffman is yeah, that's right, speedrunner. He did indeed invent the molecule. Dylan's not making enough on the Ukraine war. I don't know. Well, everybody's trying to get in on this Trump tent, right? This Trump tent pays pretty well. Sleep. Yeah, I will sleep tonight. We'll make it happen. But first we got to establish a few things. So you see in chat, I have added new stuff to the dodo goal, right? The dodo goal, it says it's at 0%, but it lies. That lying dono goal, that's wrong. It's actually 6%. And why is it 6%? It's 6% thanks to it's 6% thanks to I can't talk. I've got a little bit of like allergies in my nose, or either that or I inhaled some dust when I was kickboxing. But either way, not that kind of dust, chat, not that kind of dust. We don't need that kind of dust for the Hippy Dippy, trust me. No matter what President Sunday tries to tell you about me and my substance-related habits, I swear to God, they have more to do with him than they do to anything that I'm doing. Like, you know what my vices are already. Do I have my blinker? My blinker's over there. I would show you my blinker. We got the blinker. We got the Void coffee. Oh my God, speaking of the Void coffee, we don't have the soundboard, do we? We got to get the soundboard in motion. Not motion, but it's like the auditory version thereof. What is auditory motion? Okay.
Void coffee.
That's much better. That's much better. He's the guy who almost unalived making it and then tripped his first time and rode a bicycle. Yeah. Benadryl. I don't even know about the Benadryl. People, does that do something to you? I've taken it before for allergies, but do people take it recreationally? Is that a thing? See, I'm kind of naive to this stuff. Maybe Sunday will explain it to me. Sunday sees someone looking sleepy at 11 p.m. tonight, and she's like, well, she's clearly on Valium and Thorazine. I'm on Thorazine to come down for the research chemicals that are the massive line of bath salts. I don't know, chat. 4/19 is bicycle day. I forgot that. I used to know that. I used to eat it all the time. Pussy, chat. That's what I'm clearly talking about, not anything else. Wow, Jesus Christ. This is NCC 17. Okay, so, make sure you're 18 or over in chat or else go somewhere else. We're a mature community, all right? And I'm definitely not safe for work. Oh my God, chat, that sounds so bad. That sounds so, you know what, even saying that is probably not a great thing for the algorithm. I've gotten demonetized a few times. And we were on such a good streak. We were on such a great streak for demonetization not happening. But not nearly the great streak I am on for remembering that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. And it's the kind of ad break that you can't skip, unlike the kind of ad break that goes on YouTube, which you very much can skip. The only way to get out of the top of the hour ad break is for free with a Twitch Prime by hooking it up to your Twitch account, or for $6 by paying $6, or possibly by being gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Benadryl makes me a little sleepy. I used to be, the time that I used Benadryl was, I never had allergies, but when I'd go to my grandmom's house, I would have a massive amount of allergies. So that was rough because I really wanted to see my grandmom, but I was miserable whenever I saw her. And I felt so bad because, like, I want her to know she's my grandma. She's my grandma. I want her to know I love her. But instead, I'm just like, my eyes are red and I'm snotty and miserable. Hard to take care of, I'm sure. Anyway, chat. Yeah, like I said, our dono goal is at 6%. We need to get it to 100% by the end of the stream if we want to open up some of this extra content that you're already digging into. Chats, it's almost like Christmas. And it's like, it's not Christmas yet, but you're digging into your presents, which is okay. You're peeking. You're not opening your present, but you're kind of like peeling back the tape. You know what I'm saying? And you're looking inside and you're being like, ooh, what is this? This is RFK trying to join Team Kamala. And I'm not even kidding about that. I wish I was. I should be kidding about that. That seems ridiculous. What the fuck with RFK Jr.? What would RFK Jr. Secretary of Brainworms? Secretary of Animal not Animal Agriculture, Secretary of Wildlife? I don't know. I don't know what she would hire him for, but I'm sure it would be great. That's at 39% right now. Mr. Beast hires a PDF, document. We're talking about like a type of personal desktop file, I think it's called. It's a something file, that's for sure. Anyway, that's in second place. NCC dunks on Sunday more. How did I leave that up? I wasn't supposed to choose violence, chat. Like, the donors saved me. Like, no, the donors like sent us down a violent path, and then another donor came out and saved us at the last moment. We almost had that content. It was almost when it was really late, but instead we got really good content. Instead, we got What was it? It was really good, whatever it was. What did I cover instead of... Oh yeah, Bosch versus Squid Tips. We finally got that one done. And J.K. Rowling's Dark Mold Symbiote down at 13%. But there's still time to vote, and there's definitely still time to donate. When you do donate, make sure to let me know in the chat what, or if you're donating like on Throne, let me know in the, you can send a message. So like put it in there. That makes that easier. And let me know which of these topics that you want to see covered, right? Because I care what you think, and I want to put your money where your mouth is, and I want to make sure that everybody that donates gets a chance to sort of, pull the content as if it was taffy in the direction of their choosing. So I vote Fallout New Vegas, says Princess Mononoke. And Fallout New Vegas now has 52%. And I think I said that I decided that instead of it being a 75 threshold, it's now going to be a 50 threshold. Because I really like playing Fallout New Vegas, and I need more excuses to play it. So anyway, so yeah, here we go, and their ad break should be hitting. No, it's not. Oh my god, Chad, I'm wrong. I'm so on it tonight, though. Do you notice this? Nobody's gonna call me sleepy on Valium. Nobody's gonna call me sleepy NCC. That's like, do you think that's what he's gonna do? He's gonna do like a Donald Trump thing and be like, yeah, sleepy NCC doesn't know about Duluth and Qatar. She's not even pronouncing them correctly, and yet she's trained at French. How is that? How is that a thing? How is that a thing? Sleepy NCC. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. He said that. Oh, anyway, let's not tip my hand here. About what he's been saying about me, but yeah, I've been hearing a lot of stuff, chat. He said a lot of shit about me. And, like I said, it's not great content to, like we're not going to do the back and forth on his, reaction to me, and because it would be NCC-ception. And, you've already seen the debate. If you haven't seen the debate yet, it's on my channel, so go watch that. Not right now, but go watch that later. You can watch that later. I've got a lot of stuff on the channel. We've got my talk with Tyler, my talk with Sunday. We've also got the debate between Tyler and Sunday, and we've also got a really cool video about RFK Jr. and a bear. A man and his bear. A man and his juvenile dead bear. Sad story involving falcons and many other wild creatures. But yeah, make sure to watch those if you have not already. What are we doing? We're doing the shorts. Should we try shorts? Do you think shorts would like this? What do you think, chat? I have a feeling that because this is political in nature, that this might be worth giving it to shorts. Giving it to shorts? That sounds... I'm not talking about like giving it to shorts. Oh my god, chat, my mind is in the gutter tonight, right, Waluigi? Right. It's completely in the gutter. Create new content. All right. What is this? Politics panel debate. Is Trump the new Biden? Now, I don't know that they're going to go on and do that. Hippy, Dippy, political panel with Adam Mockler. Destiny. I should put Streamer Destiny. I love saying Streamer Destiny because I feel like it pisses Destiny off. He's like, just say Destiny. Just say Destiny. No, I'm going to say Streamer Destiny. Streamer Destiny. Anyway, I don't know that it really pisses him off. I just call him Steven. Anyway, Streamer Destiny. Who else is on there? God damn it. We had this, didn't we? We had it on one of these. There's Lauren Southern. There's no Lauren Southern, though. I got to take Lauren Southern off. Actual Justice Warrior. Actual Justice. Warrior, whatever his name is. It doesn't matter. His name is Mud, as far as I'm concerned, chat. Lonerbox. There we go. Lonerbox. Speaking of Speaking of reactionary lefties, yeah. And I'm sure there's other people, but I don't know who they are, so that's what we'll put down. Tolkien, Trump, Kamala, Biden, and more. There we go. We go to next. We let the ads rip because it's shorts. But actually, I don't think the ads do rip because it's shorts. Yeah, the ads do not rip, in fact. I've been told that the ads do not, in fact, rip. And I'm not about to let the ads rip on you, chat, because that seems like... Look, I need more ad money, but I'm not going to get it at the expense of there being too many ads on my stream. That's just wrong. That's not okay. Put that little thumbnail in its place. Why does it say news and politics? Ooh. Well, so far we've been succeeding not streaming in news or politics. What are we in? I think we're in entertainment, because that's what I'm doing. I'm giving you entertainment. Entertainment. That's what we're doing. We're all about the entertainment tonight. Chat, we're all about the top of the ad. There goes that ad break now, I think, right? Are we about on time for that? Yep, I got it. And there's that ad break right now. Switch it to live chat. Oh, hey, if you're not switching to live chat already, make sure to do that. I'm having to remind myself of that. Let's see, I should probably put my Patreon in or something. What's the easiest way to do this? Simple and clean, chat, is the way that you're making me feel right now. I hope you know. I want you to know. I want you to know that simple and clean. Let's just put the Patreon in there. Why not? I always forget to promote this, and I need to stop because it's literally the best, best way to become a member in terms of the platform taking the least out of my pocket and yours. There we go. There's the Patreon, and put it right there. There we go. Pin that, and then give a poll. The poll question is, have you liked the stream yet? Liked the stream yet? Yes or capital yes. All right. Okay. So we got both streams up. We're good with that. We got the Hippy Dippy going on. And again, chat, I'm not gonna I don't know, chat. I don't know how to promote myself. That's the hardest thing about this. Is I'm not very good at promoting myself. Unlike President Sunday, I don't have a bikini with my face on it for you to buy. I wish I did. I think that'd be really cool. So good night, Daymel. Looking for the Hippy Dippy. Looking for the Hippy Dips a lot. Looking for the Hippy Dippy. Destiny versus a Glup Shitto. Who's this Glup Shitto? Who is this, chat? Who is this guy? I don't know this guy. I have to go back to find his name.
What we do here is go back.
I'm gonna need to go back. I'm gonna need to go way back. Back in time. Just like that movie about the DeLorean and the guy that on the skateboard. We're gonna have to go back in time. But there it is. There's the Hippy Dippy with Destiny facing off against somebody with a chin butt. Do you see? I noticed the chin butt. That's a pretty impressive little chin butt there. President Sunday has been a scuzz bucket for a long time, it seems. Wait, what are we getting this from? Tried to poison people against... Oh, yeah, that's true. He did. He does. He's been talking about me way more than than I thought he would. And not in a good way, too. I thought that maybe he might, well, you know, I was on her platform here. Let me promote her a little bit. No, it's like the opposite of promotion. He's literally trying to hurt my channel. But regardless, chat, we'll deal with him when we deal with him, okay? How about that? Oh my gosh, chat. That phrase has never gotten me in trouble before. We'll deal with the haters when we deal with the haters. And that is one fucking hater. I don't know. I don't know if it's just like look, I kind of got I looked down on, like, I didn't like it when Tyler was like trying to mog Sunday and be like, your channel's been hard locked at whatever, you know, your subscriber number is 17K or whatever for, you know, 2 years now, right? But he is kind of a little bit hard locked. I don't know what's up with that. He's got as many people leaving him as he's got people subbing him. So I don't know. Hard times for President Sunday. Luckily he's got his merch, right? He's got his merch store. He's able to sell the sun kini. That's the sun kini with the with this face, you know, on all the bikini parts. You know, you got a Sunday face here, a Sunday face here, and a Sunday face down there. That's the most important part. It's very important, chat, to have the Sunday's face on your crotch if you're going to go out to the beach this summer. So yeah, we don't have an Irene kini, unfortunately, to match. But here's what we do have, because we are Team Sunday for this event. Sunday is our dude. We are rooting hard for Sunday. So what am I going to do in order to show that I am Team Squid? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's see if I can remember how to actually... Nope, I think it's the other way, right? I feel like it's the other way. Team Squid. Team Sunday. Maybe I should put the butterfly on the... Are we good for Team Squid? Yeah, new accessory. But yeah, chat, this is who's on the panel. This is who was supposed to be on the panel. Oh yeah, there's two panels, right? There's the little kids table. That's the one that Sunday's at, right? That's the one Lonerbox is at. That's the one that Adam Mockler? Why is Adam Mockler at the little... Look, I know Adam Mockler's young, right? But Adam Mockler is actually a pretty big channel. Honestly, like, does Dylan just not know? Like, Adam Mockler should be on the big stream. That's a slight that I would not take if I was Adam Mockler. I would not accept that. But yeah, we're about ready to go here, chat. Okay, so I gotta mention that we're at 6% of the dono goal. When you super chat, now I'll read the super chats after the end of every segment, right? So we'll try to take a little break from now and then. I'll read the super chats. When you donate, make sure to let me know in the super chat, on Throne, or in just in the chat itself, what content that you want to see. So whatever you voted for, you could pick that, or you could just say Vox Populi if you want to be the kind of person who you're just throwing it back to the chat. You're just like, you know what? It's like the voters can vote. The voters can vote. We'll let the voters vote. We'll let the voters decide, right? You say Vox Populi. You could also say Fallout New Vegas if you want to build up my Fallout rad meter and make the next Fallout stream sooner. We should have one really soon. You can do that as well. And that goes for super chats, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships. That goes for signups for Patreon. That goes for donations to Throne. And that goes for everything on Twitch as well. So if you do anything that's in the realm of a donation, you can let me know in the chat what you want that going to, and I will put your money where your mouth is. You will both drive up the dono goal and make it more likely that we get any content at all, as well as make it more likely that the content that you want to see comes up in the bonus segment. So There we go. I think I've said everything I need to say. Now, the next step is to push buttons. We always got to push the buttons. I'm always pushing people's buttons, Chad. I've been told that. I'm a born button pusher. It's because Adam Mockler has a baby face? Yeah, but like seriously, Adam Mockler could like snap Dylan, you know, as a content creator. The Irene Keeney. I wish I was wearing an Irene Keeney right now, honestly, or even a Sun Keeney. I'd be fine because we're Team Sunday. Remember, we're rooting for the guy. Aren't I good faith? I am nothing else if not good faith, chat. That is something that I have always said, and I have sometimes meant. And I've sometimes actually meant. There we go. That's how the joke should go. So we press the buttons, and then there's the other button that I gotta press, and then the debate button. Let's press this button. Yo. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Fucking go. It's time, chat. And because we're in, I don't know, Twitch poll mode, I feel like I should do this as a live streamer, as a Hassan clone, a badly cloned version of Hassan. That's okay. That's okay. So here's the most important thing, chat. Now, I've done this before. I've covered Dylan Burns before, and it has been contentious, controversial, right? That I'm covering the Hippy Dippy, a thing that almost everybody who's interested in debates and debate analysis does, right? It's a controversy when it's me. It's bad. It's stealing Dylan's content. When it's me, it's harassing Dylan. It's poor fucking Dylan. He's getting harassed by NCC. What is she doing? She's reacting to his video. And we know that she's not going to think well of his content, right? Because she has a brain. She has a brain, unlike almost everyone else in Twitch poll. But here we go. This is the content. So the important thing to do, chat, before we even do anything, is to take this button and once again...
What we do here is go back.
What we do here is we go back. All the way back. We are now going back to... Let's see... We're going back 1 hour and 48 minutes. So lest anybody say that I'm stream sniping Dylan, they don't know the definition of stream sniping. Anyone say that I'm stealing Dylan's content or competing with him with his content, they don't know what they're talking about, right? Because this is the VOD already in the can from 1 hour and 48 minutes ago. There's Adam Mockler. There's Lonerbox. There's Dylan. There's LCTR fan. Who's LCTR fan?
Welcome everybody.
How you doing?
Chat, was that like a Lord of the Rings? Yeah, LOTR fan. Lord of the Rings fan. Okay, I'm sorry. I read it. I thought that was a C. Yeah, Lord of the Rings fan. We got the real MPU. Who the fuck is this? Yo, we got a car rant guy. This is like the Rob Noor replacement. They couldn't get Rob Noor though? Chat, this is Rob Noor at home. It's okay. We got Rob Noor at home.
Man, we got everybody in here real quick. That's good. That's perfect. That's exactly what the
Got a South Park icon on there.
We blame Danabo.
Danabo is a great organizer.
I always blame Danabo. And sometimes I'm right.
He's corralling you all in. It's perfect. So if everybody can get their cameras on, we'll give you like 3 minutes to get ready, and we'll get started. Okay, everybody?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
You got here just in time. Yes, you did, Izzy. Yes, you did. Thank you for the super chat. I'll read them all out after stream. So, again, just let me know which of these topics you want to see in your comment. And oh my god, this motherfucker! That sounds like copyright music to me. I can't tell. It smells like copyright music. There's Adam Mockler. There's President Sunday. We're on Team Sunday, chat. That's why I'm wearing the squid. Right? Show my solidarity to Sunday. Show that that's who we're rooting for. We want Sunday to defeat all of the other fake leftists, right? On this panel. Wait, I think he's the only fake leftist, isn't he? The rest of these assholes are like... Sorry, I'm assholes. I'm not saying they're all assholes. I mean, there are assholes, but like, I didn't mean to lump them all in. I don't know some of these people, right? They might be perfectly fine people. But the rest of these people, probably not leftist. He's the only fake leftist. The only... Okay, we can't have the wrestling music because it's copyrighted. So we just do this, and hopefully... Okay, so Danabo's got to adjust the window. They're still fixing Dylan's OBS. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's probably Mr. Geek actually. Look, that's a great freeze frame of Lonerbox. Vamps, if you can, grab me that freeze frame. Grab me that picture of Lonerbox. That's what I want. I want Lonerbox with his mouth open like that.
Okay, I think, boys, we're ready to go. Let's unmute.
Boys, it's boys because we're having a sausage party tonight, chat. And that's par for the course for Twitch Pull. That is par for the course for Twitch Pull.
And get this started. I think MPU will be back in a second.
Also, is he too quiet? Is his, God, I hate it when other people have audio problems that I then have to fix. Let's go to filters. Let me know, are they too quiet? I feel like they're too quiet. Shorts is not started. Yo, good call. Good call. We hit this button. There's a few buttons I still had to hit. There was a few buttons that I still needed to hit. It's important. You're on it? You got it? Oh my god, thank you, Vamps. I don't know, it's kind of a small image that I gave you. But yeah, there's one more button that I need to push still before we can make this a reality. Let me know if they're loud enough now.
Saying as a VP
I got him.
candidate, or would I have liked him as a presidential candidate?
Oh wait, they fixed the audio. They fixed the audio. Good job, Dylan. Good job, Danabo. Good job, Mr. Geek.
Feedback. Like, do you like his role right now?
I mean, I think he's doing better at it than I thought. I thought he was not the best pick strategically, but
Why do you guys
doing horrible?
Why do you guys think Trump had to get a new VP? Lecter fan, what do you think?
He didn't have to get a new VP. Oh, from Mike Pence?
Yeah.
Oh, he was mad at Mike Pence because of what he did on January 6th. Obviously.
I don't want to get
actually, and
And
Pence
Mike
posted
Pence
stuff
was-
out.
Can I say totally understandable that you would be mad at Mike Pence for what he did or didn't do on January 6th. Yeah.
Boys, it's time to get started. Welcome everybody to the official relaunch of the Hippy Dippy Roundtable after a 2-year hiatus. So I could be on the ground covering the war in Ukraine. I'm still going to continue to do that, of course, but now I'm going to host these bi-monthly in order to, actually...
Bi-monthly. Now, chat, help me figure this out. Does bi-monthly mean twice a month, or does bi-monthly... I think it means every other month, right? Is that bi-monthly? Do I have to look this up? Yeah, don't get too comfortable, shorts chat.
Right around the corner.
But thank you, Moynote, for letting me know it hadn't started yet. I almost forgot.
The horns and dragging it around on Talk TV, and so I'm interested to get back into the game. And these fine people are here to get back into the game with me. And today they're going to be debating why America is so divided and how we mend those divides. I thought of this topic right after the Trump assassination, and while that has gotten out of the news, well, I guess pretty quickly with how
it's my favorite kind of liberal, right? Trump gets a high-powered ear piercing, and Dylan asks himself, is America too divided? So divided that a Republican would take pot shots at the MAGA God Emperor. Thank you for your apt diagnosis, Dylan. We're starting off strong.
The news has developed. The divides are still there. Division is still a big issue in the United States. And so I'm going to go around.
And so naturally you invited a Canadian and a guy from the UK.
Absolutely. We need foreigners to help out for their foreign perspectives. Thank you for being our token foreigners. Now, we're going to debate these issues, but first, I want to make sure we go around and have everybody introduce themselves. Brief.
That's what we really need. We need to know who these people are.
And then it will be a general free-for-all, but please do bear in mind that do not barrel over people. If you do, I will mute you, and I don't hold it against personally anyone, but, I'm a law and order guy. I'm, blue line when it comes to moderation, 100%, and I want you guys to make sure that we have a good debate environment where nobody gets boxed out, and, keep it short and punchy is my only piece of advice today, because if you don't, you're going to ramble, and then you'll take everybody else's time. Okay, you guys ready? Fantastic. So we're going to start with Adam Mockler. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes,
Yeah,
Adam
so my name
Mockler.
is Adam Mockler. I work for a company called Midas Touch, one of the largest liberal
forget.
organizations. Yeah, I do like on the ground stuff. I've been to a lot of MAGA rallies. I'm excited to chat with you guys. Thanks for hosting this, Dylan. And I hope we can have a cool chat about this and it's not too heated. But yeah.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hake.
Oh, my sweet summer child, Adam Mockler. You hope it doesn't get too heated. Yeah, he complete newbie to Twitch poll. Actually, I don't know. Has he been on one of these before? I feel like he has.
Hey guys, I'm James Hake, host of the Hake Report, live Monday through Friday, and I take your calls, so feel free to call in. I'm on Jesse Lee Peterson's network.
Yo! Jesse Lee Peterson, Orbiter. Chat, we have a Jesse Lee Peterson Orbiter. Good get, Dylan. Good get. God damn.
Fantastic. I'm going to now throw it over to Jebtan.
Jebtan, small government conservative, pretty much just online for the sake of doing debate panels because I'm a degenerate.
Fantastic. Aren't we all? Lecture fan.
Thank you. I'm Lecture Fan. I've been doing conservative.
I think it's Lord of the Rings fan. Sorry. The LOTR fan? Lord of the Rings fan? Yeah.
Politics on Twitch since November 2013. I'm a guest host on Montana's leading statewide AM talk radio show, Montana Talks.
Montana Talks. Whoa. Whoa. We got a AM radio dude. Voting Trump or Biden? This is a panel. Amen.
Firm.
We're watching a debate.
Politics and keeping everybody.
Look. How about this? Since Dylan's so informative and because his panels are so good, I'll make up my mind about Trump. Wait, did you say Trump or Biden? Really? Amen. Have you come from a time capsule? Have you been asleep since like a month ago? Trump or Biden? Are you a bot?
The truth, and yeah, that's why we're here. Thank you for having me, Dylan.
Happy to have you back and happy for you to be unbanned on Twitch. We now throw it over to Lonerbox.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I'm a Scottish YouTuber. I make videos talking about politics. My country is actually quite chill and politically sane, so I like interfering with other countries instead.
Fantastic. You're really good at that, actually. Now I'm going to throw it over to President Sunday.
Hi, I'm President Sunday. You can find me on YouTube under that name, and everything Lonerbox said about the UK is a lie.
Okay, and now we're going to throw it over to Crenshaw.
My name is Rashad Crenshaw. I'm a liberal commentator, and I'm just happy to be here and debate with you guys.
Fantastic. First time on a Hippy Dippy, and happy to have you here. We're going to throw it over to more perfect.
So yeah, chat, Sunday is token, right? He is the token something, but he's like the token leftist, right? That's the closest you get to a token leftist, somebody that scolds people for defending their fellow protesters at protests, right? That's our leftist.
Yeah, no, check it out. Thank you so much for the invite. I appreciate being able to be the backup fill-in for whoever didn't show up. I appreciate it. Dylan, I've done a lot of these things with you guys, with you over the years. Conservative, constitutional conservative.
Conservative. You don't say. I was confused. I was like, who is the car rant guy going to be? What side is the car rant guy going to be on? Who is this car rant guy, and what is his political ideology? I was thinking maybe he was like a Marxist-Leninist rolling in here, maybe some kind of a anarcho-syndicalist or something like that. He's an IDWW, leader that's coming here. No, he's actually conservative. Okay, glad we got that straight.
Podcaster, the More Perfect Union on Twitch and a variety of other places. I'm currently a homeless vet. I'm a vet, a United States Veteran Submarine Service. I'm currently homeless because I'm going through a little bit of a situation. That's why I'm talking to you live from my pickup truck. And I'm looking forward very much to talking about this because while I understand that political parties can have their differences, I think the divide is abnormally wider than it has ever been. And I think it's a danger to the safety of the Republic of the United States. And I would love to see.
Now, chat, with all these liberals on the panel, we know that nobody's going to shame this guy for being homeless, right? Because liberals, they believe in housing for all, right? Isn't that what liberals are all about? Is that what we can count on that for liberals? Liberals are really good on issues of housing, like Gavin Newsom. Oh wait, not that's a bad example. Let me think of. I'm sure there's some liberal that cares about housing for all, that believes in housing first. So there's got right. That's what liberals believe in, right?
Somebody on the left side of this
You want to place your bets? Does this guy get shamed for being homeless or not? What do you think?
talk about ways that we can bring her back closer to the center.
Okay. Well, I think that was almost an intro, too.
Wait, what the fuck was that?
And I would love to see somebody on the left side of this argument talk about ways that we can bring her back closer to the center.
Bring her back. Okay, I thought they were talking about Kamala. Bring her back. No, he means bring her back, meaning the ship of state.
Okay. Well, I think that was almost an intro, too. But we're now going to do intros into the topic, and we're going to have 1 minute to 2 minutes. Try to keep it short and snappy and be considerate of the time that we are on a schedule, and there are a lot of you. And so we're going to start.
Pick me first, and then I will just pass because I essentially did my intro.
Sure. Okay. There you go.
Okay, then.
Oh, I thought you were going to go.
Well, he said he's passing.
Oh, you're passing.
You should be required to sing us a song.
Okay.
Yeah. Next.
Okay, fantastic. Then we'll just go to Crenshaw.
Oh shit. Yeah, the right's more divisive. The end.
Okay, fair enough. Now we're going to go over to President Sunday.
Oh, well, I wrote a whole thing, and now it looks stupid because I put effort into this. Okay, I think that the question posed to this panel contains a false premise that our political dividedness is a problem to be solved. I disagree. And while talking points like we need to heal the divisions in this country or we need to bring our country together are almost ubiquitous, they onboard an assumption that I think is not only wrong, but masks the real problem behind a more superficial one. And that assumption is that we are more divided than ever before. I don't think we are. In fact, not only do I think we have never been less divided, that this is so is itself the cause of the intensification of political hatred that I think motivates the question of dividedness in the first place. It is because we are so united on what the problems are, the stakes, the timelines, and the solutions available to us that everything so quickly boils down to a zero-sum game in which there is no air for compromise, even between those who can only watch and comment. Let them eat cakes is no longer a viable answer even for those with power. The whole world is at stake for all of us. Petty alliances based on class, culture, religion, etc. have increasingly little solidity to them compared to the existential.
Petty alliances based on class? This is our leftist chat. This is our boy. This is who we're rooting for. That's why I wore the squid, right? To support my fellow leftist, President Sunday. But he just told me that petty differences in class are something that I should just get over. We don't want to be like, I don't know, conscious of something like class. No, not a priority for Professor Sunday here.
Question of who's going to be elected to hold the questions of whether basic freedoms, equality, and even the habitability of our planet will be preserved or destroyed in their hands, and this is so for both the right and the left. And this makes us crazy, especially for those of us, like on this panel, when we take a wage and build a reputation based upon whether people view us as allies in the bigger struggle or not. So that we have very strong incentives to be obstinate and to not even let ourselves treat each other reasonably. I'm sure some of us remember Rob Knorr telling us how the fictitious General Alden's plan for pulling out the troops could have saved lives. This isn't because Rob is stupid, although he is also this. This is because Rob is invested. This is a funny example, but this kind of thing happens all the time.
I mean, he's still riding that Vosh cock. That horse cock, right? That's a Vosh thing. That's he's glazing up Vosh. Jesus Christ, I thought he was against that stuff.
In more subtle ways. In some, far from dividedness being a problem, what we are really entrapped by is our unity, the totalizing attitude it engenders, and whether conceived in terms of party, nation, class, race, etc., how it commits us all addictively to a death spiral in which no
is it too sped up?
Can be risked. Thank you.
Okay, just on the 2-minute mark, basically. Now we're going to throw it over to Lonerbox.
I don't personally think divisions are inherently a bad thing. I'd imagine if you live in a democracy, or in this case, a constitutional federal republic, divisions are probably a good thing. It's good to disagree on things, and that helps people to hone their positions and find ultimately somewhere that actually yields the best results for most of society. So I think the problem is what you have now is more like polarization, where you have, with no help from the internet, groups able to have their very comforting worldviews that they can just kind of give them little prescriptions and how to, and like immediate and short answers to every single issue in the world, so that you can just, basically what you're going to think about any particular issue before you've even started looking into it, and then you just work backwards and find all the information from whatever camp you're in that helps reinforce that belief that you were always going to have anyway based on which camp you've chosen to be in. I would say both sides are to blame for this in a little bit when it comes to extremes, but the fact is the Democrats for the most part kept their crazies out. They have mostly rejected.
I mean, that's very Twitch pull of you. The Democrats have kept their crazies out, right? So if you believe in Medicare for all, housing for all, anything like this, you're being kept out.
The insane wishes of the very, very far left in America, whereas the Republican Party is completely taken over by the likes of Donald Trump.
Again, that's how you know he's a lefty in Twitch poll, is that he's punching left, right? He's like, look at all those other crazies over there. Look at those radical leftists over there. I'm not like them.
Still, you have 70%.
We got a question about what is the bot, what is the Stream Elements bot filtering out tonight? It's filtering out caps lock. If you have something to say, you can probably say it without screaming. That is the equivalent of what you're doing by typing in all caps, so don't do that. We have got Trump spam that afflicts us many times. Generally coming in here to promote a candidate is not helpful. We're trying to have a conversation in chat. So if you're like, Trump 2024 or Kamala 2024 or something like that, right? Something with no substance in it, right? MAGA, whatever, then no, right? That's getting filtered. That's getting, what is it? Getting timed out. It's getting timed out, right? I have kind of taken some of these down. And of course, if you're saying something like racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, you might come up against the bot filters. And that's a little bit more of a serious thing. You will get banned for that, and you'll get banned damn quick. So don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Anyway, good question. Glad to answer. Let's keep it rolling.
Kind of Republicans who think the last election was stolen. Divisiveness is that people complain about is generally their fault. Yeah.
Okay. Which is like don't kill kids.
We're gonna throw it over to Lecture Fan.
I think the obvious answer to why we're more divided now is because society has changed, and the question is, how has society changed over time? And I think the obvious answer to how society has changed, and you can see this in all the data, is less and less people are in traditional families, less and less people go to church on Sundays, less and less people are involved in community organizations, and a lot of societies change like that over time. As societies get more mature and as societies get more wealthy, people naturally turn away from God, turn away from Jesus Christ, and turn away from a true spiritual understanding of the world, and start to replace that with communism, with Nazism, all these other ideologies. And what we've seen in the United States and around the world with the global left going hardcore atheist, and then
the global left,
spiritual emptiness, and trying to get spiritual fulfillment.
Oh my God, chat! We got the global left, we got the atheists. We're not too far from anti-Semitic territory here with a Lord of the Rings fan. I wonder who he blames for this godless swing, this cultural Marxism, so to speak, that we've been afflicted by in America. But hey, look, I'm glad that somebody brought up Jesus, right? That's an important debate topic, right? That was the debate that Vosh was that the person that Vosh harassed was trying to have with him, right? A little debate about Jesus. And Vosh apparently would have rather talked about horse anatomy. Horse anatomy was what Vosh wanted to debate. Anyway.
Things like global warming, trying to stop man-made global warming, and then it leads to these extreme positions from the left, and you're seeing it from the Democrats in the United States. They take these hardcore, radical, extreme positions, especially like, putting men and women's sports or transgender issues, all these sorts of things that are causing a lot of us that are basically still traditional believers that to be like, whoa, this is absolutely insane, and that's what's causing the division.
Okay, we're gonna throw it over now to Jebtan.
Yeah, I kind of agree with
So progress. That's what is causing the division. There's too much progress.
President Sunday on that core point of political divisions aren't our problem. Political divisions are good, but we should have a divided political atmosphere to avoid, pushing this giant ship that is the United States too quickly in one direction before we can, make up for generational gaps in belief systems. And we don't want to push the Overton window too much based on one generation when the next generation might not agree. The issue is personal divides. And I think there is a fundamental profit motive in the media to divide on both sides. I think they have perfected systems through social media and traditional media even to get people to tune in by saying the other side is going to destroy the world. They're going to do it immediately. And if they get power for even a second, the world is going to get destroyed. Luckily for us, we've had 2 terms in the past 8 years, one from each party. Neither of them destroyed the world. Both of them, under Trump, people's lives were generally good. Economy was generally good. Under Biden, the economy sucked mostly because of COVID. And though I do have qualms with how Biden dealt with it, it recovered pretty okay. One of the issues is the reason why I resent the idea that it's just the GOP causing the personal division all the time is because we had 8 years of the GOP trying to work against this profit motive. We had McCain and Romney both attacking birthers in their own party, attacking people who wanted to do this sort of alarmism. And they lost their elections, while guys like Barack Obama and Joe Biden saying things like Mitt Romney wants to put black people back in chains, completely unfounded, they won their elections. And so we had a natural...
Oh my God, chat. Like, now, where do you think they were talking about? I'll look up this quote to see what he's talking about, but that's a wild point of view, right? Why are we so divided? Well, the Republicans were great, but the Democrats, they were doing mean tweets. There were mean tweets. They were mean. I don't know if he's talking about a tweet. I don't know if he's talking about a speech, but I mean, look, there is like technically a carve out, right, in the Constitution for prison labor. And when you have a country that unequally distributes justice, right, and points it as a weapon against people of color, then, you're going to have a de facto, I don't know what you want to call it, forced labor primarily by black and brown people, and being used by being used as a tool of capitalism in our prison system. I mean, if they were talking about anything like that, it's got to be that's actually surprising. I would be surprised if Obama or Biden said anything about that, because generally libs, they like to lib. They like to lib and let lib. And part of that libbing and letting lib is let Alabama exploit black and brown people in their prison systems.
Snapback of the GOP realizing there's a game being played that if we refuse to play, we are going to lose every election, and we're going to lose it powerfully. And so Trump came in and went whole hog in the wrong direction.
Full hog!
To the poisonous game.
Rose said full hog. Chat, can we get some full hogs in chat? Do we have that? Do we have that as an emote? Do we have a full hog emote? Anybody got a full hog emote? I know we made a full hog emote. We might not have it up right now. I'll do it for you, okay? It's like, go full hog.
We're playing, and the Democrats have now clapped back and are doing the same thing, and so we just have this increasing personal divide, not political.
Bro is frozen. By the way, bro is frozen. It's not
caused by that profit motive.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to Hake. Also, Jeb, your camera is frozen.
Yeah, I was saying.
You probably get rid of that.
Yeah, I'll just switch off split cam. Thank you.
I believe in you, Jeb. You'll do good. Okay, throwing it over to Hake.
Thank you. I think the reason that we are so divided is because we've become destructively divided. Is because
okay. So chat. Just sorry, I'm not gonna. I know I'm interrupting too much, right? But I gotta add content to this, or else Dylan will have my ass on a silver platter. And also, I want to point out this is a Jesse Lee Peterson orbiter. This is the first time. If you don't know Jesse Lee Peterson, he's the guy that calls everybody beta. He asks important questions when you're on his show. He likes to ask you, are you a homosexual? Do you love black people? All this kind of stuff. I don't know. We might have to do if he brings up Jesse Lee Peterson, if he brings up his boss, then I will go on a little bit of a memory lane, like a little spiel about JLP. But if he keeps it out of the debate, we'll just let it roll.
Kind of a bunch of women. And shout out to the ladies. Shout out to the women.
Sorry, women.
We love the women.
Did you say women? We love the women, don't we?
Destructively divided is because we've become kind of a bunch of women.
We've become a bunch of women. Okay, we're all women.
We love the women, but
wait. I thought the last time I talked to somebody like you on, you were telling me I would never be a woman. But we're all women. He just pronounced me a woman. Thank you. That's really sweet of you. I appreciate you.
Both the conservatives and the liberals are, like a lot of you guys said, hating one another, unfoundedly thinking that they're better than each other. Trump should be a non-controversial figure. Like everything he said,
What?
Reasonable,
but perfectly reasonable.
But, he rightly pointed out that there's a lot of anger in this country, and that's really has no place. Because
look, if you're gonna say he rightly pointed out there's a lot of anger in this country, you got to do like there's a lot of you got to do Trump. You got to bring it, make it like him. He's in the room with us. You got to be like, do him saying there's a lot of anger in this country.
Anger is what starts violence. Anger is what starts believing crazy things. It's like when you break up with like a girlfriend or a wife, or she's mad at you. There's no reasoning with her. She won't believe you, even when you're being perfectly honest and it's clear to everybody out.
Dylan, I gotta say, bro, good get. This guy's great. I love this guy.
That you're being honest.
This is my favorite dude.
This fake unity of so-called civil rights that both sides.
So-called civil rights. Oh my God, no.
Acquiesced to.
Both sides acquiesce to civil rights. Yo, that's his problem with America. Yeah, there's a division right there. Civil rights. We just get rid of that. Everybody be fine, right?
Hate crimes legislation. All these things were very divisive in the pretense of bringing people together. And I agree with Lecture Fan that we got spoiled. And when you get spoiled, you tend to forget
spoiled.
God.
Wait, what do they say? Yeah, hard times make soft men. Soft men make delicious food. Delicious food makes happy women. And happy women make what do happy women make? Happy cats. There we go.
And I think even the Christians have forgotten God. So it's a mess.
I'm gonna throw it over to Adam Mockler to wrap up the intros.
Yeah, so I think you can draw a direct line from Donald Trump's entry into American politics to the division we see today. And I think it was only amplified by social media. We could probably all agree on the social media piece. I don't know about that. But when it comes to Donald Trump, in 2012, his claim to fame in American politics was saying that Barack Obama wasn't born in America. He convinced a large portion of the country Obama wasn't born in America. A decade later, he's boosting Laura Loomer posts about Kamala Harris's birth certificate. But we can go to 2016. Donald Trump had the RNC chanting, "Lock her up." Michael Flynn comes on stage. Michael Flynn leads a "Lock her up" chant. And if conservatives in here are going to try to claim that Donald Trump never said "lock her up," I have the receipt, so I'd be careful with that one. Next.
Look, this is the guy from Midas Touch, all right? So he does in fact have the receipts. If you are steeped enough in Twitch poll lore, you might think that I'm the one who has the receipts because I've got folders on everyone and everything, including streamers that I've never talked about or didn't know existed before. But no, it is not actually me. It's Midas Touch. It's Midas Touch that had the receipts all the time. They have the folders, all right?
Donald Trump, everything he says is completely divisive. And you compare his "lock her up" chants to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They had a rally a few weeks ago where the chant started yelling, "Lock him up, lock him up." Kamala Harris said verbatim, "We're going to let the courts handle that. Our job is to beat him in November." So what's the difference between a candidate who's leading the top of the ticket, who says all of the courts are rigged, all of the elections are rigged, the judge is rigged, the judge's daughter, Judge Merchan's daughter is rigged, versus the person who says, "We're going to let the courts handle that." And Tim Walz, we can look up the video, when the crowd started chanting "Lock her up," Tim Walz calms the crowd down and says, "We don't do that." So, yeah. The idea that the two parties also, Hicks says that everything that Donald Trump says is reasonable. Do you think Obama was not born in America?
Okay, now with that intro section done, we're gonna
think you're gonna like his answer.
We're gonna open it up to a general area.
I love how this is a panel on what is the cause of the divisions in America, and half the panel, I think 3/4 of the panel is just like fuck the other party. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's my thing. So I want to go after that a little bit too on both sides. So the idea that Kamala Harris has been just like anti-lock him up as a narrative as a whole, it's sort of the issue I have with Democrats acting like Democrats have been so civil this whole time. They're just a little more covert in their lies. Sure, she clapped down "lock him up" in that speech, but in the same speech she said, "I know Trump's type," when she's talking about scammers, fraudsters, criminals, and things like that. She clearly wants him to be locked up and made several statements aligning with the idea.
I love this. It's a controversial thing to say that a guy with multiple convictions at this point, that's on the line for like 96 other crimes or whatever, a guy that's literally running for president so he can escape accountability for any of those crimes. What a spicy take to say that he might be a criminal. Oh my God. How dare you? You might as well have pulled the trigger yourself, along with that Republican that gave Trump his high-powered ear piercing. You might as well have just been riding shotgun with this guy.
That he deserves to be locked up because he's a criminal. But then just when they say to lock him up, she's like, "Let's let the courts handle that." She clearly is making a stance that she thinks he should be locked up, but she's more covert about it, which is fair. That is good.
Sorry, do you disagree that Trump is a criminal?
Yeah.
No, but what I'm no, but I also
wait. We got to let him finish.
I was being asked.
We triggered the conservatives.
But then I also have an issue on the other side with Hake. Everything Trump says is reasonable. Even when he said he became a Republican because he thinks Republicans are so fucking stupid that they would vote for him no matter what. Do you think everything Trump has said is reasonable?
I'm sorry, did he say that? Can we get a fact check on that? Did Trump say that?
This is the problem, is I don't think you're bought into those ideas politically. I think you're bought into those ideas because, as President Sunday said, there's an environment that has incentivized you to say either everything Trump has said is reasonable, or on the other side, everything Kamala has ever said is reasonable, and she's never made any similar mistakes to Trump, and she's a completely unrecognizable. It's apples to bowling balls when you're comparing them.
Hold on. But Jet let's be honest here. Donald Trump's criminality is possibly nation-ending. Like when we talk about Kamala Harris speaking about how much of a criminal Trump is. Oh yes, if January 6th was successful, what the fuck do you think would have happened?
What do you mean? What is your term of successful?
Okay, no, I don't know. I've got Reuters here telling me Trump did not call Republicans the dumbest group of voters. An old quote falsely attributed to Donald Trump has recently resurfaced online. A viral meme alleges Trump told People magazine in 1998. God damn, I gotta open this up. But it's not true, I guess, right? That Republicans were, quote unquote, the dumbest group of voters in the country. No, so Trump actually did not say that. Trump actually did not make... That's wild. That's wild. Why is this Trump sycophant spreading fake news? Did I miss it? And he was like, bring that up to... Why even bring that up? It's a fake quote. I'm telling you right now, chat, it's fake news. All right, all my conservative friends in Shorts chat, just like notice this, the fact that I am debunking in real time something that Donald Trump did not in fact say. No, he did not actually have an L. Ron Hubbard-esque quote saying that that Republicans were the dumbest group of voters.
January 6th was possibly nation-ending.
Made any similar mistakes to Trump, and she's a completely unrecognizable. There's an environment that has incentivized you to say either everything Trump has said Trump has said is reasonable. This is the problem, is I don't think you're bought into those ideas. This is reasonable. Even when he said he became a Republican because he thinks Republicans are so fucking stupid that they would vote for him no matter what. You think everything Trump has said is reasonable. But then I also have an issue on the other side with Hake. Everything Trump says is reasonable. Even when he said he became a Republican because he thinks Republicans are so fucking stupid that they would vote for him no matter what.
Am I having to debunk a Republican? Am I having to debunk a MAGA fan on what is actually fake news about Donald Trump? But here it is, chat. Reuters tells me that's not true. He didn't say that.
You think everything Trump has said is reasonable. This is the problem, is I don't think you're bought into those ideas politically. I think you're bought into those ideas.
Wow.
As President Sunday said, there's an environment that incentivized you to say either everything Trump has said is reasonable, or on the other side, everything Kamala has ever said is reasonable, and she's never made any similar mistakes to Trump, and she's a completely unrecognized. It's apples to bowling balls when you're comparing them.
Hold on.
Wait. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm saying this the right way. Trump has not said that on the record, okay? I mean, whatever he said in private, we don't know, but he hasn't said that on the record. It does sound like something Trump would say. That's probably why it spread. That's probably why it went viral. It sounds like a Trump thing to say, but he didn't actually say it. This one's fake news.
Trump's criminality is possibly nation-ending. Like when we talk about Kamala Harris speaking about how much of a criminal Trump is. Oh yes, if January 6th was successful, what the fuck do you think would have happened?
What do you mean? What is your term of successful?
If January 6th was successful, if those slates of electors were illegally overturned, if Trump overturned the election, what do you think the United States, anyone who is constitutionally loyal, what do you think the solution would have had to be to oust an illegal president? Would that not be damn near nation-ending?
No, it would be suing. The Supreme Court would evaluate which slate of electors was legal. They would find that the original slate of electors was legal, and it wouldn't have ended the nation.
He's allowed to do it. He's allowed to do it. He's allowed to bring on fake electors. He's allowed to try to fucking Jesus Christ. He's allowed to talk to the what was it? Was it the Attorney General in Georgia and ask him to find him 11,000 votes? That's all very legal, all very cool.
The Supreme Court is unbelievably.
Give us a moment. I just want to make sure we have one at a time because we got 4 people trying to talk. Yeah. Okay, so I saw there was a few people trying to jump on this. So I want Jebtan. You just said what you think would happen, and so Crenshaw, I want to have you throw that question at MPU. Because
Jebtan, is that like a weeb? Is that a weeb name? Is he Jeb? So chat, if you don't know, in anime culture, the suffix tan is sometimes affixed to people's names if they are like the like if you were to be the corporate spokesperson for like Tang juice boxes, right? And you wore like a Tang juice box, and you were like, probably a hot chick that was wearing a Tang juice box, and you were like, you'd be Tang Tan, right? You'd be like, that's what that means. I don't know if that's what his name means. And I don't know what he is the corporate spokesmodel for, but that's wow. Am I missing that? That seems weird.
It looks like he wanted to respond to that. Adam and Loner, I saw you wanted to talk, so I'll throw it to you after, okay?
All right, cool. Am I talking or MPU?
Yeah, MPU.
I think you're asking MPU something.
MPU, do you want to answer that question? I saw you wanted to respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, the point of fact is that there is a constitutional question as to whether or not, under the existing law, that Mike Pence had any responsibility whatsoever to declare that slates of electors that were brought by certain states where there were questions about the legality of the way the vote was conducted, particularly Wisconsin with their democracy in the park, the way they collected ballots, the way that Georgia allowed people to ballot.
So chat, for the record, just to clear this up for people in chat, right? The Jesse Lee Peterson guy in the upper right corner, I can't remember what his name is, Hake. He's the one that said everything Trump says is reasonable. The guy in the middle row on the left, right, Jake Tan or whatever, he is saying that's ridiculous. You can't say that everything that Trump says is reasonable. You can't say that everything Kamala says is reasonable. And he gives his example is like a quote that literally Trump didn't actually say.
Harvest and stuff ballot boxes, and when Michigan certified their slate of electors without actually being able to balance the ballot books. That's 100%, 72% of the precincts in.
So again, what conservatives generally do, or what conservatives did in 2020, is they looked and they found normal things, normal phenomenon in elections that go on every single year, and they called foul on them, right? So the question that you got to look into, and that's what makes it hard to sort of push back at every single species of election denial that goes on, because unless you know enough about elections to know like how they're run, what's normal, what's expected, then you don't know. And in fact, what happened, right? You know, there's like, I don't know, 5 fact checks you got to perform in real time. I don't know. It's hard to do in a debate. It's almost impossible to do that in a debate. It's not just one fact check. It's like 5.
In Michigan could not certify that their ballots were actually ballots.
You got to balance the ballot. If the ballot's not balanced, how can you send in a slate of electors, lecture fans? How can you send in a slate if the ballots aren't balanced? If the ballots aren't balanced, then no. I mean, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Hold on. No,
wait a second.
You got to balance the ballots.
No, let me finish and then I'll let
This
you
is-
come back.
Okay, wait. MPU, could you wrap it up in 20 seconds though? Because that's a lot to respond to. I just want to make sure that he can, there's not too much.
So the basic tenet was that if a vice president under the current law or the law that existed in 2020, it's been changed since, if the vice president thought that the elector certificates were not in proper form, he could have, under the law, made an argument to say, no, we're not gonna certify that. And they didn't choose to do that.
Hold on.
Doghouse here. What's doing here? I want to throw this over
Who's
to
this?
Back to Crenshaw. I don't know why you got in here. Crenshaw, and after Crenshaw, we're gonna go to Adam.
Yeah, okay. So first and foremost, literally every single case that Trump and his team made about stolen elections, XYZ ballots, all of them were proven to be false, particularly with the video in Georgia. That video was spliced. I can give you the link. I can give you the link. I don't mind. I can give you the link of the video in which Giuliani and them literally spliced the video. But if you actually watch the video, that box was not automatically, it wasn't already under the table. It was a box of ballots they had counted that day, and it put in the box under the table that had no box under it from the beginning of the day. Everything is on video. There is absolutely no secret ballot as it pertains to Georgia, period. I don't know why you guys are believing this, especially given the fact that Giuliani literally sat there and said, yeah, not gonna lie, I didn't.
Look, if you ever run into this, if you ever find yourself in a situation like this, all you need to remember is that there were a number of court cases. There were quite a few court cases filed by the Trump administration, right? They found quote unquote ballot irregularities all over the place.
Communist invading radicals.
They filed their charges, they went to court, and in most cases they were thrown out because the things that they were not finding
But now there are freaking
were not real.
invading radicals.
That's probably where you want to go as far as the talking point, rather than having to debunk every single variety, like I said, of election denial, because it's like whack-a-mole. Like you whack one, 3 more pop up. Right? The point is that there's courts all over this nation, including a lot of courts where the judges were appointed by Trump himself, and even more courts where the judges were appointed by Republicans, right? So how is it that the conspiracy, the deep state conspiracy, is so pervasive that they even got to Trump's nominees, right? It doesn't make sense. And indeed, none of this stuff makes sense. It's been adjudicated, and it has been pushed the fuck away. It has been pushed the fuck away. There was no, and this is the key word, chat, determinative election fraud in 2020. All right? Case closed.
Make up that story about, those election workers stealing the election. I did make that up, but it was my First Amendment right to make up that story. And sure, I ruined 2 people's lives, but First Amendment.
Yeah, over 60 cases lost. That's right.
And then can I get in there, Dylan? Can I get in
I'm
there?
learning so much about the causes of division in America.
Okay, but we gotta move. That's why I want to throw it to Adam, because we gotta move on.
I'll say this one thing with respect.
See, this is why we're rooting for Sunday. This is literally our guy on the panel, though. Like, as much as we all have very recently experienced what an utter scumbag he is, and, I can show you more about his, quote-unquote leftist credentials. I can show you who this guy's friends with, who he's in bed with, who he's orbiting around. They are not leftists, right? But for this panel, for Dylan's panel, this is the best guy going. This is the closest thing to a leftist that we're going to find on Dylan's panel. So that's why I've got the squid hat on. If you're wondering, anybody coming in here being like, why are you dressed like Splatoon? I'm dressed like Splatoon in support of President Sunday, who often wears a squid on his head. And, Chad, it's only a matter of time until that squid's on his head again. So, we're rooting for Sunday. That's what we're here to cheer for Sunday. If any Sundayites come in here, say that I'm trying to, shit on him or whatever, you're wrong. This is our guy. We're Team Sunday. We're Team Squid.
Back to the cases.
For now.
62 cases were brought forward. 60 were dismissed for the concept of latches. Does anybody on this panel besides me and Lecture Fan understand what latches means? The cases
do you also acknowledge that even the ones do you also acknowledge
the cases were never heard on the merit?
Do you also acknowledge
they were never heard on the merit? The deep state got to the judges nominated by Trump himself, nominated by other Republicans. The deep state. It was the deep state, and they were never judged on their merits.
So although that was the reason they were just hang on.
Courts oftentimes take a position that they don't want to handle a thing because it's a political hot potato.
All the courts.
Maybe it's fraud.
Wait.
More perfect.
Yeah,
that's not what latches means.
Loner wants to respond. Wait.
No.
Latches says that you cannot bring.
Wait. Okay. 1 second.
He's talking about a case called latches. He's not the actual latches on the case, right? It's a case. It's a court case, right? So we're clear, right? And you don't get it mixed up and think they're talking, because there was a famous like video clip of like a suitcase or a carrying case being taken out from under somewhere. Republicans latched onto that. They said they're taking all the votes away. And it was debunked. It was debunked a million times. But no, they're talking about the actual court case latches. I'll maybe try to look that up for us.
1 second. Okay, we're gonna do this quickly. We're gonna go Adam, then Loner, okay? Because there's too many people to talk. Okay, Adam?
I was gonna respond to something 4 topics ago. If Lonerbox wants to wrap up the election fraud thing, I can bring it back to division.
Okay, so Loner, you can talk to MPU.
Okay, yeah, MP, you're not acknowledging that even the cases that were dismissed on latches were also, they reviewed the evidence as well. I don't know why you're leaving that part out. There were several cases, much more than 4 or whatever that you mentioned. They were also assessed on the merits, and not 2, like at least fucking 7. So I don't know where you're getting that from. Also, okay, you're lying, okay. Also, even Giuliani admitted that he was lying. He said that it was just his First Amendment right to do so. Even Fox News had to settle the Dominion case for the same reason. Jeb,
I don't know why. Exactly what the latches throwouts were for, which is that one party was unreasonably pushing cases and delaying cases in order to attack the other party and make it harder for the other party. That's the reason they got dismissed on latches, not just because it's a political hot potato, but because even Giuliani, Steve Bannon, they admitted behind closed doors that they were putting through cases they knew were going to fail in order to sow distrust in the election. That is what the latches doctrine is for. It is so that you don't allow a party to just recreationally attack and sue and push lawsuits just to delay a vote, just to delay a count.
Now what? I hate to crush this, but the problem is this entire topic we're talking about right now is the main event of tonight. And so if we just have this as also the main event, my God.
Yeah, I got something else to talk about.
I know we got, so Adam Mockler's been waiting very patiently, and so I'm going to throw it to Adam. I know who else is waiting. I got a mental note.
Oh my God, chat. I just realized I haven't done my due diligence in making sure we understand who all these people are. So, like, in general, like I told you earlier in this broadcast, right, this is Dylan Burns. He's the moderator. He's not a debater. He probably won't chime in with his opinion on anything. He brings on, let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 8 people on here, right? So there's 8 people on a Dylan panel. 4 of them will be nominally right-wing, and 4 of them will be nominally left-wing. And generally, none of them will be leftist, right? So unfortunately, the closest thing we've got to a leftist here is President Sunday. Okay, but let's just count them up. Let's just count up who we know is on the left, all right? So on the left, we've got Adam Mockler in the top left, Sunday in the bottom left, Crenshaw in the bottom middle, and Lonerbox. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That is true. Okay, Lonerbox in the right middle, all right? And the rest are conservative. So we've got the Jesse Lee Peterson orbiter up here in the top right. We've got I said it wrong, Lord of the Rings fan in the middle here. You got MPU in the bottom right, and we've got Jake Tan having himself a nice little beverage, like I should be right now. If I drank, I would be. Right now in the middle left, right? So there, we got for rightoids, for leftoids, and Dylan in the top middle. That's the moderator. All right. So just so we're really clear on this, because like it's hard to, we want to keep track of where everybody's coming from.
And I think Hake is waiting too.
Wait, actually, do I need to kind of do this?
Yeah, so Jebtan, I'm bringing it back like 10 minutes here. I totally disagree.
Jebtan, sorry, not Jake Tan.
Shooting down the lock him up chance are basically equivalent to Donald Trump basically allowing the chance to happen. Also, saying it himself. Maybe we should lock her up. And the idea that the idea that Kamala Harris saying something to the effect of, I know Donald Trump's type, I've beat him before. I think that's more of her saying, I beat him in elections before. He's a cheater. We can see, like, if you disagree with any of this stuff, do you really think he's not a cheater? He's not a criminal. So I'm just to bring it back, I totally disagree that Kamala Harris shooting down the chance is the same as Donald Trump emboldening the chance. Can you see the difference there?
Can I jump in real quick? Yeah, so the issue is, and the issue lies in your recollection of the speech. You left out the parts where she describes that he is a criminal, deserving of being locked up. When she says, I know his type, she's not saying, I prosecutor, I know Donald Trump's type. She is literally saying, I prosecuted and
maybe she knows the type of guy that has 34 indictments. She knows the type of dude that has 34 indictments and he's not fit to be president.
Just admit that she thinks he should be locked up because she thinks he's a criminal.
How is it? But it's not divisive for her to say that.
Can you admit that Kamala Harris will never explicitly say lock him up in the same way Donald Trump will?
If it's not If it's not divisive, why did Adam feel the need to leave that out and claim that she doesn't want him locked up? Because it doesn't.
Hey, look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If she's doing like a campaign speech and she implies that she's going to put her thumb on the scale of justice, she's going to lean on her Department of Justice. So Chad, if you don't know, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, these are supposed to be independent. Now, I don't know, what the exact stipulation is on that, how, what qualifies independence, right? But the idea is that they operate independently of the president. They are not supposed to be at the behest. So in other words, the whole idea of like Trump's getting court cases against him because Biden is somehow making it happen is bullshit, right? If anything's happening, federally with the Department of Justice, it's happening through the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, a pretty centrist, honestly, figure and an independent figure. Same thing with Trump. It's happening through, I guess Bill Barr was there for a while. I'm trying to remember. He had a lot of different people there, Chad. He couldn't really keep a AG for very long, but and there's reasons for that. Probably because he leaned on them, and they're supposed to be independent. He's kind of like asking them to, violate their own credibility in that way, right? So, I mean, this is a fucked up thing that Trump's been using for the longest time, right? He committed crimes, as, stated by the convictions that he got. He got charges against him. He got indicted. And then, those charges, some of them have been prosecuted. Some of them have been delayed. Some of those charges have been utterly fucked up by the Supreme Court, which decided that only, that if a president was doing in pursuance of an official act, in his duty as president, that he literally can break any law that he wants and is immune of that, right? But that's where we're at. We're not in a place where you've got so in other words, right, for Kamala to say that I am a former attorney general, I'm a former prosecutor, and I know his type, no, is not tantamount to her saying that she's going to lean on the Department of Justice. She's going to lean on the AG. She's going to force these people to compromise their integrity in order to go after her political enemies. That is a fucking massive leap of logic.
It doesn't really matter what he says because the reality of the situation is like we just established.
One second. If you're both talking at the same time, I can't hear anything. I want Crenshaw to respond, and then I want to throw it over to Hank because he's been waiting very patiently the whole time to say nothing. Oh, actually,
yeah, we got to hear what the Jesse Lee Peterson orbiter says.
Then Hank.
The reason why I'm saying it's not divisive is because if you look at the level of back, I don't want to make it a J6 debate again, but the point of the matter is the level of crime Trump committed is democracy ending, capable of ending democracy. Calling him a criminal and drawing a line in the sand and saying this motherfucker is a criminal, this guy is capable of ending democracy, this guy needs to be locked up. When the line is drawn this far and you guys are grading him on such a crazy curve, somebody has to say something and demand actual rule of law. That's not divisiveness. That's taking a stand where it needs to be made.
Okay, I'm glad we admitted Kamala also said she wanted Donald Trump locked up. I'm glad we've gotten there. You can
yes. The Constitution oath breaker should be locked up.
So wow. Quickly, Adam. I know Adam was trying to respond as well since it was his question. So I want to give him 15 seconds before we through with the lecture. Who I know is going to have some things to say.
Yeah, Timothy, JLP, Jesse Lee Peterson. For those of you who don't know who I mean, the guy in the top right is apparently an orbiter. And I didn't know that Jesse Lee Peterson had orbiters, but apparently he does. Well, what I do know, chat, is that Twitch has 3-minute ad breaks at the top of every hour, and we were coming up upon the top of the next hour. That means that you've got precious few minutes to get yourself a sub, because that's the only way you avoid them. On YouTube, you can just skip the ads. It's pretty easy, right? On Twitch, you can't skip them unless you skip them for a whole month. You can do that for free with a Prime sub. You can integrate your Amazon Prime with Twitch and get yourself a free sub that way. You can also get it for $6 by buying yourself a sub, or you could possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
If you had anything you wanted to say, because you were trying to interact with Jeb as well.
Sorry, can I just read this quote?
I missed it, didn't I? I missed it. You already had the ad break. You already, God damn, I thought I was on my shit.
Sure, if you want to read a quote.
I know Donald Trump's type is, this is what Kamala Harris was saying. In these roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Perpetrators who abused women, and tell me which one he didn't do. Perpetrators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own game. So hear me when I say I know Donald Trump's type. Like, where is she saying, can you be as good faith as possible? There's a difference between saying something like that versus lock her up and emboldening your crowd to chant lock her up. You don't see any difference between those two.
No, so one is, yeah, I agree there's a difference.
That's a question for Jebtan, and then we got to go to lecture. I'm sorry, MPU.
I agree there's a difference, and I described the difference. I think in their divisiveness, Democrats are more covert. Donald Trump outright says, I want Hillary Clinton locked up.
So the Democrats are divisive, they're just covert.
That is bad, and you should not do that. Kamala covertly says, I want my opponent locked up.
That's covert. Because it's covert because she didn't actually say it. It's covert because she didn't actually say it. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's how covert it really is. I'm sorry, let me hit this button. I'm supposed to do this. Wait, YouTube alerts, I thought I had them. Oh, I know where it's coming from. Wait, do I know where it's coming from? Let's hit it again. Anyway, that's super covert.
So Republicans are more openly divisive.
Where is it coming from?
Okay,
No. Democrats are openly divisive.
Stop.
What's going on? So somebody's coming in from Sunday stream telling me that MPU down in the lower right hand corner, it's pretty wild. It's going to get pretty wild soon. I also want to mention, thank you for the super chats, everybody. I will read the super chats at the end of the stream. All right. So keep them coming. And remember, if you super chat, let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. The topics are in the poll on the full scale stream. So if you're in Twitch or if you're in Shorts, you might have to go over to the other stream on YouTube in order to see that, right? But actually, let me put them up on here. I think I have them. Is it right here, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Now you can see the choices that you have, because we're going to do bonus content after we get done with this and the Trump speech. And if we hit the dono goal and, we'll do bonus content. You can also put your thumb on the scale. You can add points to the topic of your choice by donating. You just have to let me know which of these topics you want to see. Anyway, any kind of donation, whether it's super chat, super sticker, whether it is you're getting yourself a membership, giving other people memberships, signing up for Patreon, donating to my throne, which is down there and up there, or subbing on Twitch. Any of those things, they get you the ability to put your money where your mouth is. And all you got to do is let me know what you want to see as bonus content, and I will add it to the kitty. I will add it to the percentage of your of the topic of your choice. There we go.
I'm gonna mass mute. I'm
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan. All right, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate that. I gotta say, Lonerbox and Adam are like living on completely different planets, pushing false information because they don't even know that what they believe is false. Lonerbox saying that the Democrat Party hasn't gone radical and the Republican Party has is just demonstrably false. Pew Global Research has done research on this where they've proven that's false. Adam Laxalt, or Adam Mockler, sorry, I got your name wrong, but you're clearly like just a TDS guy. I don't know if you've been diagnosed.
Hey man, earlier you said something about,
or if you actually.
Chad, is this guy a medical professional? Is he able to diagnose something like TDS? Yeah, we're talking about Trump derangement syndrome. If you're not familiar, right? But apparently our chiropractor down here in the lower right hand corner. His license allows him to diagnose something like that. I'm not sure.
Actually, believe what you had, or if you just don't know the history of where the device began, because it actually began in 2008 when Barack Obama first started. Thank you. It actually went back to 2008 when Barack Obama's 2008 campaign. I know you may not have been around for that, but that's exactly what it was. And you guys talking about like somebody actually locking up their political opponent are like living on a completely different planet. Donald Trump actually had the opportunity to prosecute Hillary Clinton. That was a closed and shut case. Donald Trump made the decision not to prosecute Hillary Clinton in an incredible.
He is so full of shit.
of deference to our.
Oh my God!
They're talking about, oh, will or will not Kamala Harris try to lock up her political opponents and abuse she's already doing it. She's a part of this exact administration that's doing this against Donald Trump right now. Has filed all these frivolous lawsuits, and you guys claiming that Trump is a criminal over January 6th. Recognize he's never been.
Again, this guy is making a claim that they're leaning on the Attorney General. He's making a claim. Look, that honestly could probably be better made at Donald Trump in terms of the. I mean, Donald Trump had multiple AGs, multiple people at the DOJ, resign, and that's one of the reasons that people resign if they don't feel like they can be independent, if they feel like their integrity is compromised by their boss. Then anyway,
convicted of any crime over January 6th, so you're all full of crap.
Well, hold on.
You're all full of crap.
Mr. Crenshaw, I threw it over. I promised
Literally
Adam.
not been convicted of any crime.
Adam,
that doesn't mean anything.
Lecter fan keeps trying to.
I'm sorry, MPU. Sorry, Adam.
Lecter fan keeps trying to paint Democrats as all these radicals. Lonerbox touched on it, but like 70% of Republicans in Congress think the election was stolen. Do you think Kamala Harris is a communist? Lecter fan, like, do you think most sitting Democrats are communists? Because you named her.
When you propose price controls, yeah, that's a communist policy. Price controls are a communist policy.
Wait, do you think Biden is a capitalist or communist?
I don't think.
I think Biden. I think Biden's like Bill Clinton. Like, he doesn't really have true beliefs deep
down. So when you have Lecter fans sitting here going, the other side, they're full of communists. Do you think like Democrats are groomers too? Are you going to call us communists and groomers and then say we're the ones being divisive?
I think the left has given itself over to sexual perversion. Absolutely.
Okay, so we're the divisive ones, and you're going to call it just doesn't make sense. This is
but if we're communists, you're cool with that.
Okay. We're going to have Lonerbox respond, then Hake, and then President Sunday. Okay.
I was going to ask Lecterfan if he thinks like most American states are communist because they have like a lot of American states have laws against price gouging. I also want to correct myself. Actually, I misinformed.
No, they don't. You don't know what you're talking about. No, they don't.
It was actually 30 cases.
That's a lie.
It was actually 30 cases that were thrown out after the merits were assessed as well. As for the Hillary comparison, you have to understand the difference is that Hillary wasn't even indicted at the end, so she didn't plead the fifth once throughout all those fucking Benghazi hearings. Trump is a criminal.
He never. Donald
justice.
Okay, so I got to do a little fact check right here. So we talked about price controls. The point was made, the assertion was made by, I think, Lord of the Rings fan here, that price controls are communist, and if we're like crossing a Rubicon by doing that. In fact, price controls have already been used in the U.S. Some examples are public utilities like electrical and power and sewage. You've got rent control in many states. You've got healthcare. In programs like Medicaid and Medicare establish.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading
communist invading radicals, but apparently no communist invading radicals in the U.S. government.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Because price controls are not in fact communist. 4 occasions during the 20th century where more systematic price controls were employed: during World War I, World War II, the Korean War, economic dislocations of the Nixon administration, which were related to the Vietnam War. This is not communist invading radicals. This is just price controls. It's been done before.
Donald Trump made the decision.
And honestly, this is a pretty the affordability crisis that's going on right now. As many of my conservative friends in short chats are reminding me, that's a pretty significant crisis. So yeah, if not now, this is one of the most appropriate times to do something like that. And if you don't agree with that, then tell me what Donald Trump is going to do to get prices down, because I'll give you a clue. It's nothing. He did a speech in front of some honey bunches of oats, right? That is not going to do anything to get prices under control.
Obstructed justice in a way that says I'm going to destroy the data on devices, and that I'm going to use physical means to physically destroy.
Oh, I see. I thought it was divisive.
Donald Trump graciously didn't.
Obstructed justice after she was told that you need to preserve all this stuff because there's a thing going on. She literally destroyed or caused to be destroyed physical and digital evidence of her malfeasance. She had no right as Secretary of State to have a non-secure server and pass thousands upon thousands of emails across it that included top secret.
Hold on, fact check. Fact check.
But it's got to be like.
Hey, there is no.
Hold on.
I'm going to fact check.
There is a dispute here. There is a dispute.
Look, I don't know about a fact check, but I got to find out where these actual communist invading radicals are coming from, because I do seem to be getting YouTube alerts from somewhere. I know the stream alerts are annoying, chat, so I'm trying to get rid of them for now. I'm gonna put them back on in a second, right? But I don't know where they're coming from. I'm trying to stop the the sound, right? You know, you're getting the communists invading radicals while you're trying to watch the show. I know that's not great. I'm looking for where that might be coming from, and I am coming up with nothing. Anyway, let's see. It's not here. It's not there.
Okay,
a simple Google search shows that the emails were defeated months before the subpoena. Deleted months before the subpoena.
Allowing the Harris campaign.
Guys, I'm sorry to shut this down. I'm sorry to shut this down. I gotta shut.
Oh, I know where they're coming from. Maybe.
So we gotta keep moving.
No,
people haven't been talking. Like President Sunday and Hake haven't said literally basically anything. So I'm going to throw it over to Hake.
All right. So to Adam's point about most Republicans think that the election is stolen in Congress, which I completely disavows for the sake of all the channels and because I don't know. I don't know what the details are. And they say that there's no way of knowing. They made it so there's no way of knowing. But I think it was the most secure in history, like the government tells us to believe. But that just shows that the Republicans are being peaceful even while believing all that stuff. And is Biden a capitalist or communist? He's a commie capitalist.
Yeah, best debate tactic of all. Say something that's a denial of the point that everybody knows is true, but say it in a way where it makes it sound like the deep state is going to come for your ass. Be like, oh no, I know that just like the government said it was, this is the most secure election ever, right? Totally correct, right? This is wonderful shit.
In bed with, he's been in the government forever, and he's in bed with the capitalists.
Define that.
Define it. It's the government and the.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. He just said he's in bed with the capital. Sorry, let me do this right. The capitalist. Chat, there's a lot of... Anybody else have a dog at home? I just have to know, any of your dogs, are they kind of going wild when this guy talks? Anybody having a dog that's like barking or howling or making some other noise, seems irritated, seems to hear something that maybe you aren't hearing when this guy talks? Because I swear to God, the dogs around my house are going crazy right now with whenever this Jesse Lee Peterson orbiter talks.
Hey, do you think Obama was born in America?
Let me just finish. Oh yeah, about the Obama thing. I'm not sure. I think he was probably based on Bill O'Reilly's claims. They looked into it. He was born in Hawaii, and of course, for the sake of the channels, I think
Bill O'Reilly.
But he has to
for the sake of the channels, bro, you are not going to lose your channel for being a birther. All right. No, that's not something that happens. He's trying to act like, for the sake of all our channels, let's just say that he was born here, even though wink, 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 wink.
Interesting that both Trump and our greatest sheriff, Joe Arpaio, looked into it and found questionable stuff there. I think Obama may have...
Yeah, Trump found questionable stuff.
Joke. Nobody really cares about it, except for boomers who care about, right and wrong and stuff. And the racism stuff. But Obama divided the country racially more than anybody. Lecture fan pointed that out. He was bringing Black Lives Matter to the White House, and pre Obama, we were more racially united than after Obama, and that was predicted by people like Jesse Lee Peterson. And Trump, it's funny.
Yo, what a genius! What a genius, right? It was predicted by fucking political geniuses like Jesse Lee Peterson. He did mention him, chat. He did mention Jesse Lee Peterson. That means that we gotta go into, we're like chat. What I'm always telling you, what I keep on reminding you, what I keep on reminding myself is.
But now there are freaking.
Okay, so chat. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Communists invading radicals? Like, that sound is not supposed to be going on. I don't know where it's coming from.
What we do here is go back.
What we do here is go back, and we got to go back and find out about the greatest hits. Jesse Lee Peterson. Greatest hits, maybe? Okay, that's from the Fallen State itself. I want clips that are not from Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson beta? Looks like Dylan Burns was on Jesse Lee Peterson at one point.
I am a nurse. A nurse?
Yes.
Beta!
Beta!
Ramar, are you the head of your wife?
I like to think that we're equal.
Are you the head? Beta!
Beta!
I am no. I'm an alpha.
Not if you think you and your wife are equal. Beta!
Beta.
Because I tell you why.
Beta!
And my stepmom thought I was getting an attitude, and she got really mad that I said that to her. And so not even like 2 minutes later, my dad called me.
Beta!
I told my dad.
Oh, poor daddy feeling hurt.
Poor.
Beta!
Did you think I'm a beta? Did you think I'm a beta? Did you think I'm a beta?
Manhood hour! What is a man? What is a man? Man.
It's an adult human male.
Manhood. Hillary or President Trump?
I voted for Hillary Clinton.
Beta!
This is this guy. Okay, anyway, I'm afraid we're gonna get in trouble for music here if I'm not careful. Let's try this. Here's Destiny on JLP.
Amazing. Amazing!
So he says some other stuff too. He says amazing.
Amazing! 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 Amazing!
And this is the guy in the top right. The reason I'm showing you him is this is the guy in the top right. That's his boss. That's who he's referring to. That's who he's talking about as the greatest political commentator, the predictor of many things, Jesse Lee Peterson, who we should all listen to because he's fucking based.
Amazing. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Why
is there music?
Racist? Amazing. That's amazing. 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 Oh, amazing.
Amazing.
Destiny, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so your real name is Steven?
Yeah.
But online you pretend to be a woman?
No, I just have a feminine name, I guess.
Yeah, that's a girl name. And what made you become?
It's a woman's name.
I'm a liberal.
I got a little older, a little smarter.
And you were tired of being a man?
I was tired of being an idiot, but I think there are plenty of men that are liberal.
Not real men.
You really think so?
Not real men.
Liberals are betas.
That's a beta.
Who were you the closest to, your mother or your father?
I'd say it was about 50-50 on both.
So you're 50% daddy and 50% mama?
Exactly, right down the middle.
So are you half man, half woman?
I don't think that's
how that works.
Male or female works.
That's how it works.
How does it work?
Not like that.
A man is a male who turned to man. He grew out of malehood and became a man. And he is a man that loves God with all his heart, soul, and might, along with nothing else. He treats all people the same because he has no anger. He loves what's right. He leads people in the right way to go. President Trump, and I'm sure you would agree. Would you agree that President Trump is a real man?
I'm not sure what you mean by man. I heard you describe a bunch of things that have nothing to do with men.
It's his nature. He has an obligation of being right. His
I think men and women can be correct or incorrect about things. I don't think any of those things
His duty is to be right.
If he is, he's doing a pretty bad job.
Is it fair to give other countries money, but not give money to put up a wall around your country?
I don't know. Is it fair to give tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans and spend a lot of money on our military, but not fund the wall? I mean, Trump could have done it with any number of funding bills. I mean,
amazing. Did you vote for Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, I did.
Well, no wonder your name is Destiny.
But
Destiny.
To be fair, your name is Jesse. I just hear it. I hear Jesse.
Oh my God, he got him. He got him. Your name is Jesse.
Tell me that Jesse was coming into a room. I'd be expected to see a pretty lady.
Not with the I. The president was
not with the I. He's got the E, not the I.
Close down parts of the government because the Democrats refused to give him money.
Why wasn't the president able to negotiate with the Democrats?
Because the Democrats are evil.
So why didn't the Republicans get it funded?
They're weak beta male. Do you hate
beta males?
All black people?
No, I don't.
Do you hate some black people?
Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, if I think about it.
Why do you hate them?
I don't know, because of personal issues I have with them.
Do you love black people?
I don't love any group of people because I don't love white people or black people. There are people that I like and there are people that I don't like.
Do you love black people? I asked you about black people. Do you love black people?
Do you like gamers?
Do you love black people?
Sure, I love black people.
Wow.
Amazing.
Do you agree with me that there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobiaism,
or white supremacism?
Do you agree with me that those things don't exist? Things
no, of
do
course,
not
those
exist?
things absolutely exist in the world.
You believe racism exists?
Yeah, of course.
Are you a racist?
No.
You're a white man.
Okay.
Why aren't you a racist? No, they think all white people are racist. They even think you are racist. That's
Some
why
people that think the earth is flat, that doesn't mean I think that as well.
Is it more to have an abortion?
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, that's a taste of the boss of the guy in the upper right-hand corner. That's who he's talking about, just in case anybody doesn't know. The infamous Jesse Lee Peterson, JLP. That's who we're talking about. Beta.
Because Trump is the law and order candidate, and they're trying to act like he's this criminal.
Wait, Crenshaw, I'm sorry, I'm the law and order man. I'm sorry. President said he hasn't said anything basically the whole time, and I think that that entire sentence I think is just up Sunday's alley. So I wanted Sunday.
Nice.
Chat says rare divorce LEW. Yeah, that was a while ago.
But I am curious though if anybody else is, if we go around the panel and we could say what the actual initial prompt was and give an example of when we've actually addressed it in the past, however long we've been doing this for. Also, on that point,
the question was about divisiveness, and Trump is the one who is like responsible for most of the.
I hate to fucking say it. Lonerbox is the only one who's actually providing an answer to the fucking question.
No, I mean I've answered the question in my opening statement. I don't think Trump was a source. He might be the source right now, but I don't think if we're talking about sources, we just go to the most recent. I think the reason Trump existed in the first place was because you had very milquetoast, polite, very.
Okay, so now this is an interesting argument, right? I've heard people blame the existence of the far right on the left, on liberals or on leftists, depending. On who you're listening to. I've heard them say that literally be people saying stuff like I am becoming far right because of you, right? But I've never heard this particular species of cope, right? Let's take a listen to what our boy what is his name? Jake Tan, something Tan.
Question in my opening statement. I don't think Trump was a source. He might be the source right now, but I don't think if we're talking about sources, we just go to the most recent. I think the reason Trump existed in the first place was because you had very milquetoast.
So there we go. Trump exists because of the milquetoast Republicans and
very respectful conservative politicians playing the wrong game and losing elections because they were clapping down hysteria in their parties while Obama was silent when his vice president was saying that his opponent wanted to put black people back in.
So in other words, he's saying we go. It used to be that when they go low, we go high. But then the Republicans, we figured out that doesn't work. Obama was exploiting that. Biden was exploiting that. They were unreasonable and they won elections. That's super unfair. And so you get Donald Trump. You get the business end of the Republican Party.
Chains that he probably, I forget the random things that their media outlets were saying. Yeah, he was like doing like unsanctioned slave labor. The opponent wanted to put black people back in chains. That he probably, I forget the random things that their media outlets were saying. He was like doing like unsanctioned slave labor and refusing to pay. All these narratives about Mitt Romney that just ended up not being true at all. Obama was silent about them. And when you're silent about that growing and escalating mistruths and deceit that are really insidious, unless you think racism is not a big deal, those are really insidious claims. And you allowed an opening for a guy like Trump to gain hold in the party that was trying to play civility politics. Because
let me get this right. Maybe Trump bad, Trump disavow, but at the same time, Trump is what the Republicans are forced to go to because of the unreasonable and radical nature of Obama and Biden. This is the quote that he's talking about, by the way.
Look at what they value and look at their budget and what they're proposing. Romney wants to he said in the first 100 days, he's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules. Unchain Wall Street. They're going to put you all back in chains.
So there it is.
Look at what they value and look at their budget and what they're proposing. Romney wants to he said in the first 100 days, he's going to let the big...
Now, let's look at this audience, right? Where is he speaking? Danville, Virginia. All right. A diverse crowd, including many African Americans, is what the CBS News description says. But he's not addressing this. I don't know. It feels like a leap. It feels like a bit of a leap of logic, right? And as far as like modern day slavery goes, I mentioned this at the outset of this stream, right? You do have southern states, Alabama being the one that always comes to mind, that do forced labor for prisoners, right? And we know that justice hits communities of color in a disproportional rate, both in terms of people of color being put in jail for longer, for given stiffer sentences for the same crime, and being more likely to be prosecuted for crimes. Drug crimes, stand out as above kind of first and foremost. Yeah. So there is forced labor. I don't know what the fuck you call that, but like I think there's literally a provision in the Constitution like a loophole that allows that shit, right? Because technically, otherwise, unless they wrote this little workaround, prison labor would be considered slavery. Anyway.
As you beat and abuse them by calling them racists, calling them xenophobes, homophobes, misogynists, and then calling their candidates, who are clearly none of those things, the worst thing. Like saying he wants slavery back. He wants to put black people back in chains on the debate stage.
I want to pose a question because I want to drill down on this for a moment and say.
Okay, but I'd like to extend beyond what Jeb Tan is saying after. That's fine.
Okay. I think in Crenshaw has something to say as well. I think there's a few people that have things to say. But first, I just wanted to drill down on this for a second and ask, Jeb Tan, do you think that if that attack
Jeb Tan,
Mitt Romney, how do you think that would have affected like America's political divisions? Do you think that there would have still been a space for Trump? Do you think Trumpism? How would that have affected the development of the MAGA movement or certain divisions that you have said that, for example, I know that you believe that Trump has contributed to?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk fast so that it stays succinct. If you look at the way that Trump won, he had an initial really big bump in enthusiasm, and then actually, as voters started to think a little bit more, Ted Cruz started massively gaining right near the end, but he was just too late. I don't think people were bought and sold on Trump the way they were on Obama, the way that a lot of people describe it when they're recreating history. Like Trump was the Republicans' Obama. They just moved all of the neutral voting blocks over to the Republicans and saved us and all that shit. I think that if you didn't have a long lead up of people attacking conservatives for being racist, misogynist, homophobic, all conservatives, carte blanche, I do think there would have been a lot less room for Trump. I think he probably would have failed to a candidate like Ted Cruz, who ended up getting pretty close to neck and neck near the end. And I think we would have a lot less political division because I'm not gonna die on this absolutely insane hill that Trump is reasonable, that Trump does not purposefully stoke the flames of division. He absolutely does, and he absolutely has done serious damage to our political discourse. And I despise that the window was opened for a guy like him to become our candidate. And I don't think it's the Democrats' fault. I think it's the game's fault. I think the media has an incentive to get clicks by saying these really inflammatory things about candidates, and so they're just going to latch on to whatever candidate is willing to say those things more, and they're going to publicize that person way more.
Okay,
I just want to respond to that really directly. So you're talking about,
and then after Loner, we're going to throw it quickly to MPU before bouncing it back around.
So that objection, but then obviously if I wanted to do what you were saying, I could go with the Democrats and say, well, they had a reason to get inflamed because of how many times they were called communists by the Republicans, or how many times during the Iraq War they were all accused of being traitors who hated the troops and all this shit. So, but then again, that would be a very retarded defense because at the end of the day, we're adults and we have to, you don't just forego.
We're adults. Is that why we're using schoolyard taunts? Are we adults, Lonerbox? Because it feels like you're using a phrase that maybe, I don't know, you just used to get called when you were younger and you never got to say it back quite enough. So now's your chance. Now's your chance to show how big and strong you are now, how you can't be bullied by you're the one using that word. That's amazing. That's crazy, Lonerbox. That's crazy. I love how that works. I love how that works. I love how the most fragile people out there are put on the R-slur like fucking chainmail to protect themselves from getting bullied in a situation like this. That's wild, Lonerbox. That's wild.
Principles of democracy and everything else just because the other side's being mean to you. At the end of the day, Biden did say something very stupid about how some stupid law that Romney wanted to pass would put people back in chains to a largely black audience. But Trump made that character his entire political platform. That's something the Democrats have not done.
He made the winning formula his platform, and I can blame him for doing that on a moral principle level. But I can't blame when I'm looking at the a meta-analysis of how politics is...
A meta-analysis? Excuse me? Are you looking at a meta-analysis? Jeb Tan, do you know what a meta-analysis is?
Moved. I can't blame politics for moving toward the direction of the...
A meta-analysis. Do you have a meta-analysis of this information? Well, to be clear, a meta-analysis is like a study of studies. You take a bunch of different papers, you take a bunch of different studies, and you look at a bunch of them, you include some, you disclude the others, and then you try to kind of combine the data from multiple studies to make more statistically significant conclusions, right? So in other words, if n equals 68 and you can't find statistical significance, then you take n is the number of respondents or the number of subjects of the study. Then you take another study with n equals 50 and another study with n equals 120, and you combine them together, and now n equals 300. And now maybe you can make some, conclusions. Maybe you can find some statistical significance. That's what a I'm not to bore you, chat, not to go nerdy on you here, but that's what bro is talking about. But I think he's just heard people say meta study, and he thinks it's a smart thing to say. Anyway, Jake Tan.
Formula.
Sorry, Jeb Tan.
Agree. Democrats were called communists, then
Jabroni Tan.
Conservatives were called evil racists. Before, like, if you want to argue where it all started, you could argue just Woodrow Wilson, and there's nothing any of us can do about it. But we're having a conversation about the source of the division, and I think the source of the division is exactly what even you.
Yeah, when in doubt, blame Woodrow Wilson.
President Sunday got at the beginning.
Look, you can blame Woodrow Wilson for a lot of shit. But goddamn,
incentive for tribalism, to borrow the Roganism of it, that encourages people to be 100% black and white against other group for their group. And I've fallen victim to it many times as a conservative who refuses to vote for Trump, but also refuses to vote for Kamala.
Oh, principled conservative. I wonder who he's voting for then.
Because I'm a small government conservative.
Do you think he's got RFK Jr. brainworms?
Like, I think we should have really strong political divides, and I think that we should have a really strong encouragement to bridge political divides personally.
We're going to throw it over to MPU quickly.
Yeah, so the idea about when this started really gets mostly to the point. I mean, yeah, Jeb Tan, you're correct. It really begins with Woodrow Wilson. It begins with the 17th Amendment, okay, and the loss of the states to be able to control or restrain the actions of the House based on states' rights versus the individual rights of the way people elect the House, okay? But in a modern sense, it really starts with like the election of 2000 and how Al Gore concedes the election and then unconcedes the election. And then we end up with this process that rolls all the way forward to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said they take a stand and they say, no, you can't continue to keep counting ballots. And then everybody bitches and moans and says the election.
Wait, so I'm trying to understand that 17th Amendment turned the election of senators over to the people of the state. So that's how senators work. Now, I had to kind of explain this to Westside Tyler. It's a statewide office. Everyone in the state votes for each senator, and there's like technically a junior senator and a senior senator based on who was elected first, but it doesn't really matter. But I guess it used to be. I guess it used to be that they were appointed maybe by the governor. Let me see what this is. This is interesting.
Stolen. I don't know.
That's where he's tracing back like all of our problems today go back to the 17th Amendment, apparently.
Democrats stood up and said everything was stolen. Everything was stolen. You know, people bitch about Donald Trump saying that 2020 was stolen, but my God, 20 years earlier, the Democrats were the ones leading that charge. Oh, and guess what? An independent study by the left-wing media after the election of 2000 actually found out that George W. Bush won by more votes than when the count was actually stopped.
Can we admit that
that does not sound right? That does not sound right. I feel like there's been at least some journalism on this that has shown the exact opposite.
Democrats did a much better job coming back and confirming that election than Republicans have lately, though. Like, we have to be able to concede.
George W. Bush won a massive amount.
Yeah, this is 1913 then this happened.
2004. Okay, it wasn't until after the Democrats took.
So states legislature picked the U.S. senators before 1913. Then the 17th Amendment was put into place, and they changed it to a at-large statewide office.
Senate in the Senate in 2006 that they began to push this narrative like it's time to get rid of the Democrats or the Republicans, and they literally undermined him to the point that it was possible for the Democrats to have a chance in 2008. And honestly, let's be very candid. If it weren't for a third-party candidate in 2008, okay, and if it weren't for the fact that John McCain literally fell on his sword like a fucking rhino that he was, okay, that Barack Obama would not have won.
Okay.
Fell on his sword.
We gotta throw it around. There's other people that gotta talk. There's gotta be no. I'm sorry, MP. We gotta throw it around. There's other people waiting.
But you gotta understand.
No, but I mean, they gotta understand there's other people on the show. President Sunday. I know you've been waiting, and we got Adam Mockler as well.
We still have not seen a single answer to the actual question that the panel prompt posed, which is what caused the divisions and our divisions. I assumed it wasn't America broadly, but let's just isolate to America. We've got a whole bunch of people attacking the other party as being the cause of it.
I feel like
that's the division already.
I've pointed out a very clear answer. I feel like several times.
Okay,
I think it's the media's incentive to cover candidates that are more inflammatory than the other candidates. I think that's what caused the incentive. You can argue that incentive was caused.
But that's just restating what I said. That's not actually pointing out the actual cause.
I mean, I think the cause is. Yeah, I think that is a cause.
I think
the media's lack of journalistic.
No. The media can only do that, presuming there's already a division in the first place. Obviously, it doesn't have a side to pick.
I disagree. 100%.
Presumably that there's.
I think the media can absolutely manufacture narratives and inflame them. I think they've done that.
Of course it does, but it has no bearing on the question.
That does because
their thumb is on the scale every election.
if we're agreeing, President Sunday, that the issue isn't political division is good. The issue is more personal divides that are entrenched in our
No.
sort of.
When you have only binary political division, we're not talking about a lack of. We're not talking about political division in the positive sense. We're talking about an absence of other political divisions to give people more fine-tuned interests that would cause.
I don't think we only have binary political.
You're a
division.
parliamentarian?
No, I think the GOP has divisions within itself. I think the Democrat Party has divisions within itself. I don't think we have binary political divisions. I think we have binary personal divisions because the media creates artificial narratives of all the political divides within the Democrat Party have to unite against the democracy-ending Republicans, and the Republican divisions all have to pair together against the socialist, communist, Democrat evil people. It's like I think the media takes but
that's not untrue though. Here's the problem though. You're taking me to be saying that that's artificial. That's not untrue though.
I think it is untrue.
But it's not untrue.
Let's have President Sunday finish, and then we're going to throw it over to Adam because Adam has been waiting patiently.
Well, as Lonerbox said, one party tried to coup the government, but at a more subtle level, one party has been obsessively going after intellectual freedom, the ability of entire demographics to get access to the voting booth in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. Just because that dynamic takes off from that doesn't mean that the premise is
what
false.
Demographic are you suggesting?
Democrat Party's terrible.
Are you saying they don't want black people to vote? They don't want what demographic are they purposefully attacking voting rights of?
Purposely attacking when you're talking, for example, about the
Wait, so I had to go back to this to figure out who the 2008 third-party candidate was. We're talking about Ron Paul, I think. Did Ron Paul throw the election for 2008? I thought it was pretty much a landslide, though.
I'm not. I'm talking much more broadly because I'm from Canada. When you're talking, for example, about the general attack on entire lines of discourse, or for example, when you have an obsession with...
You like misinformation argument?
No, hold on. Let him clarify. I'm trying to get a clarification. Don't interrupt his clarification.
Yeah, I was asking like the misinformation argument, but sure, go ahead.
I don't know what that means, the misinformation argument. No, I'm talking about the attempt to have entire sectors of academia either defunded or removed from universities entirely. And I'm talking about the attempt to use... I'm talking about the attempt... Beg your pardon?
Oh, yeah.
More explanation on that, please.
Well, yeah, but he's explaining it, and then you're interrupting
Let's let President Sunday have 30 seconds because we have other people who are waiting.
No, it doesn't matter. The point is that if you're coming down to a point where you're just referring everything to the other party, you're not actually getting behind the cause of the divisions in the first place. Now, whether or not that's actually true or not is trivial. That could be the case or that could not be the case. However, the problem is that the way in which all of this conversation...
Okay, so that must mean something?
Questions that are so dire that you literally...
Does that mean something?
Cannot physically, and Lonerbox is a constant victim of this, even when it's correctly.
I think the Jesse Lee Peterson dude is literally is broadcasting on AM radio. That must be like a station break or something for him.
You cannot physically make any kind of overture to the other side or to a more moderate position without ceding ground to the other side with dire consequences.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I think that comes to the separation of perception and reality that the media has created. Because as you said, you think that there's one party that is just unanimously pulling money away from levels of intellectual pursuit that's going to damage the country. But then one of our strongest Republican governors has elevated his state to #1 in education through more investment into education, higher teacher salaries, higher professor salaries, better tenure programs, more involvement of parents and school boards. Like, he has improved education, and he is from the party you're saying is attacking intellectual pursuits in education.
Is that a reflection of the party as a whole, or is that just one person?
I think one of the strongest governors and most influential governors from a party does represent a good chunk of that party as well, especially when he represented one of the bigger.
When the whole party is calling for the ending of the Department of Education, doesn't that kind of just like disregard?
The whole party is not. Hold on, the whole party is not calling for the. This is the.
They swear fealty. They swear fealty to a man who is backed by a movement that's claiming they want to destroy the Department of Education.
And this is the issue. So
it is not the issue. It is the reality. It is the reality.
Rashad, stop interrupting me because you know what I'm going to say. They swear fealty, quote unquote, to a man who has only ever denounced the plan you're referring to, who has only ever created an agenda that directly conflicts with Project 2025. And the only people that the Democrats are ever able to bring up that say that Project 2025 is Trump's plan are the people who wrote Project 2025 and are begging for it to be Trump's plan. It's like me saying the Steelers are going to start Just Win. I am a reputable source because I want them to start Just Win.
Donald Trump and the Truth are just tight like this, and we're just going to ignore all the people directly involved in Project 2025 who say, yeah, we're talking to the guy. Many of us are going to be in his administration, but
so you think Project 2025 Project 2025 is Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation. You think they're very honest and Trump is a liar? Because you're saying
do you deny the obvious? Do you deny the fact that there is a connection between Trump's administration and them? He knows who they are.
Okay, so Chad, it's not Ron Paul. Ron Paul, I don't think ran as a third-party candidate. He ran in the Republican. I still don't know what this fucker means by a third-party candidate spoiling the election. It must have been the Libertarian, but I don't think that's right. I think it was a pretty decisive election.
He associates with them. He talks about how their movement and their plans directly align with his. And then when they release Project 2025.
Except when
really,
he talks about
so when Trump says anything, regardless of any sort of conflicting information to the contrary, we're going to ignore that and instead believe whatever gives him the best
here's
image.
The issue, Rashad.
Okay,
wait, you are only accepting information.
That's effectively what you're doing.
I'm sorry to shut this down, but I'm sorry to shut this down, but other people have been waiting very patiently.
It's such a direct attack.
You guys have over to Adam.
The entire reason the Project 2025 thing started is because I think Rashad said they want to eliminate the Department of Education. Did you say that? And then Jebtan said
that's not why it started. They started attacking Project 2025 because it wanted to push like unprecedented power to the executive. That's why they started attacking.
No, I mean like 2 minutes ago. Were we talking about the Department of Education?
Yeah, we were.
Donald Trump has said he wants to abolish the DOE. That is not coming from Project 2025.
Yeah, because you know what? Our schools were better before we had a federal.
Look it up real quick, Jebtan. But also,
we just destroy an entire department to solve what problem exactly?
I just want to clarify that Donald Trump wants to abolish the DOE.
Wait a second. I can't hear Adam, so please.
Let me take it back like 5 minutes. Jebtan, didn't you say something to the effect of the Republicans got more divisive because they were copying the winning model from Democrats?
No, not from Democrats. I think the politics got more divisive because politics trended toward the winning formula. I think Trump's specific formula did get ripped from the Democrats and he exacerbated it. But I purposefully this entire time have been trying to not say it's the Democrats' fault for divisiveness. It's the Republicans' fault for divisiveness because I don't think it is. I think it is the natural incentive for inflammatory rhetoric because of 24/7 widespread media that has come as a result of.
But hold on.
Wait. We gotta pause this for a moment. Who just said that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I lost my hearing a little bit. Okay, Adam, give me a second. I gotta shill because in about 25 minutes we're gonna start winding this down. And so I just want to say that for those who want to ask questions, and I will pose these questions to the people, if there's any burning questions from the conversation up to this point or that hasn't been said, people who donate right now in 10-15 minutes, I will ask the questions of the people before we let them get out of here because Hippy Dippy is back and I want to.
Okay, Hippy Dippy's back. Let us take this as the chance. So I'm still looking up to see if there's any chance that like I'm not even finding information. It's Bob Barr that was the Libertarian candidate in 2008. That is my best guess as to who they might mean as far as spoiling the election. The 2008 election was won by 365 like electoral votes to like 100 something on the Republican side. It was 7.2 or 7.8% difference between in the popular vote. I just don't see it. I don't see it. But what I do see is that at the top of every hour, there's a 30-minute ad break that goes for Twitch. And it's coming up again in about 12 minutes. I forgot to like let you know the last time. This is like a cringe lib all-star lineup. I've only seen these people made fun of individually by BE. That is true. He does. BE does do that. Yeah, I mean, look, this is our leftist. Our leftist is President Sunday. That's the only leftist on the panel. It's very much a sausage party. This is very much in line. This is very much on brand with the Hippy Dippy in general. It has always been a sausage party. It has always been a lib fest. Dylan has always been hostile to anybody to the left of liberalism, and that's why he picked Sunday as the representative of the far left, right? But that's why we've got the squid hat on, because we're supporting President Sunday. He's our guy in this debate. So yeah, at the top of every hour, as I was saying on Twitch, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's an ad break that you can't skip with a button, but you can skip by integrating your Amazon Prime if you have it with your Twitch account and getting a free sub. That way you can also skip it with $6 to buy a sub for yourself, or you can skip it by being gifted a sub. That sometimes happens, but it happens more often if you're active in the chat. So be active in the chat if you want to get that prized gift sub, and you too can skip the ad break like a pro, like a boss. Wow, I'm really going back with that like a boss comment. That's like, I don't even know what year that meme is from. It's like, but yeah, the theme of this night has been this.
What we do here is go back.
We go back. So yeah, we're going back again, and I'm going back. I told you I would read your super chats. I realized it's been a little bit of time, and some of you have made super chats, and I have not read those yet. Again, when you do any kind of donation, let me know which of these topics you want to see. You can see the topics in right above my head right now, or let's see, right above Waluigi's head, right over here. These are the topics that we can have. Let me know which one of these topics appeals to you, and I will put your money where your mouth is. That goes for a super chat. That goes for a membership. That goes for a gifted membership. That goes for signups to Patreon. That goes for donations to my Throne account to give us better stuff right now. And the stream setup, I guess is what I'm saying. Production value goes up when people donate to the things on my Throne account. Right now, I'm trying to save my butt by getting a new chair. I'm not sitting on anything right now. I'm standing up for you because I do not have a chair. I broke my chair, chat, because my ass was too fat. Woe is me. But anyway, you can help my fat ass get a chair to sit on by donating on Throne. And again, those donations, they drive the dono goal forward. If we hit the dono goal by the end of the stream, then we will get bonus content. What bonus content, you ask? The bonus content that you vote for, right? That vote is in the full scale stream. So if you're not in there in the full scale stream, make sure to get in there so that you too can, have your vote counted. And you can also affect it by when you donate, letting me know which of these topics appeals to you. And I will put your money where your mouth is. You will actually add points to the topic of your choice and make it more likely that that'll be the topic that we select for bonus content if we hit the dono goal. There we go, chat. I say this really fast because this is the boring part and I don't want to bore you. But there we go. What are we doing? I'm supposed to read super chats. Let's read the super chats while we can. Super chats. Izzy Sanchez says, I got here just in time. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Shakespeare says, La guerre contre dimanche. I think you mean the war against Sunday. So that's NCC goes ham on President Sunday. Shakespeare chooses violence today. And Speedrunner with the $1.99 super chat saying, I like Pepsi. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat, Speedrunner. And Pepsi's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't really drink a lot of soda, but Pepsi's not bad. Pepsi's smooth. That's what it's good with. SoCo? Yeah, it's good with SoCo, actually. So there we go. Checking over on make sure we don't have any super chats. You can super chat in shorts. There's a little button down by the chat and it says it's a $1 button. If you hit that, you can super chat. If you super chat, you can get your super chat read mid-stream. So I do look at your super chats. I do read those super chats. If there's something you're dying to have read out, you can make it in the form of a super chat. Anyway, let's get back to the content. I feel like I've covered everything that we need to cover. Just know that when you donate, let me know which of the topics. Mr. Beast hires a PDF. RFK is trying to join Team Kamala. NCC dunks on Sunday more, or J.K. Rowling's dark mold symbiote. Which of these topics appeals to you? And I will put your money where your mouth is. Now let's go back, because chat, as I keep on saying, as I keep on reminding you and keep on reminding myself.
What we do here is go back.
So let's get back to the content. All right.
Shell, because I want better body armor. Okay, Adam, you can respond.
Yeah, Jubcan, you keep not to keep attacking you or whatever, but you keep cherry picking this quote from Biden about putting people in chains while ignoring that Rush Limbaugh dominated the airwaves throughout the 2000s. And if we want to go all the way back to Newt Gingrich, this article reads, Newt Gingrich immediately urged people to call Democrats un-American, traitors, shallow, and sick. The 1994 election changed the way American politics works because it convinced lawmakers from both parties to use the winning tactic, which is basically what you were saying, but it seems like Newt Gingrich is the one that kind of mainstreamed this tactic.
No, he didn't mainstream it. No, Woodrow Wilson. If you want to argue the strongman president, the opposing party is literally evil. If you want to pinpoint an original person, it's Woodrow Wilson. But who the fuck cares when the
dude? I feel like you're just saying Woodrow Wilson to act like you know history. Seriously, look, Woodrow Wilson. I think he was the guy that was in the office. He was like pro KKK. He held a screening of the most racist movie ever made, possibly the most. I don't know. There might have been a more, but a pretty fucking racist movie. Either way, the first blockbuster in the United States, Birth of a Nation, a movie praising the KKK, praising the Confederacy, and unfortunately popular not just with Southerners, but with Northerners whose fucking family, whose fucking ancestors had died in the Civil War. Pretty sad moment for the U.S. There's a lot that you can point to with Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson was not great, okay? That being true, I feel like this is gratuitous Woodrow Wilsoning. I feel like they just like to say Woodrow Wilson because it sounds like a pet name for somebody's wiener. It sounds like they're talking about their Woodrow. I don't know, chat. That's just me.
Did it right after him, and the
We're going to go
Democrats
back to
did it right
1913. Come on, let's talk about the
This
90s.
is, we're pretending. We're pretending.
We're going back. It's not quite back that far, but yeah.
Wait. Stop for a second, guys. Wait, no. MPO. Hey, that was a barbed question in response, and I want to hear the answer to that. Adam just said, Woodrow Wilson, really? That's like 100 years ago. Is Trump divisive because Woodrow
That's what I was
Wilson, was what did Woodrow Wilson?
That's really your best
No,
example.
okay, hold on.
Wait, stop.
Look, this is before the party realignment. It's it's important to know your history, right? But it's just not. I don't know what way you're trying to connect this to modern day Democrats and Republicans, considering that at that time the Democratic Party was the party of the Confederacy. Now the Republicans are the party of the Neo-Confederacy. What more do you need to know that you're bringing up something irrelevant?
I just said that he's going to respond, so he's going to respond. It was a barbed question, so he gets a chance to respond. Jeb?
Yes, thank you. Yes, history happens over a long period of time. I could also say Kamala's current stance on...
Yo, I love this guy. History happens over a long period of time. Great observation. History happens over a long period of time. Jesus Christ.
Comes from U.S. versus Miller and U.S. versus Heller, one of which happened before 1913. History happens over a long period of time. And for things to get so extreme as they have now, they had to have been ramped up over a long period of time. I think technology has made that exponentially faster, and that's why I don't think it's any party's fault. I think it's the 24/7 news cycle's fault. We've never had a 24/7 news cycle before the 2000s.
Okay, can I just
we're just pretending here.
Can I just try to steal on what you're saying, and then we'll move on from that? Because it sounds like you're saying then that because of this 24/7 media we have, is it basically it's like a bipartisan issue where the media is incentivized to leapfrog each other in terms of sensationalizing and polarizing, and that's why you get that problem. And Trump just rode that wave. Is that more or less your argument?
I appreciate that steelman. So
I've steelmaned it. Now I'm just going to take it apart because again, it's not a partisan issue. Because when it comes to, even if that were the case, then Trump is still the one who took that and chose to take that of his own volition. And if people who support him chose to support him and make that deal with him to be the leader of the Republican Party, he's the one that did that of his own volition. He's the one who, and also Fox. If we're talking about the media, Fox News. I don't know what the Democrat equivalent of this is, but Fox News knowingly lied about the Dominion case, and so they did because they didn't want to lose their viewers to Newsmax. That's why it's a one-sided issue, and that's why. And that's why I'll say one more thing. One more thing. Come on, chill. One more thing. I'm just saying, inflammatory rhetoric isn't a bad thing if what you're saying is true. When people say one side is a threat to democracy or the Democratic Federal Republic, it's because it's true, because he didn't accept the results of the election.
The issue is not everything they've been saying.
And he tried to overthrow the system.
Not everything they've been saying is true, though, is the problem. And that is the problem.
Generally,
we're pretending like you're pretending like Trump's divisiveness.
Rashad is a great example of.
You're pretending like Trump's divisiveness is similar to anyone else. Can you bring up another president who falsely accused the seated president of trying to murder him?
Actually, we're gonna throw that question to MPU because he doesn't respond.
Can you name a former president who accused the seated president of trying to assassinate him in an FBI raid?
He didn't say. Wait, look. He did not say that the president
What do you think Trump was trying to communicate when he said that? I didn't want to hold hands with him.
I don't know if I'm supposed to answer.
No, it's for MPU.
CIA have anything to do with the John Kennedy?
No, Jet can answer.
Well, no, we're trying to move on this time. I'm trying to.
Okay, well, look, if I may.
Stop. Everybody stop.
Little interjection?
No interjection.
No interjection.
I was throwing the question over to MPU because we're trying.
No soup for you, Sunday.
Give everybody some speaking time. MPU, would you like to respond and go deep? Because I just wanted to give you an opportunity to move because you wanted to talk.
The idea that somehow this is one party versus another, I think the news media, by and large, since the 60s, right, since the Vietnam War effort and all of the radicalization that happened on college campuses, these were people that then became educators, and then they became parents of children who became educators.
So he's going back to the 60s and saying that motherfucking... It's so ridiculous. What he's saying is that the baby boomers were a radical generation. He is a baby boomer. There's no way. There's no shot that this guy isn't a baby boomer. But yeah, he's like shitting on his own generation and saying that they're responsible. And there's all these like college professors and shit and these radical and that's why why shit's fucked, right? Because the leaders of the student protests and he's still relitigating, by the way, the fucking Vietnam War, a war that was fought on the for the reason that it was said that there was going to be a domino effect if Vietnam was allowed to go communist, that every other nation in Southeast Asia would follow suit. Vietnam did go communist, and every other nation did not follow suit. The war fucked things up so bad, right? You have the Khmer Rouge, for instance. You have the killing fields. You have a literal genocide that went on in Cambodia because of the United States intervention in Vietnam. Not to mention all the people that were killed in the U.S.-Vietnam War. Not to mention all the birth defects caused by that war, by the deployment of weapons like ancient Agent Orange. I mean, oh my God, he's still litigating that fucking shit. He is still dry humping that warhorse from 1968. Hunter S. Thompson's ghost is rolling over in its grave right now, okay? At what this guy is saying.
And there is a certain stripe of progressivism or communism or socialism that has pervaded itself through the education system. And to be honest, I think most people in this country, because they're having to work so hard.
Let me tell you something about the baby boomers. Yes, the baby boomers were in those student protests. Yes, they were in those student protests. They were
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
They were in there, all right, in the 60s. They grew up. They grew up. And in the 80s, the same people that we call baby boomers, the same people that were called hippies in many cases, became the yuppies of the 1980s and voted for Ronald Reagan. This is not a generation that stayed radical, in other words. So his fucking claim that the radical fucking student movement got into, infiltrated into education and became the educators and that's their fucking problem. It just doesn't make fucking sense. We're talking about baby boomers. We are talking about Fox News's main, demographic at this point.
In order to pay their bills and keep their family alive or afloat, that they somehow have forgotten what the impact of education has been on where people's political ideologies are formed.
I want to reply to MPU, and I'm going to be silent for the rest of the. I want to be silent for the rest of the panel. I just want to reply to MPU very quickly.
It all comes through the education system and the failure of American citizens, parents particularly, to maintain that control over what their kids are being taught and to hold their school systems accountable for how their children are being taught.
Okay,
and
Sunday. I just want my last word today.
Where we are.
Okay, here's the deal. We've all been reducing this down to this party, that party did whatever, and yeah, there's probably a truth about that, but that's kind of beside the point. I know, but now I'm addressing you directly. MPU, at the end of this panel, you're going to be alone in a parking lot. It's going to be silent, and what I want you to think about is how your obsession with this, you as an individual, we know what the people in the parties are divided on, we know what their interests are. You as an individual, you put this shit above dealing with your personal life and making sure that you were in a good place with your family, with God, etc., etc. I want you to think about that when this call ends and you are in silence and there is no hope.
Bring it back.
I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Okay, can I pose?
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, the guy in the truck is ridiculous. Let's also remember that apparently he just went homeless. He's in his car because this is based on what he said. I mean, I don't know, take this as you may, right? Is Sunday... I'm not sure what to think about this from Sunday. I'm not sure what to think about this. He's been farting in that truck? I mean, probably so. He's been doing everything in that truck. I mean, the one thing that I don't feel good about, having a go at him about is the fact that he's... Or at least so he says, he's homeless right now. What does Sunday say? Let's go back here. I mean, it is ironic that, he's facing homelessness and he's espousing right-wing politics. He's supporting a politician that probably wants people like him, to be pushed into camps somewhere outside the city.
I just want my last word today.
Where we are.
Okay, here's the deal. We've all been reducing this down to this party, that party did whatever, and yeah, there's probably a truth about that, but that's kind of beside the point. I know, but now I'm addressing you directly. MPU, at the end of this panel, you're going to be alone in a parking lot. It's going to be silent, and what I want you to think about is how your obsession with this, you as an individual, we know what the people in the parties are divided on, we know what their interests are. You as an individual, you put this shit above dealing with your personal life and making sure that you were in a good place with your family, with God, etc., etc. I want you to think about that when this call ends and you are in silence and there is no hope.
Wait, what's he saying? What's he saying?
Are divided on. We know what their interests are. You as an individual, you put this shit above dealing with your personal life and making sure that you were in a good place with your family, with God, etc., etc. I want you to think about that when this call ends and you are in silence and there is no hope.
Bring it back.
I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Okay, can I pose a question? Can I pose an actual question? Can I pose an actual?
Don't say that bullshit.
Can I pose an actual question?
That is society writ large, fucker.
Okay, this feels
There's society writ large, fucker. Yeah,
This was
still true.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, so Dylan's not okay with what Sunday said? Am I getting this right? We have somebody that was in Vazon. You were in the Sunday chat. Sunday's implying that his family threw him out of his home because of his beliefs. I mean, that's a possibility. That's a possibility. But wait, is Dylan mad about Vazon? Is Dylan mad about what Sunday said? Is that what just went on? Yeah, it's hard to tell.
I just have
Wait, stop. We gotta quiet down now. Look, For me, that's like way past the bar. For my
I'm
personal
not-
opinion. Wait, no, let me finish. Let me finish.
disgusting.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Wait, let me
We're
finish.
just apologizing to Brian Kai for accusing you of sexual assault before Dylan.
What the fuck are you
I remember that long
Sunday.
stream.
Sunday. You know what? Wait.
You're defending killing
Okay,
kids.
we're gonna
like
quiet
you.
down. Wait. We're gonna quiet down for a second. Everybody quiet down for a second. Sunday. The reason that's past the bar for me because my mother was homeless and I saw like drug addictions and personal shit like destroy her. I don't know why you're like, oh, bring out less drama. Hi, let's bully like the homeless person. This is so fun. Oh, I'm
Bullying
such
the
a
homeless person.
I'm just a great.
Bullying
I
the
don't like
homeless
this. I don't
person.
just look. All I'm gonna say is like, you're
I'm sorry. This guy.
What do you think, chat? Where does yours? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? Right, Dylan's mad at Sunday, as somebody that who homelessness impacted his life. Right, it's what Dylan's saying, and that he doesn't like that Sunday. So chats, Vazen, you were saying that you're saying that you think he got kicked out because of his politics, right? And again, chat, just so you know, we want to hear what you have to say about these issues. We want to hear what you have to say about the candidates and the election and all that stuff. We don't really need to know who you're voting for. And in general, there's like a lot of spam of like people being like Trump 2024. Kamala people, you're not quite as bad. You're not doing it as bad. You're not spamming up the chat with that. But but because we're trying to be even-handed, that if you make a comment that's just like yay Kamala, right? That doesn't add very much to the chat either. So try to be a little bit more substantive. We legitimately want to know what you think here. So yeah, sorry if your chats are getting deleted, but we're just trying to keep it so that people can bounce back ideas and stuff. And again, Kamala people, sorry that you're getting kind of wrapped up in this, even though it's not you doing the spam most of the time. That's what Sunday is implying. Okay, so Sunday's not. Do you think that Dylan is wrong in accusing Sunday of making fun of MPU for going homeless, for living out of his car at the moment? I do feel like what Sunday said, if it's true what Vazen said, that Sunday is saying that maybe he was kicked out of his
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Unless Sunday knows more than we do, right? I don't know why Sunday's jumping to that conclusion that this is a issue of him being kicked out of his kicked out by his family because of his right-wing beliefs. I don't know. Where's that coming from?
This guy isn't.
Look, this is my one warning. Wait, I'm not done talking. Everybody, I'm sorry. I even have to mute you. I'm sorry. This is my one warning. We're getting off of this.
I'll save you the trouble. So good, Dylan.
Okay, whatever.
President Sunday's
an actual question.
Okay,
please?
we're gonna go back to like 1 second. MPU.
Fucking President Sunday to chotch out.
I mean, that is.
Wait. So he did go. He did. Sunday just left.
Look, all I'm gonna say is like,
I'm sorry. This guy,
personal shit like destroy her. I don't.
You're defending killing kids.
We're gonna
like
quiet
you.
down. Wait. We're gonna quiet down for a second. Everybody quiet down for a second. Sunday. The reason that's past the bar for me because my mother was homeless and I saw like drug addictions and personal shit like destroy her. I don't know why you're like, oh, bring out less drama. Hi, let's bully like the homeless person. This is so fun. Oh, I'm
Bullying the homeless person.
I'm just a great.
Bullying
I
the
don't like
homeless
this. I don't
person.
just look. All I'm gonna say is like,
I'm sorry. This guy isn't.
Look, this is my one warning. Wait, I'm not done talking. Everybody, I'm sorry. I even have to mute you. I'm sorry. This is my one warning. We're getting off of this.
I'll save you the trouble. So good, Dylan.
Okay, whatever.
President Run Day! President Run Day, he ran again. Chat, I'm taking off the squid hat. Look, this was our guy. We were supporting you, Sunday. If you end up watching this, if you're that desperate for drama that you're watching me react to your Hippy Dippy appearance, right? For the record, I was rooting for you. You were the closest thing to a leftist on that panel. So of course we had your back, Sunday, but I got to take off my squid hat, chat. I got to take it off. I got to take off the squid hat because it turns out that Sunday has left the panel. Sunday has left the building. President Sunday has left. And that means that he probably has some explanation in his VOD. So I will be looking at your VOD for some drama, Sunday. I hope you don't mind that. But maybe I agree with you, right? Just because you're a piece of shit doesn't mean that you don't have a point from time to time. And I like to give you credit when you do have a point. I'm not sure. Was Sunday making fun of MPU for being homeless, as Dylan says, or is Dylan mischaracterizing what Sunday was saying? What do you think, chat? I'm curious. 1 in chat if you think that Sunday was right. 2 in chat if you think that Dylan was right. I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think here.
Whatever.
Sunday's
an actual question,
Okay,
please.
But he's known for running. He's known for so just so you know the history behind Sunday. He is known for dipping, right? And I don't want to get look. I'm not on the make fun of Sunday because he always runs sort of bandwagon, because I think that sometimes when he's left a debate, it's been good. Like it's actually pretty impactful. There was a debate that he had with Destiny, right? Let's see if I can find this. Sunday versus Destiny. But yeah, he has left the building. He's out of there. He's gone, chat. He's done. And I don't think he comes back either. Come on, pull up the YouTube link. Come on. Destiny. All right, let's take a look at this. No, it's like a really short one, though. I can't find it. There's like a really short debate between Sunday and Destiny that I can't find it. I found a long one. Sunday versus Pisco. Why can't I find this? Debate. End of all things. Impromptu debate with Destiny on his manifesto. Is this it?
The Destiny takes.
Nope. That's about Destiny. That's not of Destiny.
Usually you can replace with something better. Jesus Christ.
See if this is it.
At like progressively. Like you're going to find the most progressive takes right now in academic institutions.
Can I make a proposition? And you of course can say no, and I fully would respect why you would say no.
Yeah.
I don't think an off-the-cuff conversation like this is going to do the work either of us needed to come to like some kind of resolution one way or the other. I don't know when, but we should attempt to address this at some point a bit more seriously.
Sure. Whether or not academic institutions are pushing for a
let's hash out what we're actually talking about specifically, and if there isn't something more core that we can focus on, but stuff along these lines, because
God damn it, I don't think this is it.
Gesturing vaguely at papers and anecdotes and things like that. Like, let's, to the extent that we can, and if we can't, then we can pinpoint that as well. Like, let's figure out what's actually going on.
Sure, I'll shoot you like a thesis I have, and then we can.
A thesis? Destiny's got a thesis?
Structure conversation about it later.
He means like a main point, I guess.
Cool.
Not talking about like
my glorious facial
master's thesis.
The rest of this. Why the hell are you covering a 3-hour and 40-minute thing? Like, don't you like yourself? Jesus Christ, man! I'm not even going to respond to this because it's too long. Like, it'll take the entire week.
Okay, well, I'm spraying for 10 hours, so we got to fill the content somehow. So.
Anyway, this is not it. I'm sorry, chat. I clicked the wrong thing. That being said, like, he's known for dipping out of debates. He's done it in a lot of times. He's always got a reason for it. And so this is gonna just kind of, this is on brand for Sunday, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Like, one second, MPU.
Fucking President Sunday to chotch out.
I mean, that is
We
true.
love the homeless.
I mean, anyway, we're gonna get back on topic. That was crazy. Who wants to grab this and bring us back to actual, like...
Can I bring it back, please? I have a question.
Rashad's been on
I have an actual question. Okay, I want to ask the conservatives here. When Donald Trump told congresswomen of color to go back to their crime-infested countries, what was he trying to communicate there?
He didn't say that.
So, Vazen, would you say that we got some Sunday versus Dylan drama now? Is that what's going on? Is that what we're dealing with? I feel like the bridge is burned. The bridge is burned.
Go back to where
He definitely did say that.
No, he
Because
didn't say
they're
go back to your
dividers.
country.
They're in
He
here
said
pushing
go
that.
back to where you came from.
No, he said go back to your crime-infested countries.
They should.
Go back to your crime-infested countries. I'm more than happy.
I did.
I'm more than happy.
Who just said they should? Okay.
I don't know
Trump-
why
I did.
we're doubting that Trump definitely said this.
Trump 100%, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, where you came from.
He told
Hey,
us
saying,
to go back to their
MPU,
crime.
wait, one at a time. I wanted to throw it to Adam to respond. I think he wanted to clarify something.
First of all, earlier President Sunday's like, MPU, someday you'll be lying on your deathbed and this is what you'll be thinking about. It's just so dark. Like, why would you say something like that? But okay, someone said something a second ago. Oh, Hake, were you the one that was saying that they should go back to their country?
Yeah, this is all talk. People are all upset about Trump's words. Give me a break.
Okay.
Trump's actions. Trump is the solution, not the problem. But go ahead.
But MPU, is Hake divisive when he says that? MPU?
No.
Please concede to that.
Okay, so I have a question. So what is it about those congressmen? Hold on. I have a question.
Wait, one at a time.
Just one more. Just one more.
Wait. Both quiet. Wait for a second, guys. If I can't. You're making my job difficult. I love the panel scene.
All right, let's check. I think I found the clip that we're talking about.
Trying to stoke conflict between House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and 4 minority liberal congresswomen. Tweeting, "Go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which..."
I mean, he did seem to say, "Go back to your crime-infested countries."
Mr. Trump.
He also said, "Go back from whence you came," but you go back to your broken, crime-infested countries.
Trump added, "So interesting to see progressive Democrat congresswomen who originally came from countries whose governments are a complete and total catastrophe. The president has singled out one of the women, Miss Omar, before. She's from Somalia, the only one of the 4 congresswomen born outside the United States."
I'm looking at this Omar from Minnesota. She shouldn't even be in office.
Speaker Pelosi today didn't
announced
Mr. Trump's tweets as xenophobic comments meant to divide our nation, while Omar accused the president of stoking white nationalism because you are angry that people like us are serving in Congress.
Pretty much.
Other House Democrats, including the assistant House Speaker, rallying to their colleagues' defense.
That's a racist tweet.
And the field of 2020 Democratic hopefuls piled on.
What he's trying to do is make America hate again.
He's really doing something that is so anti-American.
This country is facing another bigot who is trying to divide us again.
While Trump may have united Democrats today, clear division still exists between Pelosi and the progressives in her.
Anyway.
So, Crenshaw, ask your one question quick, and then we'll have the response.
Okay, so my question is what about them makes them need to go back to their country? What separates them from all the other congressmen and women? What is it about them that makes them need to go back? And given the fact that the majority of them were born here, where should they go exactly? I'm really curious.
Trump was going to do.
Vazen said, "I wouldn't say the bridge is burned." So Sunday didn't roast Destiny on his own stream.
With the anchor baby issue,
they're not anchor babies. So where do they go?
He wasn't saying go back to your country. What he was saying is, if you want to be a fucking dickhead for Brooklyn, go back to fucking Brooklyn.
No, he said countries. He said countries. He told them to go back to their.
Simon said, I don't know if your name is Seaman or Simon, but either way, in the 50s there was a communist movement. Do you mean there was an anti-communist movement? Is that what you're trying to say?
Countries, not their state, women to go back to their countries. I'm curious.
You're talking about the McCarthy era?
Why?
1 second. One second, guys. If you're all yelling.
Yo, Simon, you got some twisted history right there. You're on board with one of the most un-American congressmen, ironically enough, who headed the House Committee on Un-American Activities, right? You're talking about, I always talk about this, right? This is when the institutions of democracy were used to squash democracy, right? The McCarthy period, right? You can have freedom of speech, but if it's about pro-communism, then you're an enemy of the people, right?
At the same time, literally nobody's hearing anything and nobody's gaining anything. So Crenshaw, ask the question in a single sentence directed towards one person. That one person gets to respond, and then we move on.
Okay, is it MPU, right?
MPU, yes. And then MPU, you respond in a single paragraph.
Okay, when Donald Trump is telling them to go back to their crime-infested countries, why is he saying that to them specifically? What makes them so special? And what he also said before they tell us how to do things. Who is us, and what makes them they, and what makes everyone else us? What separates them? I'm curious.
Well, they're clearly, obviously, white haters, man haters, and they come in with a foreign, evil mindset.
They're white haters.
It's anti-Christian, anti-white, anti-man.
Wait, who's talking?
So he's naturally going to speak the way that.
Okay, it's Jesse Lee Peterson guy that's speaking.
Normal people think and feel, and he should have the right to do that. It's not as if they're actually going to go back. Did he actually try to get the government to do it? No.
But he said it though, and that's divisive, isn't it? And
wait, bro's just debunking himself in real time. This MPU clown is debunking himself.
No one else has ever done that. It is divisive.
Because he's speaking. He's speaking how normal people want people.
So you believe the average normal white person thinks that
places where you came from, not your countries, Crenshaw.
Oh my God, you think that's the distinction? He said crime-infested places. I don't care if he said countries. I don't care if he said, that's not the point, MPU.
Okay, I'll pull up exactly. I'll pull it up exactly.
Wait. Let's pause this for a moment.
We just watched it. We just watched it.
No, Crenshaw.
Let me clarify what he said. He's lying.
Okay, wait, no, I want to clarify one thing. Wait, let me be quiet. Okay, I'm gonna mute you both because I see the disagreement, okay? And I'm gonna boil it down to its purest form. So, MPU, you're saying that when he says they came from, that doesn't mean their countries. Where Crenshaw, you're gonna say, I assume that that's not the case. That he means their countries when he says that. Okay.
Can I read the whole quote?
No, one at a time, Crenshaw. I threw it to Crenshaw. Okay.
Donald Trump says, this is the first part of the tweet. Donald Trump says, so interesting to see progressive Democrat congresswomen who originally came from countries whose governments are a complete and total catastrophe, the worst, most corrupt, and inept anywhere in the world, in parentheses, if they even have a functioning government at all, now loudly and viciously tell the people of the United States, because apparently these congresswomen aren't people of the United States, the greatest and most powerful nation on earth, how to run our government. Why don't they go back to their country and fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came, then come...
Yeah, and like we saw, only one of those Congress people were born outside of the United States, even. So, you know, that's even more fucked up.
Back and show us. There's a separation.
What a fucking loser.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You're like telling a bunch of people who were born in the United States to go back to their crime-infested country. That's fucked up.
I gotta give MPU a chance.
And it's also fucked up to say that to Representative Omar.
Let me hear MPU. I gotta hear MPU respond.
You dickheads is sitting in front of a computer.
Yeah, no.
Wait 1 second. We gotta give MPU the chance to respond. What do you think of what that quote he just said?
There's nothing to respond to.
There's nothing to respond to. You're right.
Talk about people like Ilhan Omar, who literally fucking hates this country.
She's not the only one.
If Trump did say it, fine.
Literally the biggest anti-Semite in the fucking Congress. Crenshaw, do you want to support?
Didn't Trump invoke Kanye an anti-Semite to Mar-a-Lago?
Okay,
But
so wait.
Ilhan Omar? Do you support Ilhan Omar?
I don't know, but she's not a representative of my state. I don't give a fuck about Ilhan Omar. I don't know who that is.
Okay, now let's end it there. We're ending it there. Wait, no, we're ending it there.
We're ending it there. Dylan called it.
Ilhan Omar is not in the room, and I want to get to the main.
Dylan has spoken.
Adam Mockler. We're gonna throw it to Adam quickly, and then I'm gonna pose the last question to the group, which is about mending political divides. If it's possible, if we should even do it, it's something we should care about. Adam,
can I just point out that over the past 3 minutes, MPU went from Donald Trump didn't actually say that to, yeah, fuck them, they should go back to their country. Do you support them? Yeah, like, you're going to say that these people are sitting here. No, stop. MPU, like you're saying, and Hake.
Go back to their country.
Okay, so when Hake said it, was it divisive?
That you're a liar.
When Hake said it, was it divisive?
So, Chad, it looks like Adam Mockler's kind of having a good time here, even though he's forced to sit at the little kids' table, even though, I mean, he's a big channel. Like, I'm looking around here, he's probably the biggest channel on here. And they brought him on to the, you know, the kids table panel, but he's having fun. He's enjoying dunking on MPU. I think he'll come back.
Hey, you think they should go back to their country?
It would be great.
Okay, MPU, is that divisive?
If they don't want to fucking be in this country and be a contributing part of society, yeah, they should go the
fuck. So if you got any criticism for how this country is being run, you should be deported. That's classic Republican rhetoric, I guess.
Okay,
so,
okay,
yeah.
so
participating in society.
Honestly,
and you want to contribute to this country? Fine, be here.
But technically, they should be the ones being deported. If they say "Make America Great Again," they're implying that America is not currently great. So if they've got a problem with our country, they should go back to their ancestors and, you know, place of their ancestors immigrated. I don't know. Go back to Ireland, Scotland, England, France, Germany, etc. Is that what should we hold them up to their own thing in that regard?
But they're congresswomen though, and like 3 of them were born here, but like
they don't belong in
come on.
I just find it really annoying that people like Hake, Lecterfan, and
Come
MPU. You know, Hake and Lecterfan seem like nice people, but they've been gaslighting us this entire panel. Lecterfan's opening statements was calling Democrats communists, saying Joe Biden is a communist. Hake made up a new term. Hake thinks that they should go back to their country. Like, just say it one more time. Ilhan Omar should go back to her country, right? Do you think that Muslims should be banned from coming in, Hake? Because you guys are going to sit here and say that we're the divisive ones, and then Hake is going to be like, no, we should deport everyone. We should, like, it's just so annoying how you guys are going to sit here and gaslight us.
We should deport
Those are not
every
divisive.
illegal alien. We should.
The truth is divisive. The truth is naturally going to be divisive.
Yeah, Trump's parents, is that right, Jack the Mad God? Were Trump's actual parents immigrants?
His lies are divisive. You divide based on what's right, as Jesus did, as Trump is doing, and then you divide based on lies, which is what the Democrats and the rhinos are doing.
Let's let Hake finish. He hasn't talked much this show.
And then I can go.
Yeah, Hake, you didn't get to finish. I didn't hear at the end.
Oh, yeah. So I think that to answer that one, I think Jeb's question, yes, I think Republicans might really be stupid if that's a real Trump quote, because Republicans have been voting in people who just turn against them. And
yeah, you've been voting too many rhinos until Trump. Until Trump, it was all rhinos. None of those Republicans were real, but Trump is real. All those people that called Trump a freaking sociopath and a narcissist and you know, warned, like, oh, Chad, I got to find this clip somewhere. There's a clip where literally every single big, you know, person in the Republican Party has like warned America about Trump.
Work with the Democrats.
But they're the rhinos. Trump was the real one.
And just follow the lead of the Democrats.
Ooh, and cooperation.
It is, you know, I love cooperation for what's right, but not just catering. And it is human nature to divide. I don't join into this blaming of the media stuff, because if the media were not exploiting evil human nature, if we didn't have the evil human nature within us, the media couldn't do anything. And it's not just the media. People are both spoiled and strained right now. And Trump can bring that back because he can bring back the economy. And when people are living well, they're less apt to blame other people. So, and he's also a uniter.
You know, their exercise here is doing like mental gymnastics really fast, right? Making an argument that skips a bunch of steps that doesn't make any sense if you slow it down and you examine how you get there. What the actual argument is.
He's for love. What's that?
Trump is for love. There we go. He's all about the love.
Trump. Like, yes, we did vote in basically Democrat into the presidency. His name was Donald J. Trump. He's like a 90s Democrat. His policy platform, he just had the Republican platform changed to basically be a 90s Democrat platform. And you literally said it. It kind of was a Freudian slip. But you said, yeah, I think Republicans are stupid if that's a real Trump quote. You're like, I will take Trump's lead. If he thinks Republicans are stupid, then they are.
Well, they are. Look at how we voted for McCain. We voted for Mitt Romney. I'm glad they lost.
This is the ridiculous thing.
Yeah.
Insurrectionist? Yes. McCain? Oh, no. Romney? Oh, no.
Insurrection? Give me a break.
This can be done so fast.
Let's let Jeb finish, and then I got to pose a question.
Okay.
I need the cognitive dissonance to be bridged, but it takes effort from you guys to do so. MPU, do you realize the separation from reality that you demonstrate when you say McCain died on his sword, but is a rhino? You're literally admitting that he died on principle, and then accusing him of being unprincipled as a result. Like, these are the guys we want to elect.
There's a difference between dying on your sword for a principle that upholds the Constitution and then being one that's just simply, I came to Congress as a broke dick motherfucker, and then I left as a multimillionaire. That's
what sword did he die on?
What part of the Constitution? What part of the Constitution?
I want to hear. Wait, no, wait. I want to hear that question from Jeb Tan's question. I want to hear. Can I hear that? Can I? Wait, no, wait. Yeah, that question.
What sword do you think McCain died on? When you say he died on his sword, what are you referring to specifically?
McCain thought that he was doing the right thing, which is fine, except he literally sold out the Constitution.
In what way?
He could have literally ended Obamacare, which is an unconstitutional bullshit program, and he chose not to do it on his fucking deathbed.
Yeah, so what he's talking about is a famous, let me see if I can find this for you. McCain votes down, or McCain votes against healthcare bill. Take a look at
Senate Republicans trying to repeal and replace Obamacare, and that Republican leader Mitch McConnell prompting an audible gasp removed from his cancer diagnosis. Stunning.
You see that? You see that? That was the moment, right? He's given his vote right here. This is, I guess, how they do it sometimes in the Senate.
McCain, just days removed from his cancer diagnosis.
Thumbs down, thumbs down. He votes no, right?
Chamber.
He dropped the fucking mic. Yeah, the Obamacare would have been repealed, and they said replaced, right? They said he was going to replace it with Trump care. but very likely it's not something that anybody would want. So yeah, it was indeed McCain. That's what he's talking about.
So yeah, he sold the Constitution out for his quote-unquote principles.
Out of hatred for Trump.
For his quote-unquote principles. God damn.
Pure hatred for Trump,
Did
by the way.
Congress vote adequately to completely reverse Obamacare? Did
They
Congress
did it with a 60-vote majority that cost them the 60-vote majority. You fucking ain't right they did it, but they did it with Democratic support, not with Republican support.
Okay, so now
I'm still mind blown that someone like Hake exists.
we got. I want to throw out. But the final question, Hake, was there one? I thought you were going to say something at the end there, and before I pose the final question, and we start to wrap this up.
Okay, so we're getting close to the end of this panel. There will be another panel after this panel. That's the one with Destiny.
And you know, the Democrats were crying Russia, 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 and denying the election like crazy, and everybody does it.
Yo, I've heard people say Russia, 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 but they're never Democrats. It's always Republicans.
Just cut them some slack. Once it came down to it, Trump was orderly, and that's how.
Once it came down to it, what? To actually leaving the White House? He didn't claw under the furniture like a cat and have to be dragged out by the Secret Service? Is that what this guy's flexing?
Boomers and Christians and conservatives are. So
what was Trump doing for those 3 hours when all the goons were up inside the Capitol? I'm assuming.
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't care?
He was watching TV. He was cheering him on.
But now there are freaking
communists invading radicals. Welcome in. Chat, are you hearing that? Are you hearing that stream alert that's not supposed to be playing? Again, this like that right there. Are you hearing that? Is that audible? I feel like I've turned this alert off in 60 different ways and it's still on.
They were mulling around. The damage was already done.
Anybody?
Yeah, I know.
What was he doing for those 3 hours?
And there's that's true. Lecture fan brought it up.
What about unemployment? What about fucking wage growth?
The moment you turn your back on the Constitution, I don't give a damn about your presidency. The moment you turn your back, the moment you break your oath, the moment.
What about, he's trying to say, what about the economy, right? And the economy sucked when Trump left the office. Everything sucked. Everything was fucked up. Everything was ruined. The fact that we've had somewhat of a soft landing, you know, is the one thing that you can kind of attribute to Biden. But just in the sense that he's not Donald Trump, just in the sense that he's not an absolute abject failure like Donald Trump was. Trump's administration was a failure. It ended in flames, chat. It ended in utter fucking flames with Trump being mad at protesters, saying that he wanted the military to start shooting people in the legs and shit like that. Literally suppressing free speech at the end of a barrel from the military, right? It fucking crashed and burned so hard.
Sanchi super chatted $5. The whole debate has been nothing but cringe.
I know, right?
I would like the RFK trying to join Canada.
RFK, I got you, Izzy. Thank you for that super chat, and thank you for showing people how to do it. Right? I add your money to the dono goal. I add your donation to RFK, and that gives RFK 5 extra %. If you want to do the same thing that Izzy just did, if you want to get us closer to the dono goal, we're 80% of the way from being there. That's kind of a long way. It's not going great so far, but again, you know, these things, you know, they come in drips and drabs, and hopefully we'll have a drab. I think is a drab like a big drip. We need a big drip right now in order to get that dono goal, but if we do, then the topic of your choice will be chosen. You can also go over to the full-scale stream if you want to and vote on that. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, or if you haven't voted yet and you're on the full-scale stream, make sure to vote in that poll. That's how we choose that, a combination of that and what the people that are donating, regardless of what kind of donation it is. If you donate, if it's a donation, you got the right to tell me where to put your money. I put your money where your mouth is. You can even say Vox Populi if you just believe in the vote of the people. You want to keep that sacred vote untainted, right? You can say Vox Populi, and then your money actually goes against other people's money that are trying to steer it towards RFK, the Sunday dunking content, J.K. Rowling's Mold Symbiote, or Mr. Beast hiring a PDF. Those are your 4 choices. Make sure that you know that you can any kind of donation, including super chats, including super stickers, including memberships or gifted memberships, or any kind of sub business on Twitch, any kind of bits business on Twitch, signups for Patreon, and donations to My Throne, which is right down there or right up there, depending on what chat you're watching me in. They all count as donos, and they all give you the right to to steer the poll in the direction of your choosing, even if that direction is just like you want the vote to decide the winner. So anyway, yeah. Back to the content.
Whatever you did as president,
Okay, the political,
and he wiped his ass with it.
Everybody, I'm sorry to say, we're shutting it down because I think
we're shutting it down.
I thought we were gonna do it. I thought we were really close, honestly.
Wait.
Sexuals, they spinning on it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
and wait. Before we all go, wait. It's the last question.
Last question. You got to listen to Dylan.
Law and order. I need the law and order presidency right now.
You got to listen to Dylan.
I know that we had a lot of heated debate today, and everybody here couldn't disagree with each other more, but I want to throw something out there. Obviously, this conversation in and of itself is an example of the amount of political divisiveness and polarization, as Lonerbox put earlier. So I wanted to ask you guys, how do we mend the divide? Should we mend the divide? And can we mend the divide? Those are the three questions. I'm going to pose it first to Adam Mockler. That's a brilliant point, Adam.
Wait, say it again. How can we and should we?
How, should, and can we? Or you can put it whatever order you want.
I definitely think we can, but I don't even know, it's such a broad question. Something that I've always said is media literacy classes from a young age could probably help a lot of the disinformation right now, and maybe helping the disinformation landscape could, in a roundabout way, help the division. So, my answer would be media literacy classes, but that's just one aspect of it.
Okay. And where can people find you, man?
Oh, youtube.com/Adam Mockler. Go check it out.
Awesome, man. Did you have
okay.
This was great. Thank you for having me on. I'm glad that if I started yelling at you guys, I haven't eaten much today, so sorry if I was mad. But I want to say, real MPU was screaming with his face red, saying that Democrats were the ones who were divisive. He's sitting there throwing a bitch fit, saying that.
I mean, to be fair, real MPU is in some real shit. So hopefully he finds a soft landing and gets himself some shelter, right? Despite the fact that he's a complete chud and got some really bad takes. I do not wish unhoused status on anyone.
We're the ones who are crazy. It's just kind of ironic.
Okay, well that means I have to throw it over to MPU because that's the only dignified thing I can do is let the man respond.
Scream at me.
No, I'm sitting in a hot ass truck, and that's why it's red and it's raining. It's very humid here, and I'm an old motherfucker, so that's why. My point about all of this. You talk about media literacy classes. What about people holding fucking politicians to account for being truthful and being honest about what they're doing? We talk about Trump did this, did that, he's this, he's that. When you look at what Trump's policies actually did, his policies were actually very good.
Which one?
Okay. The way that the news media, maybe the media literacy classes would be good. But then we have to question who the fuck is actually teaching the media literacy class. Okay. The media is literally driven by the left. So when conservatives feel like they have to push back in a way that gets the message across and they have to be loud and proud about what it is, it's very true. Everybody, they called it the Inflation Reduction Act. It drove fucking inflation. It
bullshit. I call bullshit.
Politicians don't tell the truth. There's no media literacy that's controlled by one side that's going to make that better. The only thing that's going to make it better is people taking responsibility for themselves, their children's education, and teaching them how to discern fact from fiction.
And where can people find you?
I am a homeless vet right now. I don't really have a streaming library, as you can tell, because I'm talking to you out of my car. But when I do stream, I stream on Twitch.
I'm sorry. Was that a shot at Sunday? Sunday's literally streaming from what looks like a library. It's probably just a couple of bookcases, but he does love his books. Sunday does love his books. So I think that was a dig at President Sunday. President Sunday, if you are just getting here, left the panel. We were rooting for him. Sunday is the closest thing to a leftist that was allowed on this panel of Dylan Burns. So we had to root for Sunday, even though he did me dirty, chat. He used and abused me, and I don't appreciate that. But still, that doesn't stop us from supporting the person closest to a decent perspective on things. I'm not sure about what he said about this MPU guy, and I couldn't tell if that was a dig at him for being unhoused at the moment, or what exactly Sunday was saying. But yeah, regardless, I took off my squid hat when Sunday left the panel because we were rooting for you, Sunday. We were rooting for you.
The More Perfect Union on YouTube at The More Perfect Union 4812 and a number of other sites. Come check me out. I'm on Twitch. On X, Twitter. At the Real MPU.
I'm sorry, not Twitch.
Follow me, please. I need the money.
Okay, I'm gonna now throw out a few questions because we did get a few before we finish with the rest of the ending statements because there's more ending statements to do, but, shake it up a little bit. Here's one. I thought this was an interesting one. Let me bring it back up here. Here it is. Do any of these folks know where Ilhan Omar was born? You might shed a tear while watching Black Hawk Down, right? Do you wonder why a refugee from Somalia would leave there? I'm gonna throw that.
Do you wonder why somebody that escaped that kind of totalitarian bullshit would come here and be a socialist?
Totalitarian bullshit? I believe it's kind of the opposite. I believe that it's not an overabundance of law and order. It's quite the opposite. Quite the opposite.
Hey, I thought we were doing closing statements.
That's a weird thing to say, isn't it?
Both. I'm doing both. The milk it, lecture fan. Lecture fan. Don't you want me to have soft padding? Don't you want me to have better body armor, lecture fan? You know what, lecture fan? But if do you want to answer the question?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Yeah. So we can and we should heal the political divide, and the only way you can do that is the way it's always done, which is one side wins and the other side loses, and that's why conservatives and Americans that believe in our Constitution, that Americans that believe in capitalism and basic notion, free speech, the Second Amendment, gun rights, et cetera, those Americans have to defeat. We must defeat these radical leftist, psychopathic, atheist, anti-America hater scumbags, and that's what we're going to do when we reelect Donald Trump and we reelect Tim Sheehy in Montana to the U.S. Senate and take out that Washington fat cat John Tester, and he's gone forever. That's kind of what I believe. And you guys can find me at Lecture Fan on every single platform: YouTube, X, Twitch.
I'm sorry, he's wrong. It's not Lecture Fan. It's Lord of the Rings. He's getting his own branding wrong. It's LOTR Fan, Lord of the Rings fan. Check him out if you're interested in hobbits, in elves, in orcs, and all that kind of stuff. Sauron. Right, he can tell you all about that shit. Everything, Gandalf, the different forms of Gandalf, all that kind of shit. What's in the pipe that the hobbits are smoking? Why do the dwarfs sing so well? LOTR Fan, Lord of the Rings fan, can help you with that stuff, right? So go follow LOTR Fan, not whatever he said.
You name it, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. Lecture Fan, LCTRFAN. You can see it on screen. I'm the man. Let's go.
Okay, and recently unbanned. Now we have a question, more statement about Lonerbox from Rabbit Brain, and he seems to be, I think he's a Britbonger. Despite Lonerbox being an anti-monarchist, I'm a monarchist for note. He's the most sane person on the panel. Thanks, Dylan, for rebooting Hippy Dippy. Why, thank you. I guess I'll throw it to Loner now.
So are they literally reading super chats?
As well as just media literacy, even like basic chronology helps. For example, if you knew about how time works, you would know that inflation spiked in 2022 at 9%. Then the Inflation Reduction Act was passed near the end of the year, and now inflation is down to 3%. That's how time works. You can also go into how Trump's big policy that he got through was basically just tax cuts. You can go or separating families at the border. You can talk about his foreign policy and how he abandoned the Kurds in Syria or in Turkey for no fucking reason. You can talk about Jerusalem, how he moved the embassy there, and then that resulted in riots at Al-Aqsa. By the way, little known fact: if you ask most Palestinians why October 7th happened and why they thought it was justified, it's because of settler riots in Al-Aqsa, because people were emboldened by Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem. But
actually, that's the most base thing I've heard Lonerbox say in a long time. I would also put in, like the Abraham Accords, right? There was a lot of the so-called diplomacy that Trump's son-in-law, his failed son-in-law, was nepotistically selected to engage in, right? Is really the seed of what caused October 7th.
You can talk about how free speech, even though Trump is the one who's floated multiple times, including this year, the idea of jailing people for burning the flag. You can talk about Fox News and literally all these media organizations who admit that they are lying to Republican voters and being behind the scenes going, I can't believe people believe this shit, but we need to do it because they all otherwise go to Newsmax. At the end of the day, you made a deal with the devil. Trump tried to coup the government. He failed miserably. You don't get let off the hook for trying, though. Lots of coups fail. I think everyone who has followed,
including the coup that Trump tried on Venezuela,
especially after this panel, everyone who has followed Trump to this fucking cliff edge basically deserves to eat their own weight in fucking shit for the next 10 years before they finally come back to reality. Yeah.
Okay,
let's just have
we're gonna throw it over. We're gonna throw it over to Hake. Hake, have you gone? I don't think you've gone yet.
Right. Thank you, Dylan. And to Lecture Fan's point, if the liberals win, if the communists win, I have already
goddamn commies
for Dylan Burns to have a little bit of extra mercy on me and hopefully my friends in the gulags.
Yeah. Communist fucking Dylan Burns, famous communism lover, Dylan Burns. Yes.
It's good to honestly, it's good to try to get along with everybody as far as it depends on you. Don't compromise what you believe, but you have to work with people, and that's what Trump does very well. And so watch yourselves. I think anger is the root issue in most people. Thanks, guys. And you can find me at thehakereport.com. Thehakereport.com.
Hake will be getting an extra fungus ration in the gulag. I appreciate it.
Soylent Green, I think.
Wait, is that a fungus ration like you get a mushroom, or is that a fungus ration like you get some antifungal cream for your fungus on your mushroom? Oh, chat, it's too funny. I'm sorry. I'm inappropriate.
Soylent Green. Open question from Uncle Iroll. What kind of body armor would Dylan get and best bang for his buck? I don't think anybody here can give me that advice. Can anybody here give me that advice? MPU, you're a veteran, aren't you?
I'm a veteran. What was the question again?
What would be the best body armor for me? What do you think?
Oh, you got to do plate. You got to do ceramic armor, man.
Okay, ceramic. That is the right call, actually. Unironically.
I mean, you could ask somebody if you spoke Ukrainian, but I don't know if that guys. I guess that doesn't work for Dylan. There were some people talking about in Ukrainian in some of the Dylan Burns videos, the way that Dylan was wearing his helmet and how it might not be as helpful as it could be if he put it on straight. But yeah, there was a lot of chatter about Jelunchka. Anyway, let's see what we got next. We'll queue it up. And I kind of want to chat. Should we go by? I feel like I want to cross streams with Femios. Should we do that? No Femio. Anyway, I'm thinking about it, chat. I'm thinking about it. Maybe after this, we got to get done this stuff. Then maybe we can see if Femios is still streaming. I got a question for Femios. So, what are we doing? Oh no, what happened? No. Where the fuck were we? Why is nothing working? There we go. Wait, Connor points? Wait, what am I looking at? What is this? The fuck am I looking at? This isn't Destiny. This isn't Lauren Southern. I don't know what's going on here, chat. He did talk to like Kevin Logan too, but I assumed, I don't know, that Kevin was just in there to fluff. That's usually what Kevin Logan's role is. Hey Flogus, shouts out. Oh my god, chat. I keep forgetting. I'm supposed to shout out my Patreons. Well, while I wait for this shit to load. We need to shout out the Patreons, don't we? Let's do that right now. If you're a member of my Patreon at the $5 or greater level, you get a fancy shout out as part of every show. So if you'd like to be acknowledged, Fancy Weasel is the Patreon tier for you. Speaking of which, shouts out to Omega Star, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, and shouts out to Zara Xerex. Yes. Patreons, thank you so much. You help me keep the lights on, keep the computer on, keep a little bit of rice and beans in my belly, and I appreciate you so much. You're so awesome. Thank you. So, like, yeah, let's get going. We got... Wait, that's McCain. I don't know what's going on here. Is it right here? There it is.
The _fairy_ super chatted $5. I'm caught up, and in regards to Sunday, I don't want to spoil, but he stated on stream that he thought he was being condescended to, so he ran LMAO.
And look, I'm not taking a shit on him for that, okay? For the record, a strategic retreat is sometimes smart. No, I'm just kidding, chat. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like some of those runs were just like, you can dip on a conversation. I'm okay with that. And I'm not sure what I feel about what went on there. I couldn't tell exactly what he was getting at, but obviously Dylan took it as a dig at MPU's homeless status, right? And you know, this is something that Dylan, you know, to his credit, was not going to put up with. So I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Sunday felt like he was being condescended to. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is like if the Aiden Ross of politics like talked down to you and you were like, motherfucker, you don't know how to say Mussolini. Motherfucker, you don't even know what platforming is. Anyway, chat, anyway. It's okay. Irresponsible platform users aside, let's see what we got here. Like, so let me see if I can, oh god, show me the preview. I want to know when the Destiny shit starts, because I don't know what this is. And I don't know if I want to watch this. Chat, this is Connor Points. You don't get more Twitch poll than Connor Points. Connor Points is a, I don't know, a reactionary that pretends to be like a on the fence, social conservative with like populist leanings, I guess, is how I would describe Connor Points, but don't let him fool you. Don't let him fool you. He's really fucking right-wing. This is Pondering Politics, friend of the VOD. Pondering Politics is friend of the Vanguard, is what I'm trying to say. And we're friends with the Vanguard, so therefore, like, it's a friend-in-law. We're friends-in-law with Pondering Politics. And then, wait, this wouldn't be a hippy dippy, would it? Because you got conservative. I'm guessing conservative. There's a Texas flag there, and liberal. Wait, there's only 3.
Because it was so peaceful.
What's going on here, chat? Shall we find out? Shall we find out? Shall we look into, see what's going on here in this, or shall we just proceed to the Destiny content? Destiny and whoever. I'm told it was supposed to be Lauren Southern, friend of the enemy of the VOD, Lauren Southern. That is the editee for the editor who hates my guts probably worse than anybody in the world. But we're not talking about her today. She's not getting a shout out. She has to sign up for Fancy Weasel. Tell her that, all right? Tell her that if she gets on the page, the Fancy Weasel Patreon tier, I will shout her out as well, even though she's Lauren Southern's editor and a sussy baka. And let's just see what this is.
Screw you all, I'm going home. Disconnection.
Screw you. Oh, they're talking about Sunday. It's the drama. Oh, Connor's here to do the drama. Oh, wait, he doesn't. Wait, I thought Sunday and Connor are kind of like friendly, right? Do we have any Sunday fans in here? I'm sure we must have some Sunday fans. Sunday's done streaming, right? So we got to have some Sunday fans. What is like Sunday? Are Sunday and Connor getting along? I think they're like friendly, right? I don't want to be speaking out of my butt. I don't want to be sounding like I'm on Valium and Thorazine or anything like that. I want to be a fucking zombie to talk to. It's clearly the HRT chat. Clearly. Anyway, let's trying to.
I was thinking of during that entire thing, and it was I didn't run.
Okay, we got this is gonna be juicy.
We can win or lose.
August 25th, it is coming. We're gonna have some new up and coming Twitch.
I don't care.
But we have Pondering Politics who's in here. Who's
yes.
Up, and I'm really happy for his success. Connor, who is back, who helped do a hippy dippy.
Dylan's like totally not jealous.
Chinese knockoff, which I enjoyed very much. And we have Doghouse Show, who is another hippie.
Doghouse Show. Who the fuck is this?
Another one of my goons. Another one of my veteran goons in the stable. What's your guys' immediate reaction to the conversation that we just had?
Is Goons a wrestling thing? I think it's a wrestling thing, right?
The relaunch of the Hippy Dippy Roundtable.
Beautiful, just like the old days.
Hey, you know, there was a quote that I heard, I was thinking of during that entire thing, and it was I didn't run. But I just wanted to throw that.
So we're making fun of Sunday
out there.
Well,
in this case,
in reference to somebody?
It might be. Well, you know, it might. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. That was a very interesting.
What does everybody think about that? I mean, that was like probably one of the. Well, there was a lot of shocking moments when it comes to just how divided we were. I think the whole debate in of itself was an example of America's political divisions. What did you guys think of that moment? It was certainly a very kind of
hold on.
unexpected.
It's like the Undertaker doing like his move though. Like I don't watch wrestling a lot, but I'm sure that there's like wrestlers with like signature move. President Sunday has his signature move. So would it be a President Sunday showing if he didn't bust out his signature move? Now he has gotten away from it in recent times, but maybe he just.
Oh my god!
My rap, gotta hone my reputation, show my finising move, and that was.
Okay, so Chad, if you don't know what's going on because it's not very clear to anybody that is not fucking permanently online, this is a wrestling. This is like The in between wrestling bouts thing when you watch wrestling. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Dylan is still like leaning into the kayfabe thing, leaning into debate as professional wrestling, as blood sport, as whatever. And then that makes me wonder if this is staged. That makes me wonder if this is set up. I don't know, chat. Nothing's real in this world. Often, except it's real to some people. So here's how this works, right? Here's how Dylan's Hippy Dippy thing has worked in the past, right? There's drama thrown in on purpose, and a lot of it is pre-written, just like wrestling. But sometimes one of the people involved in the Hippy Dippy will be left out of the circle as far as the kayfabe that they plan to do, because they want the reaction of this person live. And I mean, obviously that's a fucked up thing to do to somebody. But it has been known to happen. And, you know, the victims of this were just like mocked ruthlessly, because that is part of Dylan's content strategy I'm seeing now.
The screw you all, I'm going home disconnection.
So here's the meta commentary on the meta commentary.
You know,
regrettably, I missed that part. Unfortunately, I was too busy basking in the off and on segments and basking the brilliance of Rashad Crenshaw, an up and comer who's putting out #1 fantastic content. #2 is an
ever since the Alec Gunter thing, I feel like not calling people up and comers, it feels insulting.
excellent debater. But whatever references you all are making, I unfortunately missed apparently the highlight of that
I
particular.
can talk about it since it felt like I became kind of the center of it a tiny bit. But what happened was that during the debate, and one of the guests today is a homeless veteran by the name of More Perfect Union on the conservative side. And during the debate, that information was made known. And Sunday, in one of the critiques of what he was saying about the elections, let me say, I didn't really agree with anything More Perfect Union said today. I thought, it's all stuff that I disagree with, like, to the core. But then President Sunday decided that he would, like, go after in a form of attack the fact that he was going to be sleeping in a parking lot because he sleeps in a car. And everybody kind of reacted in a kind of like, I could feel the tension in the room. And, I kind of immediately went in. And what my goal was as the moderator, my goal is not to like dictate morality, like you're not allowed to say it unless we get into slur TOS territory. Because if somebody shows who they are through their language, like that's how it's supposed to be. So I made my opinion known quickly, because even if I don't like to share my opinion much on the show, if I hear a statement that I want to distance myself from, then I'll distance myself from the statement. And so I said, that's too far for me. I said that out loud, that it was too far for me to President Sunday. And I meant as in for me. And maybe he interpreted that as that's too far for the show. You're not allowed to say it, which I don't like it's being said on my show, but he's allowed to say it. And he then reacted to that by bringing up the old Prime Kai's drama from over, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. Then he went after somebody else. Then he went after somebody.
What? I didn't hear that. Oh my God, chat, do I have to explain this? So you're getting a side of drama. Drama's the other thing that I cover. Streamer drama, political streamer drama. It's a long story how I ended up on this beat. But yeah, this is part of my content too. If you're watching on Shorts and you're used to watching my political content, understand that the other content is of this sort of nature. Because unfortunately it became relevant. And so we care about this a lot, enough to, kind of divert the stream, despite there's the fact that there's like less views on this sort of stuff. We like to cover the drama behind the scenes and such and so forth. And all too often it involves me. But there was a controversy around a... So I said before Dylan was Twitch poll, I said that he's like the center of the nexus. He has he had a panel show that was pretty big, and that everybody in the sphere kind of wanted to get on. That was the platform to get. The other platform to get was Prime Kai, who streamed on a different day of the week, and they were not so much in competition, I don't think, as they were occupying the same lane of content. Like, I don't know what Prime Kai did on Friday night, but I feel like it was not a panel stream, although most nights it would be. So yeah, Prime Kai would have panels. Anyway, you don't care about this. You probably care, though, about the fact that this guy, Prime Kai, had accusations against him of from a producer, I guess you'd call them, showrunner, that they were put in a bad situation because they were getting paid by Prime Kai and they were getting constantly hit on by Prime Kai. And this was released through again, the fucking editor for Lauren Southern is the one that kind of brought this forward, ironically enough. And it looked like a slam dunk. This guy Prime Kai, the sort of competition with Dylan Burns was gone. But then something happened. People started bringing the accuser on their stream in an attempt to tear apart the accuser's story. And it turned out that the editor for Lauren Southern that had been forthcoming with the information that this person, was, sort of backed up this person's story of having been harassed by Prime Kai in this way. They had the logs of what was what they said to Prime Kai after having said that they had told Prime Kai that to knock it off, essentially. Told Prime Kai that the person that you were constantly hitting on does not like being constantly hit on, so you should stop. And when you looked at the logs, it was heavily implied, right? This person showed Prime Kai the logs of what this person that was their employee had said and did not say this you, which is, what would have made that circle complete. Just showed that, and Prime Kai was like, oh yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty fucked up. Prime Kai claims that he thought it was about something else, so that he didn't have a chance to change his behavior. Anyway, that's how the drama shook out. And I'm still not sure about it, but Dylan's the one who went to stream with this information and with the victim for several nights and turned this, really bad shit that happened to this person into a freaking drama stream. That is the controversy, and the way that it cuts against him is that, he brought this up. Now, I think ultimately that there probably was substance. It seemed like there was substance. I don't think there's a real reason to disbelieve the accuser, right? Or to let somebody off the hook just because they weren't super perceptive when their when their employee tried to bring up another employee that didn't appreciate being hit on, right? But it kind of fucked them both up, right? Like, Dylan lost a lot of credibility. Prime, has really gone downhill and is not really a factor in the scene that much anymore. But even though it was felt that it ends when Dylan goes on stream with Prime and is forced to apologize to Prime, and then Prime says, "And you'll also never talk about me again." Kind of puts Dylan on the spot, and he says yes. He says yes just to get the heat off of him. Dylan says yes. So that's what President Sunday is apparently referred to, although I did not hear it. But if that is the case, there is definitely drama. There's definitely drama here. And so we'll watch through this. After this, there's going to be a debate between Destiny and somebody. I thought it was going to be Lauren Southern, but it looks like they may have replaced Lauren Southern with someone else. But I'm curious about what this little filler element is.
Else, and then he ran away. The thing that gets me though is I was actually just going to do, all I was saying was, hey, that's too far for me, and so we gotta let him respond. All I was gonna do was hand it over to MPU and let him respond, and I wasn't even gonna kick him or say you're not allowed to say that. I was just that's too much for me.
But I want us to notice that this is part of the content. Like, this is not just part of the content. This is not just they're going to, oh, we better talk about this since this happened. This segment seems planned. They were going to come on here and they were going to talk about something, and it seems like kind of tailor-made to talk about whatever drama went on the stream in order to try to add that element to the content to make it more than just a debate.
Hey, obviously that's a lot what you just said. So
And then the obvious question there is what part of this is real? How much of this is real? Is it real on Dylan's side, but not on Sunday's side? Is Dylan doing this for effect, but maybe Sunday is legitimately kind of like offended? Is this something they planned together? I mean, it's like wrestling, except that part of it is real, and it's not exactly super clear which part is real.
MPU has to be able to respond to that, but he didn't let me finish, and so he was already like going after like old stuff because.
But I am
he ran
sure Sunday will catch a certain amount of internal flack from the lefty side for degrading somebody's housing status in a debate. You can attack the ideas. You can even attack the person. You can attack what they look like or something like that. But obviously, there's some things that we're going to be sensitive about, and then not just that lefties ostensibly should be sensitive about, like housing status. That should be like one of the the things. But I wanted to.
That's what I was saying.
But I wanted to comment on something.
Yeah, and I was wondering about that. Like, I was thinking, I was kind of thinking that it would be a more pervasive thing, that there'd be more people somehow having a go at him for being a conservative that is experiencing homelessness, considering that it's generally not a conservative priority to deal with that in a helpful way. So.
I just want to say one last thing though.
Go ahead.
And before I throw it back to you guys, it's just for me it was like my mother was homeless, and so for me it was especially too far. And that destitution was one of the things that contributed to her death, and so for me it was personally too far. But it's a Dippy is you express yourself however you are, but it's weird to get that type of reaction with somebody who's has good reason, I think, to not be okay with that type of derivative attack, which I don't think just affects MPU, by the way, even if I disagree with MPU and everything, like there are other homeless people who could be affected by like, haha, you sleep in a car.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There's plenty of...
I don't know, Chad. I might have to agree with Dylan on this one.
There's plenty of people in Twitch and YouTube politics who come here to socialize and have fun, but are not necessarily always the most mentally or physically or housing stable people on the planet. But I did want to address something that Pondering said. He was mentioning Rashad Crenshaw. So what I love about Hippy Dippy is that it can really expose some of the rawest nerves in a conversation. And one of the things that he...
Well, I'm sorry, that's like a very fucking posh way to say that, Connor. That's a very fucking posh way to describe that. Wow.
He poked at, because I think he found it messed up, he was saying, what did Trump mean by go back to your place of origin or whatever? And there was kind of like a real clamping down on that conversation. And then what ended up happening, which I think is kind of brilliant and exposes the show, is if you were doing an interview, oftentimes people would be like, okay, that's a little much, they're going to back off. But when it's a fight and it's live, they just own that. And I was just like, that's kind of what Hippy Dippy does, is it makes people own their positions live in public because they don't want to back down because they're in a dogfight. And sorry, real quick.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you saying that Hippy Dippy brings out the worst in people? Is that what you're trying to tell Dylan?
It brings out the most abrasive and aggressive in people, which you can view as a virtue or a vice. But the thing is, I would have bitten down on that bullet too. I would have been like I would have at least articulated it descriptively, if not said it was a positive thing. I would have said Trump probably means that America is a wealthy, powerful, rich nation that you can criticize many of its flaws, but it's doing a lot of things right. The people who are its most ardent critics tend to be people who have come here recently. I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I know she's from Brooklyn, but I think her family is from Puerto Rico. I think Ilhan Omar, her parents are from Somalia. And so that comment of like, well, you just came from basically an anarchic, destitute, economically deprived S-hole, I think is, what Trump ostensibly called it. Who are you to tell us how to live? I think that is a real feeling that conservatives have.
Yeah, I want to...
Wait, but I want to know what you think about it, conservative. He's not fucking owning it. This is so frustrating about counterpoints. And I am convinced this is how he hides his, reactionary nature, shit like this. Right? Oh, this is how conservatives feel, huh? Okay, are you just like the conservative whisperer? Or is this how you feel? Which is kind of what I thought you came on this fucking panel to talk about, but no. No, he's gonna fucking keep his cards really close to his chest, because this motherfucker is playing a game with us, right? Watch this guy. Watch this guy. He is absolutely playing a game.
I want to hit on this too.
This is Brianna Wu's like fucking... I don't know, bagman, or maybe bagman's not. Maybe I don't know what a bagman is exactly, and I should look that term up before I use it. Feels like a bag. He feels like a bagman, Chad. I don't know. Is he a bagman?
Is something that I saw Rashad
technically.
I thought was fantastic.
He's Brianna Wu's point man. Let's just put it that way.
Is he kept his composure.
Which I think is a thing in basketball, right? Is that what a point man is? Is a point man the guy that gets the points for you in basketball? I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I don't know sports.
I was telling my chat this, is that when you're in these debates, how you are rhetorical.
Motherfucker's got a Theracane. Oh my God. Sorry. It doesn't matter.
How rhetorical.
I'm not having a go at him for the Theracane, for the record.
You are comes off to the audience in a certain way. And More Perfect Union losing his cool came off as very uncomposed and not able to get his point across without getting that frustration out. So I feel like Rashad won on that. He just looked better. More Perfect Union had to eat those words.
I hated it.
Okay, so this is literally this. This is literally the thing on wrestling where they'll talk about like the wrestling match that just went on, and then they'll maybe I'm guessing introduce the one that's just about to come. I mean, he's I'm not kidding you either. All right, this is not me projecting this on. I just know this guy. I know what he's about, and his whole theory of content revolves around wrestling. So yeah, he used to fashion himself as the Mr. McMahon of Twitch poll. That is not a reference that has aged very well, though. So I'm sure he does not say that now. But yeah, this is his little analysis thing.
Yeah, and I was very surprised at how much we were going back to old talking points. I heard very little in terms of some of the more recent things, and I'll be honest with you,
Izzy
I don't know if
super chatted $5. Just a quick fact check. Puerto Rico is part of United States.
Wait, who said?
Born there as an American. The island is a colony.
Wait, was that from what? ContraPoints? I almost called him ContraPoints. So his name is Counterpoints. It is actually, from what I know, because he thought he would get traffic from being confused with ContraPoints. But his other name is ConnerPoints, I think, and he's annoying. He's really, really annoying. Yeah, so is that what it's called, Jim? A postmortem? The point person, someone who takes the charge of the military? Oh. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Izzy Sanchez.
if I got to the point of where I figured out which candidate would be worse for democracy. To be honest with you, comes off to Rashad do that I thought was fantastic is he kept his composure. I was telling my chat this, is that when you're in these debates, how you are rhetorical, how rhetorical you are, comes off to the audience in a certain way. And More Perfect Union losing his cool came off as very uncomposed and not able to get his point across without getting that frustration out. So I feel like Rashad won on that. He just looked better. More Perfect Union had to eat those words.
I hated it.
And I was very surprised at how much we were going back to old talking points. I heard very little in terms of some of the more recent things. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I got to the point of where I figured out which candidate would be worse for democracy. To be honest with you, that's where I kind of left off. I said, man, where were we? We're talking about.
I mean, this is where I pity the Trump defenders here, just because by virtue of the facts, they have the steeper hill to climb, trying to make the case that Trump is better for democracy than really any alternative. I mean, it's interesting too. Connor points out that this feeling that obviously a lot of people.
Chat. The donors are starting to choose violence. Even though the chat is choosing content. No, wait, that's the wrong one. What is the chat choosing?
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
The chat's choosing RFK. The chat's choosing brainworms. Are we ready for some of those brainworms? Are we going to get into that tin of brainworms and eat them like gummy worms? I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Yeah, RFK trying to join Team Kamala is winning with 48%. Mr. Beast hires a PDF, has got 25%. NCC Dunks on Sunday More is actually in third place with 16%. 16% of you chose violence. And J.K. Rowling's Dark Mold Symbiote is at 11%. So, but when you combine it with the... Okay, well, you know what? We haven't tipped it towards violence yet. Let me just put it that way, okay? We got 70% to make up in this dono goal. If we can do it by the end of the stream, then we can have some bonus content. And that could be me dunking on Sunday, and that could be RFK trying to join Team Kamala. Yeah, he wants to... I don't know, Chad. I don't know. We'll get into it.
People have, particularly on the right, and I would say some in the center as well, this idea of, how do you express your critique for America? I think Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire recently said that, Democrats really don't love America because they want to change so much about America. They want to fundamentally change it. And he said, if you tell your wife you love her, but you want to change everything about her, do you really love her? And of course, as somebody on the left, I think it's categorically ridiculous because America is not your spouse. It's your home. So let's use that metaphor, right? You've got a fucking house that you love. You've lived in it for 14, 15 years and, the roof is caving in or the foundation is unstable. What do? You fix it. You don't ignore it. You don't pretend, even if it's fundamental structural changes. And so it's interesting to see kind of the flip side of that.
Perfect foundation. Don't worry about it.
It's perfect. Everything's great. You just ignore that puddle right there.
But listen, I want to, yeah. There was a rhetorical issue though that I think that Jebtan was my spirit.
Yeah. Also, let me know if there's anybody who I didn't get I think there's a few people I didn't get where your super chat money was going. I will add that to the topic of your choice, literally as a percentage, right? Whatever you donated, that percentage added to the topic of your choice, so you can help direct the poll, so to speak, towards the subject of your interest. When you donate, just make sure to let me know. And if I missed anybody's, definitely let me know, because I want to know. I want to be able to put your money where your mouth is on the board.
My spirit animal in this debate, at least for the parts that I caught, was he was still articulating conservative viewpoints, but he was also trying to realize that, like, we are in this together. I want to, at least rhetorically, if not on policy, I want to reach out an olive branch to the other side. But what was so funny, because like
But what's the other side, Connor? What's the other side? What other side? Which motherfucking side are you on, Connor?
Feel his frustration when he heard it was he was extending those olive branches and those conversations and all that kind of stuff, and then Hake and Lecture Fan came in right behind him and they're like, no compromise. Boom!
I think it was Hake
hit him in the back with the steel chair. And
are you pronouncing Hake's name like you would pronounce it in Japanese?
That's just perfectly that's exactly how it feels.
I talked to Jeb Tam before this and I was like, good luck reeling it in, buddy. Good luck reeling it. I was like giving him like,
did he say Hake or am I tripping, chat? It could be, but maybe that's not mutually exclusive, is it?
I was like, take out the pads. Come on, man. You better be ready.
That's the feeling. No, but that's the feeling of like a moderate Republican or a good faith conservative. You could have like really far right-wing points, but you're trying to negotiate with the other side in order to find something that fulfills both of your principles. And then just out of nowhere, once somebody on your team just comes up and just hits you in the back of the head with a flying elbow, and you're just like, wow, I can't believe I wasted 3 hours of my life just to get stabbed in the back. But that's the game.
That's why you got to choose your teammates quite carefully and manage them accordingly. That's why I'm definitely interested to see what happens with the Destiny Hutch debate. Obviously, it's disappointing that Lauren Southern won't be there because I think
yeah, chat, still a sausage party.
As far as right wingers are concerned, Sean and
do you think it'll be total sausage? One in chat if you think it's going to be total sausage all night.
And Lauren would be, I think, as formidable as a team you could possibly have. Now, obviously, I'm betting on Hutch and Destiny, if only for the fact that.
Wait, he said Lauren. Is Lauren going to be there?
I'm much more aligned with their views, but that's going to be a tight team right there because they can complement each other very well.
Wait, Lauren and Sean. That's okay. That's right. Actual Justice Warrior. And I thought that Lauren was off the thumbnail, at least. I don't know if Lauren's going to be there.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I want to say this is that I am currently going for Destiny and Hutch, only for the simple fact that Destiny has done extensive research on January 6th over the several past years, and I think January 6th
that is true.
Is the core crunch of this question of democracy, and I think that gives Destiny a huge leg up, and I think that Hutch will complement that against Sean. So that's where I stand.
Well, the facts. That's the thing. Like, unfortunately, when the facts favor a particular thing, like this isn't Dylan's fault, it's just how the chips fall where they may.
Sure.
Unfortunately, and this is why Connor is where Connor is, because yes, he's a conservative. Yes, he considers himself a Burkean Republican, but unfortunately, it's really hard to hitch your wagon to Trump in that respect because he just makes it. Basically, being the best Trump defender is like being the world's smartest flat earther, right? It's like it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, guys, we gotta wrap it up. We have to wrap it up so quickly.
We gotta wrap it up. You're glup shittos. You don't matter. We're getting the real stars on.
I'm gonna go around the room and everybody's gonna say a quick statement about what they think's gonna happen and who they think's gonna do better or do worse, etc. Start with Connor.
Okay, don't underestimate Sean. He's a phenomenal debater. He does not concede. He can fight really well, and he typically researches really well as well. So don't underestimate him is my prediction.
My prediction is Destiny and Hutch are going to sweep. I don't know who the other guy is, but unless he...
You don't know who they are? Oh my gosh.
I don't know, 40...
Why we got you on here, Pondering?
And he can, like, rewrite reality.
You're supposed to be like the wrestling host that goes like, I think that Hulk Hogan will use the super duper punch him in the chest move against the other wrestler that is Stone Cold Steve Austin, maybe? That's a wrestler, right? Okay, yeah, I think that's what will happen. You can tell I know wrestling, okay? You can tell I know wrestling really freaking well.
Let me just say, Cam Higbee agreed to do this on extremely short notice to replace Lauren Southern's last second.
Oh, it's Cam Higbee. Chat, it's Cam Higbee. Oh, god damn. He's gonna be mad at Pondering. I don't know Pondering's name, so I'm gonna call him Pondering. He's pondering politics. He's sitting there. He's definitely got the right glasses for pondering, right? Those are good pondering glasses.
Second dropout. So
whenever I ponder Weak and Weary, these are the kind of glasses I want to be
props for coming out.
rocking.
Very little time to research. He canceled his stream today just to get some research in.
That's a heck of a
what a gent.
That's a relief pitcher there. But yeah, I'm gonna bet on Destiny and Hutch. I think they're gonna sweep. And if Destiny becomes Nebraska Steve, ooh, Hutch might as well just kick back. Yeah.
And Doghouse, wrap us up.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to say this. I'm putting all my chips on Destiny and Hutch. Even though I want to root for the underdog, and my name is the Doghouse, I'm totally going for Destiny and Hutch in this. I think they definitely have the leg up on this. They're absolutely going to come out of this winning and swinging. And just know, at the end of the day, that President Sunday did run. Just want to make that note, okay?
Oof. And with that, we're going to wrap.
Again, no comment on that one. I don't necessarily have a problem with Sunday leaving debate panels. That's not something I look down on him for. There's plenty of other things that I'll be looking down on him for really soon, and content coming to you.
Wrap this up. Thank you, guys.
To a content coming to a screen near you. Yes.
See you guys later. And everybody who's watching, go to the YouTube if you're watching on Twitch, or go to my website, dylanburns.tv, because Twitch, Destiny's banned there, and we cannot stream there.
Wait, that's wrong. Wait, is that no, you're right. Okay, wait. Okay, now I remember. Yeah. So, oh, wow. Chat, I gotta be real with you, all right? We talk about numbers sometimes. We don't do it to like dunk on anybody or make fun of anybody, or, you know, I'm not one of those people, okay? Dylan's numbers on this stream were underwhelming. I was unaware that the numbers at the time were actually a combination of Twitch and YouTube, and for it being that, it just was way underwhelming. This is not doing the numbers that it used to do.
So if you're on Twitch right now, if you want to watch the main event, the big show, you got to go to dylanburns.tv, watch on my website, or Dylan Burns live on YouTube. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's the Whiteleaf site that he's talking about. That's his Whiteleaf website. Yeah, he's on there too.
Everybody.
Okay. Wait, he seriously getting Aiden vibes here. Like, can you imagine if Dylan like cut his hair? Would you know him and Aiden apart? Maybe.
Do.
The underscore furry underscore super chatted $15. Let's make that President Run Day percentage a cool 20. Also, why did you name your channel No Comment Chick?
Why did I name my channel No Comment Chick? Great question. That goes up to 20%, and that goes up to 40%. That means that we are 60% from getting there, which is actually less than 2/3. It's more that we're more than 1/3 of the way there. That's some decent progress, and that does really affect the polls right there. That's getting nervous. But anyway, yeah, this is It's funny how the donors choose violence, and yet the chat itself does not choose violence. The chat is like, I want content. God, I want my headphone not to fall out of the socket.
Dylan, what's up, man?
Hello, how's it going? When was the last time we talked? We talked not too long ago, Hutch.
No, I feel like the last time we spoke was like 2 years ago, bro.
It couldn't have been 2 years. Has it really been that long?
I don't know if I've talked to you since you've been to Ukraine.
Really? Wait. Man, that would mean going on 3 years then.
It's been 3 years?
It would be going on 3 years.
Okay, so wait, who's that? Hutch?
Oh, shit.
Destiny?
My goodness, wow. Cam, I gotta say, I'm very thankful for you coming in last second to replace Lauren Southern's last second dropout from the debate.
Cam? Who the fuck is Cam, chat? He looks like... he's giving me Steven Crowder. He's giving me Steven Crowder. Who is this Cam?
Again, for everybody who's just tuning in, she said that she didn't have enough time to prepare because in the last 48 hours she had some personal stuff come up. We do give the topics 2 to 3 weeks in advance, but she was waiting till the last 24 hours to prepare, and sadly it just meant that she didn't feel she was ready to have the conversation.
She wasn't prepared. She wasn't ready. Oh, she wasn't ready to go up against the intellectual brain power of Destiny. That's right.
So we're going to have instead Cam Higbee, who actually canceled. I saw he shut down his
Destiny, who brought her back from obscurity.
stream. He was like, never mind, I'm going to research. He's hungry. He's hungry. He's hungry.
Wait, she's kind of in obscurity again, though. Are they bringing her back? Are they going to do it again? Are they going to make the same mistake twice?
He's hungry, and I love it when people are hungry. Thank you guys for coming on today, taking some time to be on the show today. We're going to go around and have everybody introduce themselves. I want to thank Sean, Destiny, Hutch, and Cam Higbee for coming on.
But chat, remember how I predicted the Sausage Party? Has anybody seen Sausage Party? This is exactly like Sausage Party, all right? They're like little foods running around in the refrigerator, assuming that when the humans pick them up, that they're going to like a better place, but in reality, they would be better unaliving the humans and having a giant orgy in the refrigerator. It's very similar situation to this. No, it's a Sausage Party because of the... It's all guys. It's all the whole thing. The whole thing. They're not even trying to fucking disguise it, right? The whole thing is a whole ass sausage party.
Let's start with the guy who just, arrived in the last second to save us. Cam Higbee, want to introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. My name is Cam Higbee. I'm an investigative journalist and undercover journalist for a company called Today's America, and I also do political commentary and debates.
Thank you very much.
And he's good at speaking fast, too.
For coming last second, I do appreciate it, and I hope the viewers at home consider the fact that this is a last second appearance for Mr. Cam Higbee. We're going to throw it over now to Hutch.
Welcome everybody. It's nice to meet you, Sean. Thanks for.
Wait, chat. Did I say that we're gonna cross streams with Femios?
Coming in so quickly, Cam. Look forward to having the conversation with you. And
might be too late.
Bringing Hippy Dippy back, Dylan.
Thank you very much. Always happy to
W Dylan
poll and see where I can make my coin. I'm gonna now throw it over to Destiny.
What's up? I'm also an investigative political guy. I investigate Wikipedia, and thanks for having me.
Happy to have Wikipedia's top researcher here today. We're now going to throw it over to Sean Fitzgerald, also known as Actual Justice Warrior.
What's up? I'm a YouTuber. I focus mostly on crime stuff, and the reason Lauren couldn't make it is due to the fact that we can't work together. It's my fault. I take all the blame for it.
Damn.
You can't work together?
Yeah, irreconcilable differences.
Wow, I had no clue. Well, there you go. Breaking news from Sean Fitzgerald. Irreconcilable differences. Whatever those were. Now we're going to go into the topic for today. The topic is democracy on the ballot in 2024? It's a big topic. From the left, you hear a lot.
Look at that goober drinking his beer.
Donald Trump is anti-democracy, he's authoritarian, that he tried to overturn the results of the election, and so many Democrats are fearful that if he wins, that he's going to end democracy as you know it, he's going to do damage to our institutions. On the right, you hear a lot about the political persecution of Donald Trump through the justice system picking on him and going after him legally in order to try to undermine his presidential ambitions, or is it all just nonsense and everybody needs to stop being so hyperbolic? Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? We're going to start today with, you know what, actually, let's go with Actual Justice Warrior.
All right, great. Thank you. So the question of is democracy is on the ballot is honestly a bit ridiculous in my opinion. It is not on the ballot for this election. And if my opponents are going to argue the contrary, they're going to have to explain exactly why the mechanisms of our government are going to be overthrown if presumably Trump gets elected. The fact of the matter is our government is the longest consistent government currently going in world history at this moment in time. We have been through a bunch of different controversial elections. We have been through a Trump presidency already. So these guys are going to have to explain what would be different about Trump winning in 2024 that was different from him winning in 2016.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
I'm going to now throw it over to Hutch.
I actually wrote out kind of a lengthy opener. Is that okay, or do you want it more concise?
To 2 minutes, under 2 minutes is usually where we go. 2:30 I'll allow, but like don't go like excessive.
Okay, let me just try to get through as much as possible.
Okay.
So I do in fact think that democracy is on the ballot in 2024, even if the threats it faces aren't necessarily immediate. I would like to focus on what lies do to a democracy. It's impossible to have a healthy, functional democracy if the electorate is aggressively misinformed. When you have a misinformed electorate that are angry enough about the lies they've been told, events like January 6th become more and more likely. One person in particular has misinformed his voters more than any president that has ever come before him. Everybody on this panel knows that every politician lies to one degree or another. Omission, exaggeration, embellishment, and hyperbole are all standard practices for any politician, but Trump is not your average politician, and the brazenness of his lies put him in an entirely separate universe. He lies about the weirdest,
Trumpiverse. Yeah.
Disprovable things.
Is this Hutch?
He started his presidency with a lie about his crowd sizes. He claimed that the clouds parted and it stopped raining as he started speaking at his inauguration. He used a Sharpie pen to elongate the projected path of a hurricane. Claims that windmill noise causes cancer. He lied about being Michigan's Man of the Year. These are
Michigan's Man of the Year, more like the Michelin Man of the Year. Oh. Sorry.
Just the silly lies, but
laugh at your own jokes. Yes, yes.
Demonstrated that he
laugh at your own jokes.
Whatsoever for the truth, his instinct every time he opens his mouth is self-aggrandizement, and to that end, he is willing to do and say whatever pops into his head at any given moment for any given topic. The truth simply does not matter to him at all. The spirit of democracy is a government of the people, by the people, for the people, and if the people are angry, confused, and misinformed, you are throwing about 10,000 wrenches into a system that was designed with bipartisan efforts in mind. It's simply impossible to work together with a group of people that live in a totally different reality crafted by their chosen leader. I had more to that, but I'll just cut it off there.
We'll get through it during the conversation. We're going to throw it now over to Cam Higbee.
Are they pausing again? Did they freeze for a second on screen?
Capable of, nor do I think that he has the influence to overthrow democracy or disintegrate it in this country.
God damn, Mr. Geek's really fucking over Dylan, isn't he? Mr. Geek's, it's Mr. Geek's fault, by the way. Don't blame Danabo. Blame Mr. Geek.
And yeah, that's pretty much gonna be my opening statement. I think he's done plenty of things. He's tried to do plenty of sneaky things, and it's not worked each time. So
okay, we're gonna now throw it over to Destiny.
I think democracy is on the ballot. I think we are a democratic, constitutional republic. I think Donald Trump stands opposed to every single part of that system. Donald Trump does not like democracy. He wants to rule as the single executive, as the king who can make decisions that circumvents Congress or decisions that are beyond the courts. It's why he asked for criminal immunity from the Supreme Court. It's why he tries to do immigration policy and other policy through executive order. He doesn't value the legislature. I think that we are a constitutional republic. We have a constitution that all of us are supposed to answer to. Donald Trump says that when he needs to, he will terminate the Constitution. If he needs to find voter fraud, if he needs to hunt political enemies, he says that he can suspend the Constitution or terminate it and go after those people. And we are a republic where the power is vested in our representatives to make decisions for us. We are not a monarchy. We are not ruled by one man. We are supposed to have an entire legislative branch.
Does it say Trummo? Did I type Trummo?
Our political career is all centered around only staffing the government with sycophants, is only centered around trying to get people in Congress who will worship him and who will help him circumvent responsibility and the law in any way, size, shape possible. Like when he avoided his conviction in the Senate for impeachment because people, for some reason, in the Senate thought that you can't impeach a non-sitting president, which is ridiculous. So yeah, I think that Donald Trump stands opposed to every single foundational idea about our democracy, and he stands opposed to the very reasons that Sean mentioned that our democracy is one of the longest living ones on the planet thus far.
Okay, so from there, we're going to leave it to be open for you guys to go back and forth. Who wants to grab it first?
I can grab it. I love grabbing things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a very, very simple question posed initially. I think Sean said that if we're going to say that Donald Trump represents some existential threat this time as opposed to last time, what's changed?
I feel like insert punchline here. I love grabbing things. There should be a punchline. Can anybody in chat come up with a punchline for me? Oh, I love grabbing things.
And the thing that's changed is that Donald Trump didn't understand how any part of the government worked last time. This time he's got a slightly better understanding, so he's only picking people that will go along with him for his illegal plots instead of assuming they'll go along with him for his illegal plots like he did last time. So I think picking people like J.D. Vance, who has signaled that he would back him on any attempted coup stuff like what he tried for January 6th, I think is a good example of a meaningful change in Trump's next administration as opposed to his last one.
Okay, we're going to throw it. I want to throw that was a response to Actual Justice Warrior, so you think you can take that?
Yeah, so I mean, you bring up January 6th, which is unsurprising. You've been doing a million, billion, zillion hours of streaming on this specific issue, so I
spoken like a true DGGer.
Understand that that's your go-to point. But my question is that January 6th, if we take it in its worst reading, was a plot involving the electors. If Donald Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States, that will be his second term in office, which according to the 22nd Amendment, he is not eligible to run for president again. So how are you going to cite this plot that's not even possible if he wins as a mechanism for him to remain in power when he can't put himself on the ballot as per the 22nd Amendment? Again, you have to demonstrate that Donald Trump is going to be able to end democracy with the methods that are available to him. Do you think he's going to overthrow the 22nd Amendment, that Republicans are going to gain enough in the House and the Senate and statewide in order to get rid of that so he can serve for additional terms? Like, how is this plot that you're imagining in your brain going to actually work?
Two very simple things. One, he said that he doesn't like the Constitution, so he can terminate it at will. He's already said that once. I don't think he actually could do that. But the second thing, the nice thing about kings, is they always have children to run their kingdom for them after they're gone. He could very easily do the same type of plot, but instead do it to get Trump Jr. in office instead of himself.
So he's gonna.
To be fair, that's not gonna happen. But I mean, yeah, there could be like a Trump ally, right? There could be like he could put in his Medvedev and then to hold the office until Barron ages into eligibility.
Pass it to Trump Jr. non-electorally. Like how exactly is that going to work? I'm just
the same way that he tried to pass it to himself non-electorally, where he got people to lie and say they were electors and then try to get a VP to certify the vote in Congress.
Okay, again, but that had to do with him being on the ballot and an elector scheme, and like we all understand that to a certain
Son
extent.
be on the ballot next election cycle?
Well, he wouldn't be on the ballot for the 2028 presidency. Like, so he's going to
He can't run for the presidency in 2028?
Oh, his son is going to run. So if his son is elected and he wins, like, how is that ending democracy? Like we've had
it's not democracy if he wins. It's if they try to make him win when he didn't win, like he tried to do in 2020.
Oh, okay, I see. So you think he's going to hand it off to Don Jr.? Like that's the line that you're going with?
Yeah. See, I don't know if that's the best. I feel like look. He would stay on. He would try to stay on. He would try to declare some emergency fucking order and stay on. And yes, that provokes a constitutional crisis, but guess what? We've got a Donald Trump Supreme Court. Okay? And if you think those guardrails are going to hold, you got a lot, you got faith in something bigger, I guess.
I mean, he could. I don't know. Why not? He tried to legally hand it off to himself last time. Why wouldn't he do it to his son next time? Who knows?
I think all the arguments to try to prove that like democracy is going to end if Trump wins the election this year is going to be based on conjecture. Like, I think the arguments about like Trump appointing people to government, specifically in like
we speed them down,
and that will follow him into the depths of hell to get him reelected is just like not true. Like the courts repeatedly, when he tried to like claim election fraud and stuff like that, repeatedly rejected to hear claims. They repeatedly rejected to hear appeals. Even the Supreme Court with a 6 conservative supermajority rejected to hear anything about it. So like, if it wasn't achievable last time, I highly doubt with all of these people that are allegedly loyal to Trump in the government, even right now,
even in the Supreme Court,
I highly doubt he would ever manage to pull it off.
So I think there's a couple things here. I think like we're talking about the risk to democracy in an immediate sense. I don't think we need to limit it to just that. We can talk about ways that he could sort of chip away at democracy and lay the foundation for democracy being stress tested in the future. But I guess my question to my two conservative co-panelists here are, what is the logic around, like, first of all, do you acknowledge that he stress tested democracy in 2020? And what, if you do, what would be the logic of allowing him a second chance to try to stress test it in ways that maybe we haven't even thought of yet?
Also, as a quick thing before that question is answered, just as a response to that, what was just said, first of all, the courts didn't reject him. He got more criminal immunity than he even asked for, number one. Number two, J.D. Vance is a person that he would put in that would go along with him further than Pence did. So that's an example of him picking somebody that would help him. And then number three, when we say every single judge ruled against him, they did in the election fraud case, but Judge Cannon in Florida basically tossed his entire case in Mar-a-Lago, and at the very least has succeeded in delaying it past the election. So that's not true either.
Yeah. So you could argue that they sided with him on like presidential immunity stuff, but that's literally written into the Constitution. Like that's not siding.
Literally not. It's literally not written. I promise you it's not.
To rule upon the Constitution, but when you look at like actual rejection of election-related cases, in December 11th, according to BBC, they federal courts refused to hear his cases. AP in February 22nd, 2021, they refused to hear his cases. NBC reported on March 8th, 2021, that the final election challenge was rejected by federal courts. All Trump appointees, by the way. In addition, 9 judges that he appointed in 2020 also refused to hear specifically like ballot disputes, right?
On election fraud, yes. But for the criminal immunity, that's not in the Constitution. The Supreme Court invented that for Trump, for Donald Trump.
But again, your argument seems to be that our institutions are strong enough to withstand someone like Trump. But my question is, how do you justify allowing someone to come in and check those institutions and actually stress them and see how far these checks and balances actually go to constrain him?
Well, first of all, prior to your question, you were like, well, I'm not saying democracy is going to end. I'm just saying it's going to be chipped away. So you got to kind of commit to your argument, because if you're saying it's not going to end, then you kind of agree with me in that regard, that the institutions are well suited to hold up to whatever challenges, real or imagined, that Trump will bring up. So it seems a little weaselly for you to back off of the premise
Weasel?
by saying like, oh,
excuse me, sir.
At our institutions. I mean, you could argue that prosecuting your political opponent is chipping away at our institutions. You could argue that using new interpretations or setting up test cases in order to set up for a future prosecution against a former president is a chip at our institutions and at the norms that we're typically used to in the United States of America. You know, the things that ultimately ended up leading to that immunity decision from the Supreme Court. That's not really the end of democracy. I don't think that our system was destroyed over the last 4 years under the Biden administration. So, like, I think you got to either commit, like Steven actually is, to some kind of crazy plot that Trump's going to overthrow our entire system of government or not.
Also, hold on.
Yeah, he said people will never need to vote again. I mean, he's done all these little like hints at it, right? And given what he did last time, right, which people were serious, like there's no way he's gonna do that. There's no way he's gonna do anything. It's just gonna go on. He's gonna accept the loss, and you know we're gonna have Biden. And it's like no, you were wrong. Like I mean, he did some really dangerous shit, and I don't know what would have happened had those protesters caught up to Mike Pence. I don't know what would have happened.
Prosecuting political opponents. Biden is not prosecuting political opponents. I don't know what that has to do with. I think that we have a system of criminal law in this country, and upholding the system of criminal law is one of our institutions. The judicial courts are part of the institutions of the United States. It's one of the 3 branches of government. So the idea that a court or a prosecutor saying that Donald Trump's committed crimes and then having him stand trial in court is an upholding of our institutions. It's not a violation of them.
I also reject your absolutist take here. You're saying that there's no middle ground. That I will tell you, during the Trump era, my faith in our institutions actually went up. It made me appreciate our institutions in a way that I didn't before because they so sufficiently checked him. What I'm saying is that you don't necessarily need to make the case that democracy itself is going to end on, January 20th, 2025, if he's elected. I'm saying he can do sufficient damage to our institutions during his time in office, such that it would be the case later on that it would be even easier to chip away at a later date. I don't understand why
it's
not really on the ballot.
You agree to the premise of this debate is democracy on the ballot, meaning.
Oh my God, come on. Has nobody brought up 2025? Certainly Destiny has read up a little bit on Project 2025. And then you could even read further, right? Because there was obviously the attempt by Trump to distance himself, to distance his campaign from that. And the smoking gun is actually the hack that went on that showed us exactly who was responsible for writing the document. And it turns out it's like 90% Trump officials. So yeah, no, that's a slam dunk case. And I'm surprised that this has not come out of Destiny's mouth as of yet, or Hutch's mouth.
This election will decide whether or not.
I am, of course, backseat driving this slightly. So there is that. AJ, Actual Justice Warrior, thinks The West Wing is a live documentary, right?
Democracy continues. That's the premise of this debate that you agreed to.
That's a strict interpretation of what we're talking about here. I think you can make the case that democracy is in peril with someone like Donald Trump taking office, even if it means what it could potentially mean down the line.
The premise
so
is
I don't interpret that premise the same way that you do.
It's not vague at all.
No, I'm saying democracy can be on the ballot, and you can make that case by pointing to the many times that he stress tested our system and the fact that he will do it again.
I mean, it seems, again, it's like democracy's not.
Oh my God, I can see this debate going right down the middle. Everybody that's like already negatively disposed to Trump is like, yeah, that's right. And everybody that's positively disposed to Trump is like, ha, no way.
On the ballot, but it is on the ballot when it's convenient in this way. It's like I don't know what exactly I'm arguing against.
I don't know if it's going to be like literally the end of democracy, but we know that he tried to end it his first time. I have no idea like what he has in mind in terms of.
Well, no, to be technical, right? It wasn't that he was trying to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. Okay, is he trying to... I mean, I guess that is kind of tantamount. See, that's the whole thing, is I don't think that democracy gets ended. I think it gets eroded. And I think that a lot of the things that Trump has done already have served to erode that democracy. And I have no doubt that should he get back in, he would erode more. But will he, do away with it and all in one fell swoop? Probably not. That's not how shit happens. But the path is laid, especially considering that Supreme Court. Look, let me put it this way. If the results of the election gives that Supreme Court any chance to weigh in on the election, they're going to do so in a very Trumpian sort of way. And that in and of itself would really set up a new normal and a very negative normal.
What he wants to do down the line. I know that he tried to end the Democratic project the first time he was in office. So I'm not saying that's entirely off the table. I'm saying that is possible, but there's also these considerations over here. How do you two justify seeing what he did? You both seem intelligent, informed. How do you justify watching what he did in the months leading into January 6th and watch what he did on January 6th and decide to yourself, you know what? I'm okay with giving him another chance to do something similar should he want to do that. How do you justify that?
I think the premise of the debate is not, are we voting for Trump or not? I think the premise of the debate is democracy on the ballot, which puts the burden of proof to prove that democracy is on the ballot to you, right? We're not claiming that we justify what Trump did, or we're not trying to justify what Trump did, right? We're not saying that all of these things you're talking about that Trump did were great or good things. I actually think that a lot of them were bad things, but that doesn't mean that democracy is on the ballot. There's no way that our institutions won't withstand whatever Trump throws at them, right? We have checks and balances in the country, and anything he tries to do to deteriorate away from those checks and balances, I believe, will be checked by those very checks and balances.
Okay,
I feel like actual Justice Warrior is it's like the goofy brother of Vinnie Johnson.
Just hold on real quick. Democracy is on the ballot, and you are definitionally incorrect. We've lost some of those checks and balances. One of them is the criminal prosecution of the President of the United States. Most people would agree, most reasonable people would agree, the president probably shouldn't be able to commit crimes while he's in office because criminal law is important and the public has an interest in not seeing criminals committing crimes, especially the president of the United States. The judiciary is a check that we have lost essentially on the president. So that's one check that's completely gone. Republicans have shown that they are willing to sycophant.
I don't know if I'd put it that way. I think that there was more of a power play by the judiciary. I see what he's saying, given that it takes a whole class of actions that a president could take and classifies them beyond prosecution. No matter what kind of laws are violated in the process, you can't go after a president for an official act. Now, the reason I think it's a power play for the Supreme Court, for the judicial branch, and not necessarily as much for the president as it seems, is because then the Supreme Court gets to pick and choose when it applies, where it applies, how it applies. They left a lot open for interpretation, and they are going to be the ones interpreting that. And one could expect that they will interpret it differently depending on who is in power. So yeah, I mean, through his, illegitimate Supreme Court, could Trump wield power? Sure. But it's through his Supreme Court. That's what allows him to do it. Right? So it's really the judicial branch making a grab for power. And I think that this has been a process, and it's ramping up, and it continues to ramp up, and it's really fucking negative. It's really fucking negative to have lifetime appointees, the majority of whom are from this horrible God, what the fuck is it called? The something project? The Lincoln Project. I almost said the Lincoln Project. I don't mean the Lincoln Project, for the record. I don't know why it's not coming to mind right now.
support Donald Trump in basically whatever he wants to do. That's why on January 6th, he had 11 senators, plus I think Jim Jordan, a representative that was willing to go along with his contesting the election, contesting the certification of the results. So that shows that the legislature is somewhat compromised as well. And then you've got the president of the United States, who is going to be, or who would be Donald Trump, who believes, I guess, in the unitary executive theory, where he thinks that he can go and he can talk to whoever he wants in whatever department he wants and fire and hire whoever he wants in order.
Yeah, Federalist Society. Thank you.
It kind of seems like he wants to just be one man that rules everything. So
the Lincoln Project.
In terms of checks and balances existing, seems like those aren't doing too hot right now with the way that Donald Trump wants to run things. And if you talk about the Constitution, which should be your ultimate check, Donald Trump says that he wants to terminate the Constitution when it's convenient to him. So I don't see how we're so confident that our checks and balances would survive another term of Trump when he already succeeded in eroding like 1.5 of them.
Yeah, Destiny, do you seriously think that Trump is going to terminate the Constitution and be successful in doing that?
I wouldn't have seriously thought that Donald Trump would try to rig the election, and I wouldn't think that 75% of Republicans today would still believe that the last election was stolen. So, I mean, I wouldn't think either of those things too, but...
Destiny, that's not the question I asked you. Like, do you actually believe that Donald Trump is going to, like, rescind the Constitution successfully?
I think he would want to, yes. Would he have the ability to do so? I'm not sure. I don't know right now.
Well, that's the question. It's like, would Trump have the ability to like overthrow democracy in the country? That's the entire premise of the debate. Again, like even you're not sure that he's going to rescind the Constitution, but you keep citing it over and over again as like a talking point against Trump.
The question is democracy on the ballot?
Like, what?
With Barack Obama, closing Guantanamo Bay was on the ballot. Yes, but he didn't do it. I mean, because he wasn't able to do it. What is the question? You're not asking me something on the ballot. You're asking, can you say with 100% certainty that in the future this particular thing will happen? Nobody knows that about what's on the ballot. That's not how voting works.
But with the Guantanamo Bay thing that you're talking about, right? Like this was like a stated presidential goal, yes?
Yep.
Okay, great. So is overthrowing democracy a stated presidential goal from Donald Trump?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, actually, well, the Constitution thing, sure. It's not a state, like, he's not running on this, though. You know what
I would say not just from Donald Trump, but it's a stated overall objective from the money that is now powering Donald Trump's machine. And that the influence that has fallen to him because of the endorsement of J.D. Vance's paymaster, Peter Thiel. That is exactly the goal of that weird side of politics that exists in Silicon Valley, right? That is exactly, right? Because they feel like they've got a good thing. They figured out how to run Silicon Valley companies without having the board of directors as a guardrail. And they think that's kind of cool. And they're like, wouldn't it be cool if we could run the country like that? Wouldn't that be cool if we could get our candidate elected, get the candidate in there, and have them govern more like a king and less like a president? That is literally their fucking agenda.
I'm saying? Like,
yes,
like,
he is.
No, he's not. Okay. How's he running on
when
it?
the president says that I would arrest people.
Yeah, and PB, Project 2025 is how they get that shit done. Project 2025 is the blueprint for that shit.
People for burning the flag. It's a violation of the First Amendment. The amendments are part of the Constitution, by the way.
That's
the president said he would
many
suspend the
times,
Constitution. He would terminate the Constitution in order to go after voter fraud. That's kind of an attack on democracy. Yes, he said he would do this. He's like, we're a dictator on day one. Like, how am I supposed to read that?
We have to get past the election. We have to get past the election.
Peter Thiel wrote an essay about democracy not being good. Yeah, I feel like he's written a lot about and it's not just him, right? It's like this whole I don't know what to call it. This ideological subdivision.
First, do my co-panelists here, are you guys 100% confident that he's not going to engage in some kind of similar scheme to 2020? Are you guys confident that he's not going to try to influence election officials all over the country to circumvent the will of the voters like he did in 2020? Are you guys 100% confident he's not going to do that again?
You're changing the parameters of the debate, but that's fine. But to Steven's point about, he wants to arrest people for burning the American flag. He said that in 2016. When he was running then. He said that for long periods of time in his life. And when he was in office, he did absolutely nothing to forward those goals. And you also say, this presidential immunity, it doesn't exist. People don't want the president to commit crimes and all that. Well, I happen to remember when Barack Obama actually murdered an American citizen abroad, Abdul al-Awlaki. And Eric Holder, his attorney general, our top law enforcement officer, looked directly into the camera and he said, due process doesn't